You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how...
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to Radio the Golden Age. Today's presentation is intended to be a slice of a typical radio programming day during the Golden Age of radio, rather than an entire programming day, which usually ran from 6 a.m. until about midnight. And rather than be a specific year, or specifically a weekday or a weeknight or a weekend day or a weekend night, this is kind of a cross-section of all of the above. Most of these shows encompass the period of the late 30s through the early 1950s, and generally speaking, weekday mornings consisted of soap operas, a few newscasts, talk shows, and music shows, and the afternoon had some sports broadcasts, quiz shows, more soap operas, and drama and variety programs. This programming was mostly intended for the typical housewife of the time, who was at home raising the children and keeping house. In the weekday early evenings, news and variety programs started, with dramas and sitcoms taking up most of the main and late evenings. On weekends, mornings were usually full of shows geared towards children and younger listeners, much like TV in the 60s through the 90s, with sports broadcasts appearing in the afternoons to appeal to the man of the house. The evenings were again devoted to dramas, variety shows, and sitcoms, with horror and suspense thrillers usually in the later time slots. Even the more thrilling shows, like horror and suspense thrillers, were pretty tame by today's standards. And even though they were geared towards adult audiences later in the evenings, they would certainly not have been considered inappropriate for younger listeners today. But back then, many parents didn't approve of their children listening to some of the more mature programming. Again, I'm not presenting these programs in any particular order, like say from morning to late night. Also, for the most part, I've left the original commercials in to add to the nostalgic feel of the shows, although I do normally tend to cut those out. These would be the actual commercials that Americans at the time heard. So we start out with a typical comedy variety show, the Bob Hope Pepsodent Show, from November 9th, 1943, which ran Tuesdays at 10 o'clock p.m. on NBC from 1938 to 1948. Obviously targeting adult audiences, this show ran after Fibber McGee and Molly, and before the Raleigh cigarette program with Red Skelton. And as you can tell, Tuesday nights on NBC had a lot of comedy shows. The Bob Hope Pepsodent Show was one of the most listened to programs during World War II. This particular episode features Jane Wyman as the guest star. After that is the Armed Forces Radio Theater, which was basically radio adaptations of Hollywood movies broadcast to American troops overseas by the U.S. government. Usually the original movie stars reprised their roles in the radio version. Now, AFRS did some original programming as well as rebroadcasts of network shows. This particular program had various broadcast times, but mid-evening was the usual time for American audiences to tune in. This episode, The Devil and Mrs. Jones, was originally broadcast on October 23, 1946, after the end of World War II. This is a famous comedy, and this one starred Charles Coburn and Lorraine Day. After that, we have the show Big Town, a long-running drama that ran from 1937 to 1942, starring Edward G. Robinson, and then from 43 to 52, starring Edward Pauley. It was about a corruption-fighting newspaper editor, and was a popular crime drama that aired on weeknights at various time slots over the years. This one, Blind Justice, aired on September 14, 1948. After that, we have two news segments, which ran on September 21, 1939, from 5:30 to 6 p.m., just as most families were either getting ready to sit down to dinner or directly afterwards. This particular broadcast is from WJSV, a radio station in Washington, D.C. The first 15 minutes are a recap of the biggest news stories of the day, with the last 15 minutes being a sports news broadcast. Now, at this time, World War II had just begun 3 weeks earlier, although at the time it was purely a European war and America was not yet involved. Nonetheless, most of the news at this time was dominated by events of the war in Europe. The sports program featured Henry McTeague giving updates on baseball, boxing, and football at the time. All right, so let's dive in to these first few shows on a typical radio programming day during the golden age of radio. I'll see you in a little bit.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Again this week, the Pepsodent Company presents another in a series of broadcasts to our men in the armed forces throughout the United States. Tonight, for the men of the Army Flexible Gunnery School, the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Aerial Gunnery School Hope, saying use Pepsodent, you gunnery basers, and your teeth will never fly out like tracers. Or, this is Bob Gunnery School Hope telling all you sharpshooters to use Pepsodent, and though you get nothing but hits on ranges, you can always get misses on sofas. Well, here I am at Las Vegas, Nevada. Las Vegas, that's a slot machine with a mayor. Yes, sir, this is Las Vegas until payday, then it's Lose Vegas. There are about 5,000 men here at the gunnery school, and there are also 100 whacks. That's about the same odds you get on those slot machines. Every place you go, they have slot machines. The slot machines, that's Jesse James with cherries. And you know how the slot machines have pictures of oranges, lemons, and plums? Well, they play them so fast here, all it shows is a bowl of fruit salad. And Las Vegas is famous for its easy marriages, and they really get married fast here. Well, I guess they have to marry him fast. If the justice of the peace waited too long, the bridegroom would lose his $2 in the crap game. This camp here is in the desert, and the desert air is so dry when a private and a superior officer meet, they have to oil each other's elbows before they can salute. And there are a lot of coyotes around here. Coyote, that's a wolf that hasn't been inducted. And these gunners are right on their toes. They've always got some live ammunition, but they'll never introduce you to them. They took me up today and let me work the guns for a while. I wouldn't say my aim was bad, but it was the first time in aviation history anyone ever shot off his own tail. They really fly at high altitudes around here. One crew had to bail out, and they were so high they pulled the ripcord and got a 3-day pass at the same time. My brother's an aerial gunner at the last frontier. That's the hotel here. He's an aerial gunner there. He's the only guy that can shoot a 7 from the chandelier. But you can't escape gambling here in Las Vegas. Just to be careful, I put my money in my shoe, and 10 minutes later, my big toe yelled to my little toe, "You're faded." I played some poker at the 8-ball bar. Of course. Fellow members! Of course, the dealers have no way of knowing what the next card is, but when I picked up my hand, I was holding a 10 Jack Queen and a blank check. And they pay you off in silver dollars here. That's just to make sure that if any guy puts his winning in his pants, he can't walk out of the joint.
Poor Miriam, neglected using Miriam. Past the corner she'd walk, not a guy would gawk.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Hello.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Now, girls, if you want brighter smiles, here's Wendell Niles.
The film you feel on your teeth makes teeth look dull. Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes that film, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. You see, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains Irium. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste brings new brightness to your teeth. No wonder more people than ever before use Pepsodent toothpaste today. No wonder it's #1 with the men in the service. Try Pepsodent toothpaste for just 1 week. See if your teeth don't feel cleaner, look brighter. See if it doesn't uncover that natural brilliance of your smile. Get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. Remember, Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent, contains irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using irium. Up and down the street, all the boys tweet, tweet.
Hello.
Now.
Oh. Hello.
Tom, smile.
Oh.
When Wendell Niles said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
And here's Francis Langford. Thank you, Mother Langford. Thank you, Francis. And now, fellas, I'd like to introduce a charming young star currently appearing in the Warner Brothers picture, Princess O'Rourke, who made this trip out here from Hollywood with us to see you boys, Miss Jane Wyman.
Hello.
Yes, sir. One of the nicest looking Janes I've seen in a long time.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate what you say.
That's all right. I appreciate what I see.
Gee, what a wonderful audience these boys are.
Aren't they wonderful, this audience? 2,000 gunners out there concentrating on the same target. Jane, these are the boys that slapped. That was my line, wasn't it?
Oh, yes.
I was waiting for myself. Look, these are the boys that slapped down the zeros.
Yes, I know. I watched them in action.
At target practice?
No, when you got off the train.
I gotta see a doctor about my jaundice. But you know, you made a nice impression on these gunners, Jane.
Really?
Yeah, most of them got together and voted you the sight they'd like to rest their peepers on.
Oh, the fellas are nice. I was talking to one of the gunners in one of those little ball turrets.
You were talking to one of the gunners in the little ball turrets?
Uh-huh. But a lieutenant came along and made us both get out.
Say, you know, these gunners are real he-men. I'd like to be a gunner on a flying fortress.
Oh, it's tough, Bob. You have to forget fear.
Well, that's for me.
And you have to forget comfort.
That's for me.
And you have to forget women.
That's for them. Say, your husband is Captain Ronald Reagan of the United States Army, isn't he?
That's right, Bob. I just finished knitting him a sweater last week.
No. Did it come out all right?
Well, I forgot to put arms in it.
Well, tell me, does he wear it?
Yes, he does, Bob. In fact, now he's the only officer at his post who salutes from the inside.
Well, that's cute. Say, tell me one thing. How'd you like the bus trip up here, Jane? Did you notice we passed through Reno?
Yes, Reno is the place where most people go when they want to solve their marital problems.
Yeah, that is if they can't get a spot on Mr. Anthony's program.
Well, one thing about...
It's a little sneaky, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, one thing about Nevada, Bob, you can certainly get married and divorced pretty quick in this state.
Yeah, you get your basic training in Las Vegas, and you go to Reno when you're ready for OCS.
What has Reno got to do with OCS?
Obnoxious couples separated.
But those are two colorful cities, Las Vegas and Reno.
Jane, it's just a stretch of land separated by alimony.
You're right, Bob. You see all types of couples in Reno getting divorces, young and old.
Yeah, let's show the folks. First, the young couple.
Okay, I'll be the wife.
Doesn't leave me much choice, does it? Okay, Stan Kenton, take it, boy.
I can't go on. I just can't go on. I cannot go on.
You can go now. The lights just changed. And hurry. Go ahead. Get a divorce.
Well, if you feel that way, here's your wedding ring back, and here's your engagement ring.
I don't want them. Turn them into the scrap drive.
I did. They turned them back.
Well, who are you going to name as the other woman?
Our cow. Or whoever it was that taught you to kiss like that.
Well, you told me yourself I make love like a movie star.
Yeah, like Lionel Barrymore. This is the end, Robert. You behave like a beast. You insult all my friends.
I insult all your friends?
Of course you do. When the Joneses walked in, you didn't have to say, hide the silverware, hide the silverware.
Sure I did. It was theirs, wasn't it?
And Robert. Oh, Robert, what did you have against my mother?
Oh, nothing much, except she kept using my hair tonic on her mustache.
Oh. You're always picking on Mother.
What do you mean? Wasn't yesterday your birthday, and didn't I give her a watch?
Yes.
Made a nice booby trap, didn't it? And now here's the old couple getting a divorce. Take it, Stan boy. Gosh, Ma, why are you divorcing me?
Well, we've been married 50 years, and you ain't never kissed me.
Well, I told you I was bashful.
But you ain't never held my hand yet. Gee, ain't you had no experience?
Nope, I was brought up in a one-horse town. Some other fellow owned the horse.
Well, I don't care. I'm going to get a divorce and start living. I'm going to sing and dance and stay out late nights. Yep. I'm going to cook with gas.
Yeah, you're through cooking. You're ready for basting.
Quiet now. You're quiet, or I'll tighten your suspenders and you won't be able to get your feet back on the ground.
Oh, but Ma, you can't get a divorce. I ain't never run around with other women.
Don't make no difference. I'm naming your heating pad as correspondent. And besides, you're a wrinkled old cuss.
Look who's talking about wrinkles. You got more slit trenches on your kisser than Mrs. Pruneface.
Now, you get a divorce if you want to, but you come running back to me before 2 hours has passed.
What makes you think I'll come running back in 2 hours?
Well, you know yourself you can't go no longer than that unburped. Pa, you changed. Whatever happened to all your get up and go?
Oh, it got up and went. I gotta admit, I ain't been able to pucker no good since I lost my teeth.
Yeah, it used to be. When I wanted a kiss, I'd snuggle up close and whisper, press your lips close to mine, darling. Now I gotta grab your ear trumpet.
Come on, Jane, hold it now.
And yell, slap the app to me, Pap. You're too old for romance, Robert. You can't even pucker your lips.
I can't pucker my lips? Well, watch.
Gosh, your lips are puckered.
Yep, now pull my face out of the vacuum cleaner.
Pepsodent and only Pepsodent contains Irium. And Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium removes film that makes teeth look dull. It loosens film and floats it away, quickly, easily, safely. And when film is gone, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium brings new brilliance to your teeth, uncovers the natural brightness of your smile. So get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. Remember, Pepsodent toothpaste, because only Pepsodent contains Irium.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Irium. Up and down the street, all the boys tweet, tweet.
Hello.
Don't smile.
Oh, hello.
Don't smile.
When Wendell Niles said Pepsodent, that's what he meant.
Tonight, folks, Bob Hope is in Nevada. Bob Hope's reputation is well known here in Nevada, so when he arrives in Las Vegas, the mayor greets him on the steps of the city hall.
Mr. Hope, I want you to feel right at home here.
Thank you, Mayor.
So I'm presenting you with a keyhole to the city.
Yes, this has been a wonderful visit for Bob and the cast, and now surfeited from his adventures of the day, Bob goes to his hotel, and he is soon fast asleep. He dreams like a baby.
Mama. Mama. Come on, Mama, lay that pistol down.
Bob sleeps on. He dreams of the days of the Old West.
Betty Grable.
I say he dreams of the Old West.
Betty Grable. Pleasant sort of a rut, isn't it, huh? Gee, I wish I could get back to those wild and woolly days.
I'll take you back. I'm the spirit of the future.
I don't want the spirit of the future. Where's the spirit of the past?
He's out looking for spirits of the present.
Bob dreams on. He sees the rip-roaring Las Vegas of yesteryear. It was really tough. Cattle rustlers, outlaws, killers. The town was so tough, even the hotels had cannon towels. Yes, it was a lawless town then. It needed cleaning up. Bob dreams he is the two-fisted editor of the Las Vegas Bugle. And with the one he's got, where are we to doubt him?
I'll clean up this town. I'm a real newspaperman. I got printer's ink in my veins. Well, get me a blotter. We've got to get out the Sunday morning edition. Start the paper through the press.
Okay, Chief. What was that?
Buck Rogers, he'll never learn to keep his head down.
Chief, we need news.
We'll get some. I got Professor Colonna working as a reporter for us. He's the biggest ace in the business. Las Vegas bladder.
Hello, Hope. This has never been scoop, hot, flashlight, bulleted up to the minute on the spot. Colonna reporting.
Yes, Colonna?
What's new?
Colonna, there's been another bank holdup, and the bandits took $2,000 from the teller's drawers. What do you make of it?
That's no place for a man to hide money. But I'll get the story, Hope. I just followed those hold-up men into a burlesque show.
Colonna, fine reporter you are in a burlesque show. You're supposed to be out getting some bare facts.
Well? But never mind that, Hope. I got a great story. I'm down at the railroad station, and there's some guy running off with the mayor's wife.
Professor, this is a family newspaper. We can't print anything about a guy running off with the mayor's wife.
Can't?
No.
Okay, honey. Guess we can buy the tickets now.
Colonna, I've been getting complaints about you all day. You were seen peeking in the bedroom window of the Murphy Ranch, and 10 miles down the road another ranch. Have you any explanation, Colonna?
Oh, I just got a fast horse, that's all.
Colonna, you're following in the footsteps of an idiot.
Well, lead on. But I'll get on the story of those bank robbers, Hope.
Colonna, I know where the crooks are. Meet me at the 8-Ball Saloon. I'm going there now. Hurry. Well. Hello, fellas. Well, this is the famous 8-Ball Saloon. Gee, what a short floor show.
Hello, Mr. Hope.
Well, it's Vera Vey. Miss Vey, why are you down here in this rough saloon?
Well, I'm the sheriff, Mr. Hope. Didn't you see the star on my ankle?
Yeah, well, what's it doing on your ankle? Nobody looks there.
This your first trip to Las Vegas, bud?
So you're the sheriff, Miss Vey. Have you pinched anybody today?
Well, not in the line of duty, no. Oh, shame on me. I wonder why I have so much fun.
Well, perhaps you know more in this childhood.
Oh, you dear boy, you. Why don't you go into the bar and have a head put on you? I don't care. I like being sheriff, Mr.
Yeah, but
Hope.
Miss Vey, if you're a sheriff, you have to spend all of your time hunting for dangerous men.
Yes. Oh, do you just think I chase men and get paid for it, too?
Say, but those guns on your hips, what are they, 44s?
I should say they're not an inch over 30. Oh, you mean the gun? But just the same, I can get men without using guns.
Yeah, well, I'm from Missouri.
But don't be ashamed of it. Some of the best mules in the country come from there.
Hey, Miss Vague, what do you do with the desperate criminals you catch?
Well, I lock them in my apartment, of course.
Your apartment, Miss Vague. Why don't you put them in jail?
Slow-witted son of a gun, isn't he?
Well, Miss Vague, if you're the sheriff, why are you spending the whole evening hanging around this saloon?
Well, you see, I thought I'd catch my boyfriend, Waldo. This is on his route. I'm so worried about Waldo, Mr. Hope. He inherited his father's weakness for drinking.
Oh, he's a chip off the old block?
No, a stave off the old barrel. But I don't get things are improving. He's only drinking half as much as he used to.
Half as much?
Yes, cut out the chasers.
Well, tell me, Miss Vague, where does Waldo spend most of his time?
Around the headquarters for G-Men.
Headquarters for G-Men.
Yes, poor fellow, he thinks the FBI sign means free beer inside.
Hello, Las Vegas Bugle.
Say, Hope, hot news. The big movie star, Gloria Oomph, just got in town. She's up here in the Commercial Hotel. Room 318. I'm right outside her door now.
You're not peeking through the keyhole, are you, Clona?
Oh, no, Hope. It ain't my turn.
Clona, I thought you were going to meet me here at the 8-Ball Saloon and help me catch the crooks.
I'm coming, Hope, but my horse is running away. Whoa! 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 Well, we're coming to a big hill. This will slow him down. What do you know? He shifted gears.
Is Professor Cologne on his way here, Mr. Hope?
Yes, he's coming like the wind. He's taking the Las Vegas bus. Yes, sir. That's a local joke.
That's all right, Mr. Hope. So are you. Oh, goodness, I wonder when the outlaw's coming.
All right, everybody, reach.
Reach for what?
Don't confuse me. I'm a new man.
So, Colonna, you're the crook who shot the cashier and stole the money. How could you be so disgusting? How could you be so abominable? How so despicable?
Well, I studied nights.
Colonna, do you have any scruples?
What would I be doing with Russian money? All right, Hope, I'll admit it. I'm really that famous outlaw, the rattlesnake of the West.
What's a rattlesnake?
You know, the kind with a tail gunner.
I'm the sheriff, Professor. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll shoot it out, and I'll shoot first. Oh, my gun jammed.
Look, Cologne, only a dirty coward would shoot an unarmed woman.
Well, here goes.
Didn't hurt a bit.
Perhaps I'm not standing close enough.
Didn't even feel it.
Oh, no? I'll use my elephant gun. I'll unpack her trunk. Now... Now, don't move.
I'm still here.
Well built, old thing, isn't she?
These aerial gunners? Thank you, aerial gunners. You know, in the old days, the covered wagons lumbered across Nevada, and Dad held the reins, and Mother and Baby crouched inside, and sitting up front in the buckboard and hanging out the tailgate were a couple of youngsters with long Tom rifles and double-barrel shotguns. And they shot straight, and they weren't afraid of anything. 100 years have gone by, and the old wagon trails have sprouted wings, and the same kind of kids are riding new trails through the skies, from England across the Channel to Berlin, from Sicily across the Straits to Italy, from South Pacific bases to Rabaul. The buckboard is the sun-kissed nose of a B-17, and the tailgate is the rear compartment of a B-24, where a guy on both knees is throwing 50-caliber deaths at Zeros and Messerschmitts. They call this guy the aerial gunner, but when the big forts go out, this gunner is a destroyer protecting a human convoy. And he's a wall of hot lead between enemy planes and his buddies inside his ship. When those 1,000-plane raids take off, it's up to the gunner to punch the return portion of their round-trip ticket. Yes, sir, these gunners are the boys that keep flying high, so our flag will always be waving high. Good night.
Since the War Department does not endorse any product, this broadcast is not intended as a Pepsodent endorsement. This broadcast came to you from Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Armed Forces Radio Theater presents The Devil and Miss Jones, starring Charles Coburn and Virginia Mayo. This is the story of a horrible old capitalist who was supposed to be a devil, but really turned out to be a pretty good egg. And of a dame who was supposed to be symbolic of the common man, but who really turned out to be pretty human, too. All in all, you can call it a merry tale in which it is proved that heaven always protects the working girl.
Good morning, J.P.
How are you, J.P.?
Good morning, J.P.
Good morning. I see by the papers that I have been hanged in effigy in front of that department store at 38th Street.
Some desperate malcontents must have done it.
I thought I sold everything below 38th Street 3 years ago.
We kept it, J.P., because the store was exactly on 38th Street.
This dummy doesn't look like me. Maybe it's supposed to be one of you.
Which one? What? There's a sign on the dummy with your name on it.
Have this picture enlarged and everybody, even watching it, fire.
An excellent suggestion, J.P. Beg pardon, sir. Your lunch. Will you have the crackers whole, or shall I crumble them in the milk, sir?
Crumble them, you idiot.
We're rounding up the troublemakers. We have a detective working on it.
Where is this detective?
In the next room, J.P.
That's all, gentlemen. Good day.
Yes, J.P.
Are you the detective?
Yes, sir. I'm Higgins, Thomas Higgins.
What progress have you made, Higgins?
Oh, I've gotten a job in the store. Nobody knows I'm a detective except the personnel head. Not even the general manager.
I see.
I'm a salesman in the children's shoe department. That's the hotbed, the whole 5th floor.
When do you propose to round up these troublemakers?
Well, Mr. Merrick, it'll take time. I gotta worm my way in. About 3 weeks.
3 weeks? Why not 3 days?
Well, sir, first I gotta go down to Philly. My wife's having a baby.
I see. Well, Higgins, you should be with your wife. Yes, I'll get someone else for this assignment. Oh, I'll keep your card if you don't mind.
Gee, thank you, sir. You're very kind.
That's all right, Higgins. That's all.
More milk, sir, or anything?
Don't say anything. Anything means crackers. Come here, George.
Yes, Mr. Merrick.
George, I'm going to delve into conditions. I'm going down to that store of mine, mix with the employees, let them talk to me, and I'll play with them like a cat with a mouse.
Oh, my, Mr. Merrick.
Not Mr. Merrick, George. For a while, my name is going to be Higgins. Thomas Higgins. Yes.
There you are, madam. Thank you. And what can I do for you?
I'm working here. I'm a new salesman.
Oh, you're Higgins.
Uh-huh.
You mean Higgins, don't you? Yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Higgins, in the intelligence test you took this morning, your rating was 66. That's 1 point over the lowest passing grade.
Perhaps there was some mistake.
We don't make mistakes, Higgins. Neely's is never wrong. This is the lowest intelligence rating in my department. I hope you have other qualities to compensate for it. For your own sake. Miss Jones, don't lean against my desk, Higgins.
Yes, Mr. Hooper.
Miss Jones, I'm assigning Higgins to Slippers. Show him his duties.
Welcome to the shoe department, Mr. Higgins. You come right with me. Now, this is your counter. Bedroom, lounging, and house slippers. It's really the best job, Mr. Higgins. No bending down for try-ons.
He doesn't think I'm good enough to sell shoes, is that it?
Oh, don't be silly. It's just the same. You have to be clever selling slippers than shoes.
How could he tell I'm not as good a salesman as the next one?
Oh, it's just your vanity that's hurt. You can sell shoes when you're relieved for lunch. And you show him then what a good salesman you are. Your lunch hour is from 12 to 1. That's in 30 minutes.
I'm not going to eat lunch.
You're not?
I'll stay right here, selling slippers. And I'll make a good impression.
Mr. Higgins, why aren't you going to eat lunch?
I'm not going to eat because I'm not hungry. I never have lunch anyway.
You go to lunch at 12 sharp. Here, take this.
I don't want your money.
No argument.
Well, you don't mind waiting on me, do you?
Oh, what can I do for you, madam?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Higgins.
Yes?
I want you to meet Elizabeth Ellis. She will show you where the employees' restaurant is when your lunchtime comes.
Thank you. Hello, Miss Ellis.
I'll be back for you.
Do I see the shoes I asked for, or don't I?
Oh, yes, of course, madam, of course. What kind of shoes do you wish? Button or strings?
Are you sure you won't have anything?
No. Thank you very much. I never eat lunch.
It's nicer out here in the park than in the company lunchroom, isn't it?
Yeah, very nice. Don't you think it's terrible that the store won't let the people organize?
I make these popovers myself. It was very rude not to try one.
I wonder where they're holding a meeting tonight.
Go ahead, eat it.
What is it?
Tuna fish popover.
Tuna fish popover?
Go on, bite it. It's my own invention.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Really, I couldn't.
Oh, please. If I asked you?
Have you got a graham cracker?
Oh, a grown man eating graham crackers. There's no nourishment in that. Now, you eat that popover. It won't bite you.
Won't it, though? Tuna fish.
Like it?
I don't know yet. Is it good tuna fish?
It costs 12 cents a can.
12 cents a can?
It's almost as good as you can buy.
Almost as good?
Eat it. Go on.
Well, it tastes good.
Yeah, thank you. Here, have another.
No, thank you, no.
Oh, one's not enough to feed infants. Now take it. How does a man exist without a woman looking after him? I could tell you're a single man. You are single, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
What did you do before this? What kind of work?
All kinds. You'll be surprised.
Oh, Mr. Hooper's coming.
He is he? Wait until I put his name down in my little black book. Squire Hooper.
Hello, Mr. Hooper.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hooper.
How do you do, Miss Ellis?
Walked right by. He usually sits here for a few minutes. I hope he's not angry.
Give me another popover.
Oh, yes, Mr. Hooper. Oh, we must get back to the store. Lunchtime is over.
All right, let's.
Only one more flight, Mr. Higgins, then we'll be there.
I hope so. My feet hurt. I've had a hard day at the store today.
Well, it's after hours and the store's closed now, and you're on your own. Does your finger still hurt?
A little.
I can't understand how you've never been in the automat before.
I've never thought of it. I could sue them getting my finger caught like that.
Higgins, tell me the truth. Was the manager right? Did you try and get that blueberry pie without putting in a nickel?
I tell you, I did put in a nickel, but I went to get coffee and somebody must have sneaked the pie out. It was their responsibility to give me another piece of pie, and I would have gotten it, too, if you hadn't interfered.
Oh, here we are, the door to the roof.
Well, what's this?
Oh, this is the meeting, our meeting of store employees.
Hello, baby. You're late. Who's this?
Oh, Joe, this is Mr. Higgins. He started in the store today.
Welcome, brother.
Mr. Higgins, this is Joe O'Brien. He hung up the dummy of John P. Merrick.
Yeah, made the front page of the Times, all right.
Did you see it, Mr. Higgins?
Yes, I saw it. Well, this is quite a pleasure, Mr. O'Brien.
Likewise, I'm sure. Well, come on, folks. We're about set to get started with the meeting.
Oh, come on, Higgins. Stop writing in your diary.
Huh? Oh, yes. Plenty of time for that, eh?
Oh, Mr. Higgins.
Why, Elizabeth. You here, too?
Well, of course. And I knew you'd join us. I could tell it the minute I saw you.
Yes, you could, of course, couldn't you?
Now, many of you are here for the first time, and you'd probably like to know more about it. Well, we're not professional agitators. I started in the Neely store 6 years ago as a packing boy and worked myself up to assistant section manager. Now, what we want is what...
Excuse me, Joe.
Huh?
If I may, I'd like to show you a practical case of what we're fighting for.
Why, sure. This is Miss Jones of Children's Shoes.
This is Mr. Higgins. Tom Higgins. How old are you, Mr. Higgins?
53.
He's 53. That's not very old. He came to work this morning in children's shoes without the few cents in his pocket to buy his lunch. And do you know how he got his lunch? From another employee, sharing a few crusts she brought, which were hardly enough for herself. Look at him. 53 years of age. And nothing to eat. And in a few more years he'll be let out. White-haired and friendless. With no one to turn to except charity. And the poorhouse.
Mr. Higgins, please, take your seat.
Oh, Mr. Higgins, you were so wonderful.
Well, I didn't do anything.
Oh, but you did. You were so brave, standing up there. My heart cried for you. What you need is someone to care for you. To keep you from going to the poorhouse.
Yes, I do. I never thought about it in just that way before, Miss Elizabeth. But you're so right. You're so wonderfully right, my dear.
Isn't this a divine city? Is there anywhere in the world as divine as Coney Island on Saturday afternoon?
Well, maybe, Liz, but it's too crowded to go look for it.
Higgsy, are you having fun?
Fun? Yes, indeed.
Oh, I knew I'd forgotten something. There's a hot dog, Nana. I'll get us some and be right back.
Well, I think I'll go for a swim.
Nobody's going to be watching you, so don't choke. Off and swim down to Montauk.
See you at Frankfurter time in old Coney Island.
I guess you love that young fellow, eh?
Sort of. You know, Mr. Higgins, I've never even thought of what it would be like not to see him anymore. And that's probably the test of it. Why, if I thought I'd never see him again, I don't think I'd care if I lived or died.
I guess that must be love.
Oh, it isn't so hard to find, Higgins. Don't you find it when you look at Elizabeth?
Well, I don't know, Miss Jones. You see, I've only been looking at her for a few days.
But you must see something in her eyes.
Well, I suppose I must. What could it be?
Isn't it kind of soft, like moonlight? Doesn't it bounce back at you and give you kind of a hot foot inside when you see her looking at you like that?
Well, my dear, I think I'll go for a swim. What does one do?
Well, one goes up to the bathhouse, rents a suit, and one dunks, doesn't one?
I suppose one does. Yes, I suppose one does. I beg your pardon, but I was wondering if I could find out whether my clothes are in your bathhouse.
Did you take them off here?
I don't exactly remember.
Where's your locker key? That has our name on it.
I don't seem to have a key. I've been walking about for hours.
Does this look like the place?
Well, I rented this suit. Can you tell me if it's yours?
No, brother. That ain't ours. That's a pretty cheap suit.
Not yours, eh? Well, thank you.
Yeah? Ain't never seen yous before. You don't belong in this bathhouse. Right down the line.
Thank you. How many more bathhouses are there around here?
Oh, a couple hundred, maybe.
I've got a big bargain for you, son.
Huh? What's your gag? Hey, what you want? This is a cigar store, not a pawn shop.
My watch. It's quite good. You can have it for $1. It's solid gold.
Solid gold, huh? I'll take it back and bite it. Wait here.
Hey, so you see, Sergeant, I find this character in a cigar store, and he's trying to sell his watch to the clerk. When I questioned him, he said he wanted the money to call his chauffeur. And besides that, he says he got the watch from the governor. I thought that was suspicious.
It's suspicious enough for me. Lock him up.
There he is. Higgsy, keep your chin up. We'll get you out.
I'll say we will.
Mr. Higgins.
Hey, what is all this?
These are my friends, sir. Now, we'll see. We'll see if you can lock up an innocent man.
Now, let's get this straight, Sergeant. I'm a free American citizen. And under the Constitution, I've got my rights. And I say to you... Hey, well, what if it did cost us our last $10? We got you out of jail, didn't we?
Yes, Joe. You talked him right out of it.
Yeah, well, I'm sleepy. I got sand in my sock. And the subway's so crowded.
Lie back, honey. We'll be home soon.
Oh. Look at him. Higgins and Liz. It's like turtle doves.
Turtle dove yourself. By the way, when did you ever see any turtle doves?
Well, it's just an expression.
Put your arms around me. Stop worrying about turtles.
Elizabeth,
Yes, Tom.
I want you to tell me something.
What is it?
Didn't Hooper ask you to this picnic today?
Yes, he did.
Tell me, why did you go with me instead?
Well, you see, Mr. Hooper is the executive type. And you, well, you're sort of helpless. You need someone to look after you.
He's the executive type, and I'm helpless.
Now, don't be offended. People can't tell on themselves. But that's the type you are.
For heaven's sake.
I don't like the executive type.
What you can see in him is beyond me.
Well, he asked me to marry him during the clearance sale.
Did you ever consider it?
To be honest, I did.
Well, why didn't you?
Well, I didn't know whether I loved him. Maybe I'd be marrying him for his money.
Has he got money?
He makes $55 a week. But I don't see how a woman can marry a man with money. She'd always feel that maybe she'd married him not for what he was, but for what he had.
That's torn it.
Oh, dear me, this is our station. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Oh, good night, you two.
Wake up, Joe. Wake up. They're getting off. Say something.
Huh? Oh. Hey, Higgins forgot something.
Couldn't you say goodnight? What's the matter with you?
Oh, well, Higgins forgot a card. Fell out of his pocket on the seat.
Well, give it to me. I'll get back to him in the morning. What is it, anyway? Oh, to whom it may concern. Thomas Higgins is employed in a confidential capacity and is accountable only to me, Arthur Davies, head of personnel, Neely's department store.
What's that?
Oh, no. Not Higgins. Not a spy. A dirty spy.
Well, our friend Higgins seems to be a little late this morning. Probably drinking last.
Oh, he only had 3 beers.
You were with him yesterday?
Yeah. No. Mary and Joe. No, just Tom and I. And Mr. Higgins and I, we went to the beach. He asked me before you did, really.
Yeah. It's perfectly all right. Ah! And who have we here?
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Mr. Higgins. I mean, Tom.
We're a little late this morning, aren't we?
Oh, are you late, too?
You are a little late this morning.
Yes, I am.
And why, may I ask?
Because I overslept. I was tired.
Oh, that's a novel excuse.
Well, it's the truth.
I don't like the tone of your voice.
And I don't like the tone of yours.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Another employee of the store. That's all. And a darn poor one at that.
You know what's going to happen to you? You're going to be fired.
I'm going to be fired. Now, let me tell you something. You're going to be fired. How do you like that, huh?
Why, Higgins, and I thought you were a company spy.
Me, a spy?
oh, my goodness. This is revolution. Never in all my years at Neely's. Oh, never. Oh, great. The world is going crazy.
Oh, look, that's my Joe.
What's the matter?
Now we'll see. All right, over here, gentlemen. Here's another dangerous character.
Oh, company detectives, they've got my Joe.
Hey, what's going on here?
Take this one, too. His name is Higgins. He's in on the plot.
Come on, Higgins. Grab him, Louise.
Come along quietly, Mr. Higgins.
Come on now, all of you. The general manager wants to see you.
Take your hands off of me.
Diplet, Higgins. The coffers are putting the muscle on you.
Where are you taking
To
us?
the general manager's office.
Is this how he makes people come to his office?
Come on.
Whoop!
Oh, Mr. Higgins, they can't do this.
I'll say they can't. Wait till I get that general manager.
Shut up and come on.
All right, Allison. So you're the general manager, eh? Now, let me tell you something, sir. I've observed firsthand how you discharge your responsibility. Can't you see that dealing with people the way you do is the reason for this civil war around here? I've worked with these people. They've got rights. You bumble-witted idiot.
Oh, Tom, it's wonderful what you're doing. And me thinking you were a spy. Well, you'll never be sorry. Let them fire you. As long as I have a breath in my body, you'll never go hungry.
Yeah, Miss Allison. Take these people and throw them out in the street. And then you, Miss Fourble, make out discharge slips for everyone on the 5th floor. You can't do that to us.
Oh, I can't, eh, Higgins?
No, you can't. And my name isn't...
Yes.
Don't argue with him, Higgins.
Don't argue with him. I'll say I won't argue with him. I'm going to fire him. I'm going to fire the whole pack of them.
Oh, Higgsy, you're overdoing it.
Fire us, huh? First you come in here with a persecution complex. And now you've got delusions of grandeur. Throw him out.
Oh, my.
He thinks he's J.P. Merrick himself. Throw them all out.
Just a minute, Mr. Allison.
Wait, stop. I'll show you who is J.P. Merrick. I'll show you.
Oh, relax, Higgsy. It's easier when you hit the sidewalk. Well, you said they couldn't, but they did. Where did you land, Higgsy?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, one of these days we're going and throwing them out.
I'm going back and do that now.
Thomas, you come right here this instant.
Oh, me?
Yes. Stop writing in that little black book. We're on our way to get married. After all, who are we to keep the mayor waiting? Mr. Higgins, where are you taking me?
I'm taking my bride home. Upsy daisy.
Oh, my goodness.
I've got to carry you over the threshold.
You put me down this instant. Oh, this is where you live. This is the mansion of the old monster himself, J.P. Merrick. Oh, I don't want to spend my honeymoon in jail.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Merrick.
Good evening, George. Dinner for two this evening. And by the way, George, this is Mrs. Merrick. Get some clean rice, George. One only gets married once.
Merrick? Mr. Merrick? You're not Higgins?
No, my dear. I'm J.P. Merrick in the flesh.
Oh!
Turn down a bed, George. Mrs. Merrick has fainted.
It isn't that I mind you being J.P. himself, or me being Mrs. J.P. What about all our friends?
Have you forgotten my little black book, darling? We're going down tomorrow and spend the first day of our happy honeymoon getting things straightened out at that store. And I mean straightened out. After all, my dear, they can't push people like us around, eh?
Oh, no, Thomas. I mean, J.P. Oh, I mean...
Darling.
Darling.
Yes.
The Devil and Miss Jones, starring Charles Coburn and Virginia Mayo, has been a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Theater. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town.
Extra hero about blind justice. Steve Wilson's headline story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, used in the homes of 40 million Americans. Extra.
Yes, Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town, the headline stories of a great city, dramatically reported by Steve Wilson, fighting managing editor, whose creed, as with all great newspaper men, is emblazoned on the masthead of the Illustrated Press.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, and guard it well.
Now, Big Town, and tonight's headline story of blind justice. The spirit of justice is personified in the figure of a woman, blindfold, armed with a sword of authority and holding high the finely balanced scales of right and wrong. And Steve Wilson's story for tonight deals with just such a measure of good and evil, and had its beginning in an unpretentious house in a residential section of Big Town.
Yes, just a minute, please. I'm coming.
Hi, lady.
Oh, just a minute. I'll switch on the porch light for you.
Never mind turning on the light, lady. Where's Mike Barton?
In the parlor. Please come in.
No, thanks. Get him out here on the porch.
Who is it, Anna?
A man to see you, Mike. He won't come in.
Oh, who'd be wanting to see me at this time of night?
Hi, Barton.
Oh. Anna?
Yes, Mike. What's wrong?
Go in the parlor, Anna. Go in the parlor and close the door.
Oh, Mike. Not more trouble. Not more trouble, Mike.
Anna. Please go in the parlor and close the door.
All right, Mike. But don't let him make you lose your temper and do something you'll regret.
That's good advice, Barton. Who's it, dame, your wife?
No, me sister. And I'll thank you not to be calling her a dame.
Okay, Barton. Pull in your horns and listen to what I gotta tell you.
If you're from that chiseling outfit run by Knuckles Malone, I'll have none of your threats.
The big man's tired of sending little boys out to threaten you, Barton.
Then what have you come out here for?
To make with the last proposition.
Proposition, is it?
Yeah.
I'll hire none of Malone's cutthroats on any construction job I'm foreman of. And I'll not kick back any part of their pay to the likes of him, and you can tell him that.
That's your last word, Barton?
It's me very last word.
You said it. You said it.
Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Steve, the Lorelei, your favorite crime reporter. Your hunch was right on that Mike Barton murder out here in Willowdale.
Good grief. The same Mike Barton who was beaten up by hoodlums here in Big Town last month, Lorelei?
Yeah, Steve. He was another construction foreman.
Well, that could mean Knuckles Malone and his building trades racket.
Yes, but try and prove it. There are no witnesses to the shooting who can identify the killer.
What about Barton's sister? Our local correspondent phoned she was in the house at the time of the shooting.
He didn't have all the facts, Steve, and I'd rather not give them to you over the phone. Could you come out here before you make a move to pin this murder on Malone?
Of course, if you think it's important.
I think it's very important, Steve, but I can't explain on the phone. Make it as quick as you can.
Okay, Lorelei. What's the address?
The last and only house on Willow Lane. And please hurry.
Well, we'll find it. I'll pick up Harry the Hack and be out there on the double.
Say, boss.
Say it, Harry.
How come we are hightailing it way out here into the sticks, practically?
Well, Miss Kilburn has run into something on the killing of a construction foreman who lived out here, Harry.
Uh-oh.
Watch for a turn into Willow Lane. Should be along here on the right.
Check, boss. Here it is.
Oh, good. Lorelei phoned. It was the house at the end of this lane, Harry.
Looks like it's the only house, which makes it a somewhat underdeveloped overdevelopment, if you get what I mean.
Yes. No wonder the local police couldn't find a single witness to the murder.
End of the lane, boss. And there's the house right under the trees.
Well, this must be it, Harry. There's Lorelei's press car standing in the drive.
Hey, you want for me to wait or haul back to Big Town?
You better wait a few minutes, Harry. I'm sure there's a Big Town angle on this killing, and I may need you to help check on it.
Okay, boss. Me and old Bess will be ready and rearing to go, to say nothing of my trusty monkey wrench.
Good. I'll be out in a few minutes. Huh. Strange. The local police hadn't left a man here to guard the house.
That you, Steve?
Oh, yes, Lorelei. Where's the local law?
They've taken Barton's body to headquarters and seem to think there's nothing more to do here. Come on in and I'll explain why I called you.
As I gathered, you couldn't talk over the phone.
I didn't want to frighten Mike Barton's sister, Steve.
Good grief. Did the police leave her here alone in this isolated house, knowing she's the only witness to a brutal gang slaying?
Yes, but you'll see why in a moment. But I think we should get her out of here.
Oh, definitely. And I can't understand the police leaving her unguarded if there's the slightest chance of her being able to identify the killer, Lorelei.
That's why, Steve. She can't identify the man who came to see Mike Barton and shot him to death on his own doorstep.
But over the phone, you said she opened the door, spoke to the man before her brother came out and asked her to go in the parlor.
Yes, Steve, but the catch is she...
Oh. Miss Kilburn, is that your Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Miss Barton. Now you'll get what I mean, Steve.
Won't you ask him to come into the parlor?
In just a minute. Would you mind getting your things and being ready to go?
Must I go, Miss Kilburn? I haven't been out of this house in many years. Is it really necessary?
Well, just for a few days, Miss Barton, until we can locate your other relatives.
Will I be able to come back for poor Mike's funeral?
Yes, of course. And now, if you'll just get your things, you can tell Mr. Wilson your story on the way to Big Town.
All right, Miss Kilburn, I'll go get me things.
Good heavens, Laura. Blind.
Yes, Steve. Completely blind. We know it, and the police know she can't possibly identify her brother's killer, but...
Yes, I didn't realize it at first. She doesn't look or act blind.
And that's why I think we ought to get her out of here, Steve.
Yes, she fooled me for a minute, and the killer may think she can identify him. Try to silence her if we get too close to the truth in trying to link Barton's murder to Knuckles Malone and his building trades racket.
Exactly. And I think we better get her to a safe place before we go after Malone.
Yes, Loreline, your apartment couldn't be a better place.
Couldn't Harry take her there in his cab?
No, I want Harry to watch this house for the next few hours while I try to stir up a hornet's nest in Big Town.
What about me?
And I want you to stay with Miss Barton until I can give Knuckles Malone enough rope to hang himself for this crime.
Thus, Steve takes steps to protect the innocent before setting a trap for the guilty. And in a moment, we'll return for the swift-moving developments.
Extra, extra, he roll about it. Doctors make amazing report. He roll about it.
Yes, leading doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy Health Soap gets skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy.
Get skin cleaner.
So refreshing.
Get skin cleaner.
Lifebuoy.
Get skin cleaner.
It's milder too.
Doctors proved it.
Lifebuoy with its purifying ingredient.
Get skin cleaner.
Yes, get skin cleaner.
Stops BO, too.
As no other leading soap can do.
Yes, it's a fact. Doctors proved it. Lifebuoy with its purifying ingredient gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Cleaner than any other leading soap. The cleaner you get your skin, these doctors found, the safer you are from BO. Doctors compared the effects of daily baths with different soaps in 820 scientific tests. These tests prove Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Refreshing, mild. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Get Lifebuoy right away. Now, back to Big Town and Steve Wilson's timely and ironic story of blind justice. Fearing the racketeers behind the brutal gang killing of a construction foreman may not know the only possible witness against them is their victim's blind sister, Lorelei has taken Anna Barton to her apartment for safety, while Steve sets a trap for the killers. But meanwhile, in the warehouse offices of the so-called Big Town Supply Company...
Yeah, come in. Hi, Knuckles. Spinny says you want to see me.
I'll say I do. Where you been all night?
Showing myself around the spots in case anybody starts asking about the blood out of that Barton dope.
You're the dope. Take a look at this story in the early edition of the Illustrated Press.
So what? Ain't that racket-busting Wilson been trying to pin something on you for months?
Yeah, and maybe this time he's got a chance.
How come?
Read the story, you dope, or maybe you're so dumb you can't read. Give me that rag. Now listen to this. Mike Barton's sister opened the door and the killer asked to see her brother, who came to the door, sent his sister into the parlor, and a moment later was shot to death.
All right, so what? Look, she didn't turn on the light, and I had my coat collar turned up, my hat pulled down. I tell you, the dame never got a good look at.
Maybe good enough for the cops to pick you up for her to identify.
Well, there ain't no description there in the
Now
paper.
listen, stupid. The cops don't hand out everything they've got. And that guy Wilson don't print everything he knows.
All right. How about me blowing south for a while till Wilson and the cops get tired chasing themselves around in circles?
Like nothing. You're going to clean this thing up.
How?
You're going to get hold of that Barton dame and shut her mouth. Now. Tonight.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Knuckles. That dumping Willowdale's liable to be crawling with cops.
You get back out there and case the layout. Watch for a chance to throw a slug through a window and get that lippy dame.
Well, suppose I get picked up.
Well, if you get picked up, you take the rap. And you try tying me to Barton's rubout, and your old lady and your whole crummy family will end up in the drink. Now get out of here and clam that dame. Yeah, come in.
Hello, Malone.
Wilson, what do you want?
I just happened to be passing your warehouse, saw a light here in your office, and thought I'd drop in and see what's giving you insomnia.
Oh, yeah?
Yes. You mind if I sit down?
Yeah, I do mind. Beat it, Wilson. Go peddle your lousy illustrated press.
Well, the news we print takes care of that. I see you have a copy of our early edition. You find anything interesting?
Yeah, the comics. You and them hand me a laugh.
I wonder if you laugh when they strap you in the chair.
Now listen, Wilson. You and your paper been trying to pin a racket rap on me for months, and I'm warning you, lay off.
How many times does the rattlesnake rattle before he strikes?
One of these days you're going to find out if you don't lay off me and my company.
Oh, yes, that's right. You're a company, not a gang.
Yeah.
Knuckles Malone, president. Ginny Lawson, treasurer, in charge of shakedowns. JoJo, secretary of kickbacks on material. A sales force of sluggers and muggers, and general manager of...
Now listen, Wilson, you print that...
And you
now...
can sue the illustrated press. Now, don't you take your cases to court. Only to the morgue, like the body of Mike Barton.
Barton?
Yes, Mike Barton.
What do you think you've got, Wilson?
Well, frankly, what I think I have isn't half as important as what you think I might have.
Well, you ain't got a thing, or you wouldn't have come here without your pal Callahan, a homicide.
Well, if that's a comforting thought, make the most of it.
Get out of here, Wilson. You ain't needling me into nothing.
What's the matter, Malone? Are you worried about this rub out after so many others? Worried about that witness who talked to your trigger boy?
I got nothing to worry about. I got plenty alibis.
Well, then relax. Quit watching that phone on your desk as if you expect it to ring any minute.
Beat it, Wilson. Beat it, or so help me
Quit
out.
bluffing, Knuckles. I know all about you. You haven't used your fists on anyone since you cracked your knuckles, broke your hands on another foreman who wouldn't play your dirty game years ago.
Don't count on that, Wilson.
All right, start swinging.
Now, look.
I think I'd almost be willing to break my hands on you.
No, Wilson. You don't needle me into no assault rap.
I wouldn't be interested in anything that wouldn't put you away for life.
Well, keep after me, and maybe you'll get it.
You better answer your phone, Knuckles. Maybe important. This is your big night.
Yeah, maybe it's your big night. Yeah.
Knuckles, it's me, Trig.
Yeah.
The Barton Dame's Cornhouse is closed up.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. And I got a notion the cops have got her on ice, and I better land.
I got a notion they ain't. And I got another notion. You better come back here and help me find out where that dame is.
How are we going to do that?
I got a guy right here in the office who talks like he knows something, and he's going to tell us.
Who you got?
That newspaper guy, Wilson. And I've got the notion he's crossing his cop pals for a scoop and knows where the Barton dame's hiding, if he ain't actually hid her himself.
What if he won't talk?
Well, if he ain't talked by the time you get here, we'll learn him how.
Okay. Give me 20 minutes to get there.
Get here and bring a blackjack.
Sorry, Malone. I don't think I care to wait for the treatment.
Hold it, Wilson. Hold it and sit down.
Oh. So now we come to guns.
Yeah. My knuckles may be busted, but my trigger finger is just itching to let you have a load of lead.
That wouldn't help you find Anna Barton?
No. But if you haven't spilled where you've got her before Trig and his blackjack get here, you're going to get a beating maybe you won't live to remember.
Miss Kilburn. Miss Kilburn?
Oh, Miss Barton. Try to get some sleep. It's 3:00.
Oh, I can't sleep, Miss Kilburn. I'm thinking about poor Mike and worrying about you and your nice Mr. Wilson. You've been so kind to let me stay here in your apartment.
I'm glad you're here and not in that isolated house, but don't worry about Steve Wilson, Miss Barton. He can take care of himself. So, don't worry.
But you're worried. I heard you out here in the living room, pacing up and down. You're mighty fond of him, aren't you?
Yes. Doggone it. Oh, that may be Steve. Steve?
Sorry, Miss Kilburn. It's only me, Harry the Hack.
Oh, Harry, well, have you heard from Steve?
No, I ain't, Miss Kilburn, but I got something you ought to know.
He went to see Knuckles Malone in the hope of needling him into showing his hand in this Barton killing.
Holy moly, maybe he's in the middle of something.
Well, what makes you think so, Harry?
Of course, I hung around that Barton guy's house in Willowdale like the boss said to do, see? And about an hour ago, a car stopped in a lane and a guy cased the place and hauled to Big Town with me and judicious pursuit.
Where'd the man go in Big Town, Harry?
That is the fly in the ointment, Miss Kilburn. He hightailed it straight for that supply house on South Street that Malone uses as a front for his shakedown rackets.
Good heavens, and Steve may be there right now. Where are you, Harry?
I'm phoning from an all-night dog wagon about a block from the warehouse.
Harry, cruise around and see if my press car is parked in the neighborhood. Steve took it after he dropped Miss Barton and me here at my place.
Okay, Miss Cooper. If I find a press car, we'll know the boss is probably in a warehouse and in a jam, which will require some assistance of a knocker nature.
Now, wait a minute, Harry. Please don't crash into that rat's nest just armed with a monkey wrench. I'm calling Inspector Callahan, and I'll be down there on the double.
Come on, you slug. Where you got that Barton dame? Come on, Wilson, talk. Spill it or I'll slap you silly.
Go ahead. Hold it, Trigg. Give him a minute to think it over. Rest your arm.
Don't worry, Knuckles. I can keep swinging on this slug all night.
I said hold it a minute. Now listen, Wilson.
I'm strapped to this chair. Don't have much choice.
I'll make a deal with you.
I'm listening. But if you're still offering your lip-chewing gunsel as the rap boy in the Barton killing, it's no go.
What's that? What's that double play?
Don't be a dope, Trigg. He's trying to cross us up.
Sounds like you've been trying it on me.
Well, what do you expect?
What's the deal, Knuckles?
Relax, Trigg. I was just going to give this dope a chance to get out of this jam alive. But since he's tried to cross us up, I changed my mind. Go ahead and beat it out of him. He's good, but he can't take much more.
Okay. But don't get no ideas of selling me out, Knuckles. All right, straighten him up in that chair and let me go to work.
Lay off of the boss, you sap-slinging slug! Thanks, but watch it, Harry. Malone has a gun.
Yeah, Hacky. You swing that wrench on me and I'll tear you open with every slug in this rod.
Uh-oh. Sorry, boss. I guess I picked the wrong pigeon first.
It was a nice try, Harry, but don't risk a repeat performance on Malone. You better drop the wrench.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, Hacky. You knocked out my boy just when I needed him to do a little beating job on Wilson.
Mister, you are positively breaking our hearts, is he not, boss?
Lay off the gags and listen to me, Hacky.
Well, go ahead and talk, Malone. Mr. Wilson and me has got more time to spare than you got.
Meaning what?
Meaning Harry trails your stupid gunsel here and doesn't make a habit of crashing a rat's nest without inviting the police in for the showdown.
Check and double check, boss.
Well, in that case, we ain't got much time, so you're taking my boy's place. Now get to work on Wilson with that monkey wrench you're so handy with. Go on, Hacky. Slug him until he talks.
Thus, Steve and Harry are caught in a murderous cover-up. In a moment, we'll come to the exciting climax of tonight's story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Doctors have proved it. Yes, doctors have proved it. Not just once, but time after time in 820 scientific tests. Here is the news. Lifebuoy Health Soap, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner in your daily bath. Cleaner than any other leading soap. The cleaner you get your skin, these doctors found, the safer you are from BO. So be on guard. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner than any other leading soap. Gives lasting after-bath protection 24 hours a day. So bathe daily with Lifebuoy. Refreshing, mild. Lifebuoy gets skin cleaner. Get Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town. And to Steve Wilson and Harry the Hack as they face a showdown with a killer in tonight's story of Blind Justice.
Go on, Hacky. Work on Wilson with that monkey wrench until he talks.
Well, look, Malone, if you would leave me elucidate,
You better go ahead, Harry. Malone is getting nervous. He's listening for the sound of a squad car siren.
Oh, yeah? Well, I still got a notion you crossed your cops' pals on this deal to get a scoop for your lousy illustrated press, Wilson.
Well, that same notion has sent smarter killers than you and your gunsel Trigg to the chair.
Clam up, Wilson. I only want one thing out of you. Where's that Barton dame that can identify Trigg as the guy that knocked off her brother?
Suppose I told you Anna Barton never saw your gun, boy.
Don't give me that. She opened the door. She talked to the dope.
Even so, suppose I told you Anna Barton wasn't able to give one single solitary clue as to the identity of the man who murdered her brother.
I'd say you're a liar, and I'm going to get the truth out of you. Go on, Hacky. Start marking Wilson up with that monkey wrench.
Well, look, Malone, as I was about to elucidate, one conk with this noggin knocker and nobody talks for hours. For example, your guns are laying over there on the floor like a salted mackerel.
If you knock Wilson out before he spills where he's got that Barton dame hid, I'll chop you up with this rod.
Go on, Harry. Can't be much worse than Trigg's blackjack.
Oh, look, boss, why don't you tell him where the lady is? By now, Miss Kilburn has got to Inspector Callahan, and Malone has got about as much chance of getting out of this stump as a fly has getting out of a barrel of molasses.
Quit stalling. Quit bluffing. Come on. Start swinging, Hacky.
Go on, Harry.
Wait a minute, Harry.
What? Who's the dame, Wilson?
Lorelei, why didn't you stay out of here?
Sorry, Steve. I thought I'd better come in with that stitch in time to save you boys 9. And try to convince Mr. Malone that Inspector Callahan and his homicide squad are in the process of covering every rat hole in this warehouse.
Don't give me that. Callahan wouldn't have let no dame walk in here alone. Who are you, sister?
Not your sister, thank heavens, and I didn't wait for Inspector Callahan's permission to come in here.
You hadn't ought to done it, Miss Kilburn. This Malone character's got a strictly one-track mind and thinks that gun in his mitt is a magic wand.
And it's going to get me out of here, and this dame is just what the doctor ordered. All right, come on, Kilburn. Unstrap Wilson, and we're going out the back way to a place where he can tell me all about that Barton dame without his pal Callahan busting in.
Hey, what about your gun, boy? We gonna leave him here for Callahan?
No. You knocked him out, so you're going to carry him. Go on, Kilburn. Take the straps off of Wilson.
All right. Are you badly hurt, Steve? Can you walk?
Yes, I can manage. Hit the floor when I give the word.
Wait, Steve. Callahan's boys must be outside by now, closing in.
Now get away from him, Kilburn. I'll get up and head for the door, Wilson. We're going down in the cellar and come out in the next block.
Knuckles.
Well, look who's coming out of the slug I give him. I must be slipping, boss.
Get Trigg on his feet, Hacky.
No, wait a minute. Let me take him, Harry. It'll be a pleasure, and he might be useful.
Who slugged me, Knuckles? Who slugged me?
Come on, gun boy, on your feet. Let's go.
Now you're getting smart, Wilson. And when we get where we're going, maybe you'll be smart enough to talk, huh?
Oh, I think we better have this out right here. Back of me, Lorelei. Dive, Harry.
You tricky slug. Break away, Trigg.
I can't, Knuckles.
Get away from in front of him.
I can't. Knuckles. He's all yours, Malone.
Give me a piece of him, boss.
Oh, Trigg's out of the play, Harry. Hold Malone while I get the
go.
gun out of his hand.
This'll hold him.
Nice swinging, Harry. Thanks very much.
Knuckles, get up, you slug. You got me in the stomach, you rat. No.
Watch that Trigg character, Steve. He's got a gun in his shoulder holster, and he's clawing for it.
Yes, wait a minute, Trigg. You need a doctor, not a gun. Thanks very much. I think ballistics will show this is the weapon that killed Mike Barton.
And to pin the crime on this murderous little rat and Malone who hired him to do it, the police won't need the testimony of Mike Barton's blind sister.
Blind? Blind? You mean a Barton dame was blind?
That's right. Stone blind.
Blind? She never saw me. That's a laugh, huh? Couldn't have put the finger on me, even if the cops picked me up. Blind, huh?
Yes, Trigg. Yours is the common case of the guilty fleeing when none could pursue. And blind justice being on the side of the victims of violence and greed.
So ends ended with the subsequent arrest and conviction of Knuckles Malone and his murderous gunsel, another exciting racket-smashing assignment of the newspaper career of Steve Wilson and his staff of the Illustrated Press. Now, before hearing about next week's story, here's Steve Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve Wilson, and it's great to be back. I speak for all of us on the Illustrated Press and for Big Town. We're proud to be on this splendid network, proud to be associated with one of America's great concerns, Lever Brothers Company. And in particular, its very fine product, Lifebuoy Health Soap. I believe in Lifebuoy. I've seen the proof of its superiority with my own eyes. It's used in the homes of 40 million Americans. I can say personally and emphatically that if there are any in our audience who do not use Lifebuoy Health Soap, there's something wonderful in store for them when they try it. We're all looking forward to a grand season. We appreciate very much your welcome back into your homes this evening. And so thank you and good night.
Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a hard-hitting story entitled Final Payment, another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of Fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauly as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilbourne, and was written and directed by Jerry McGill. And now, Big Town bids you good night until next Tuesday night, same time, same station, when you'll hear the newsboy calling...
Extra, extra, hero all about it. The story of Steve Wilson and Big Town, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, another fine lever product. Extra, extra.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Arrow News reporter with last-minute hit-the-spot news brought to you 4 times daily through the courtesy of Arrow Beer and Ale. The sharp bark of assassins' guns sounded above the thunder of artillery today and gave Europe grave new fears. A group of pro-Nazi Romanians shot and killed the premier of their pivotal Balkan state, armed Cănăscu. The assassins then attacked the Bucharest radio station and shouted what seemed to be a signal into the microphone. Quick action by Romanian guards restored order, and the government now announces that the nation is calm. If the murder of Cănăscu was intended to touch off a general revolt by the pro-Nazi Romanian Iron Guard, it apparently has failed. Advices from various Romanian embassies indicate the government is in control, and a military dictatorship is likely. Washington and the Berlin embassies both understand that General Ernst Barif has been named premier. The assassination came as all Europe followed Romania's position carefully, knowing that her oil and wheat are coveted by Hitler. The destruction of Poland has brought German and Russian troops almost to Romania's borders. For the moment, at least, Romanian developments overshadow the shifting of millions of soldiers on the Western Front. But after 5 days of lull, the Rhineland sector is again the scene of major developments. Nazi artillery is pounding French lines in the Saar and Vos sectors. An unofficial French communique admits enemy fire south of the Saarbrücken, but says that the day was generally calm. France has completed general mobilization with 6 million men geared for action. Apparently fearing a renewed French drive, now that mobilization is complete, the Germans opened fire with artillery. Neutral observers believe the barrage is intended to hold the Allies in check until German reserves complete their migration from Poland to the Western Front. Heavy German troop movements have been underway for 2 days. Behind the battle lines, all Europe looked eagerly to America as the historic debate on neutrality revision began. As expected, the president asked for repeal of the arms embargo in exchange for a policy of cash-and-carry munitions sales to belligerents. Great Britain warmly received the president's message, which, if carried out by Congress, will help the Allies. In Rome, meanwhile, fascist newspapers printed peace editorials believed aimed at Mr. Roosevelt and the American Congress. They suggested that the present moment might be the last chance to prevent a destructively long war. In Paris, Premier Daladier told his people that France, as well as Poland, has been marked for dismemberment by the Nazis. He spoke of German maps showing France amputated and said the Nazis are trying to incite treason in Alsace and Brittany. Daladier said Poland was destroyed by a deal made in advance by Germany and Russia. Simultaneously in London, England made public a blue book showing that as early as August 16th, the Nazis were confident that Russia would join them in splitting up Poland. This was 1 week before the German-Russian non-aggression pact was signed. Because of the fact that President Roosevelt's message to Congress was of such vital importance, and because thousands of Washingtonians were unable to hear the speech when it was broadcast over the Columbia Network this afternoon, WJSV will rebroadcast the entire speech from transcriptions beginning at 10:45 tonight. Here's a late bulletin from Bucharest, which states that General George Argenshaw, commander of the Bucharest Army Corps and former Minister of War, has been named Premier, replacing the slain Premier Amon Călinescu. Listen in again for the Arrow News Reporter, brought to you by the Globe Brewing Company of Baltimore at 10 o'clock this evening. And remember, when you order beer, be sure to ask for Arrow, the beer with the famous flavor. This is Columbia's station for the nation's capital. The following announcement is electrically transcribed.
All rumors about 1940 cars add up to this. Best Bets Buick. Your nearest Buick dealer can give you the inside story.
Prices on imported goods are going up. Furs, for example. Insurance rates for transporting furs from Central Europe have jumped 3,000%. Imagine the effect on fur prices. Zlotnik the furrier is prepared. Months ago, Mr. Zlotnik bought heavily of the choicest imported fur pelts. And now these gorgeous furs are available at Zlotnik's at original price levels. If you mean to buy a new fur coat, be forewarned by this good advice from Zlotnik the furrier. Now is the time to buy your furs. Gorgeous furs, original prices, at Zlotnik's individual terms. Zlotnik the furrier, at the sign of the Big White Bear, 12th and G Streets.
Presenting Harry McTighe, your good, rich sports reporter, with up-to-the-minute news from the world of sports. These programs are made possible by the cooperation of your local Goodrich dealers and Goodrich Silvertown stores. And now, Harry McTighe.
Thank you, Warren, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The New York Yankees took their third straight game from the Chicago White Sox this afternoon, winning out 5-2. The Yankees scored 5 runs off 10 hits. They made no errors. Chicago, 2 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error. Russell and Dickey, the battery for New York. Dietrich, Brown, and Tresh working for Chicago. Dietrich, the losing pitcher. Bill Dickey homered in the third inning with 1 on for the Yanks, and Joe Gordon in the third with nobody on. The Boston Red Sox beat the St. Louis Browns 6-2. Boston 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors. St. Louis 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. Galehouse and Desautel for Boston. Kramer and Horshany for St. Louis. Cronin homered in the 7th with 1 on for Boston. Kramer homered in the 3rd with nobody on for St. Louis. And Neighbors in the 7th with nobody on. The Detroit Tigers beat out the Philadelphia Athletics 7-6. Detroit 7 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors. Philadelphia 6 runs, 10 hits, 3 errors. Pippen, Rowe, Bridges, and York for Detroit, with Rowe the winning pitcher. Beckman and Hayes work for Philadelphia. Rudy York homered in the 8th with nobody on. The Cleveland Indians beat the Washington Senators 6-3. Cleveland 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors. Washington 3 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. Milner and Hensley for Cleveland. Bass, Carrasquel, and Farrell for Washington. Charlie Gilbert homered in the 7th with 1 man on. The Boston Bees and the Pittsburgh Pirates played a doubleheader this afternoon, with Pittsburgh winning both games. The first 6-4. Pittsburgh 6 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. Boston 4 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors. Johnny Gee and Sussy, the battery for Pittsburgh. Vigo, Callahan, and Macy working for Boston. In the second game, the Pirates scored 7 runs off 10 hits, made 1 error. Boston no runs, 8 hits, and 3 errors. Swigart and Mueller, the battery for Pittsburgh. Pozadel and Lopez working for Boston. Chuck Klein homered in the 4th with 1 on for Pittsburgh. The Chicago Cubs beat the New York Giants 9-3. Chicago, 9 runs, 14 hits, no errors. New York, 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Paso and Mancuso for Chicago. Lorman, Melton, Brown, and Denning for New York. Lorman, the losing pitcher. Hank Lieber homered in the first with 2 on for the Cubs. The Cincinnati Reds beat the Philadelphia Phils 8-3. Cincinnati 8 runs, 13 hits, no errors. Philadelphia 3 runs, 11 hits, 1 error. Derringer and Lombardi for Cincinnati. Paul Derringer getting his 23rd win of the season. For Philadelphia, it was Pearson, Kersick, and Warren. Pearson, the losing pitcher. Lonnie Fry homered in the 6th with 1 on. Brooklyn and St. Louis. The Brooklyn Dodgers are leading the St. Louis Cardinals 5-4 going into the last half of the 9th inning. Hamlin and Todd, the battery for Brooklyn. McGee started for St. Louis. He was relieved by Weiland in the 7th. Davis going in, Weiland in the 5th, rather. Davis in the 7th, and Padgett the catcher. Hamlin homered for Brooklyn in the 3rd with nobody on, and Slaughter in the 1st with nobody on for the Cardinals. Motorists, it's only once in a blue moon that you hear about a really unusual offer. And this is one of those times, a chance to get a miniature reproduction of your own license plate with keychain attached for only 10 cents. Believe me, this keychain is a hit clear across the country. It's going like wildfire. Motorists everywhere want it. In fact, at the Goodrich Arena at the New York World's Fair, where Jimmy Lynch and his daredevil drivers are performing, people are standing in line waiting to get these keychains. And here's how you can get one, too. Just mail a letter to the B.F. Goodrich Company, station WJSV, Washington, giving your name and address and license plate number, and enclose 10 cents in coin or stamps to cover cost of handling. There's no obligation, nothing to buy. Remember, this keychain has a miniature reproduction of your own license plate attached, made of brass with smooth corners with your own number. If you want to beat the rush, take my advice and mail your request to the B.F. Goodrich Company, station WJSV, Washington, with 10 cents in coin or stamps right away. Heavyweight champion Joe Louis has a great deal of respect for the man who went 11 rounds with him last night. The Brown Bomber describes Bob Pastor as a tough game opponent. He admits that Pastor's gameness and boxing skill had him puzzled until a crashing right-hand blow ended the scheduled 20-round battle in the 11th round. Lewis's co-manager, John Roxborough, says Pastor shook up the champion a bit in the 8th round. Pastor, outweighed by more than 15 pounds, made a surprising comeback after being floored 4 times in the first round and once in the second by Lewis's dynamite-laden fists. He did a little of the running and backpedaling that carried him through 10 rounds with Lewis 2 years ago. In the 8th, 9th, and 10th rounds, he forced the fighting, and in the 8th round, he even made Lewis cover up and retreat. The beating he took in the early rounds, however, robbed Pastor of his strength, and a whistling right-hander to the jaw early in the 11th round put him on the floor for the count. After the fight, promoter Mike Jacobs announced that Pastor would probably be matched with Max Baer this winter, and later he may meet Tony Galento for the doubtful privilege of fighting Lewis again. The New York Yankees are getting ready for their 4th straight World Series, but it won't seem like a World Series to any of the old-timers without old Iron Man Lou Gehrig anchored out there on first base. It wasn't so much that Lou was a colorful figure standing out there on the initial sack. It was more than that he was there giving the game all he had every minute, whether it was an exhibition or one of the many World Series games he's helped to win. None can deny that Henry Louis Gehrig left a good record behind him when he broke a skein of 2,130 consecutive games this year. His lifetime fielding average with the Yanks was .992, and his batting average was .338. He holds more records in the American League than we have time to tell you about. One was that he is tied with Babe Ruth in leading the league in home runs for 12 years. Gehrig was in Detroit on May the 2nd this year when he broke his Iron Man string, and significantly enough, old Wally Pipp was in the stands at Griggs Stadium that day also. And Wally Pipp, to use his own words, knew the Iron Horse when he was a colt. Pipp was as unhappy as Lou himself that day, even though he had cause to be jealous of Lou in former years. It was Pipp's job that Lou Gehrig took back in 1925 when the Yankees were grunting along in 7th place. It happened like this. One day, Pipp went into the clubhouse after batting practice and asked the trainer for an aspirin. Doc Wood suggested that Pipp take a rest that day, adding, "We'd let that kid Gehrig play first today." The kid did all right. He got in a couple of base knocks and had a perfect day in the field. He stayed in the next day and for many days thereafter. In fact, for 15 straight years. Gehrig had a couple of close calls, however, in maintaining his amazing endurance record. There was that time in Detroit when he was suffering from lumbago so badly that he wore an electric pad on his back until game time. He went into the game as leadoff man, sent a ball sailing over the second baseman's head. A runner was sent in, and Lou went home to bed. When he first went with the Yankees, he was making something like $2,000 a year. His top was $36,000. And all told, in 15 years, the Yankees shelled him $386,000 out of the money sack. Perhaps the Yanks don't need Lou Gehrig to help them win the World Series. They have some pretty classy hitters in DiMaggio, George Selkirk, Charlie Keller, and a half a dozen others. And besides, didn't they win the pennant hands down without him? Well, yes. But then his old friends miss Lou, and if you ask them, they'll tell you so. They hate to see any old-timer pass out of the picture. Gehrig, as you know, is suffering from a rare disease. The doctors say that he can be cured, but that he will never play ball again. He's still on the Yankee active player list and will remain on the payroll until the end of the season. After that, he may be used in some executive capacity with the club, although nobody wants to comment on that right now. Anyway, perhaps the highest tribute ever paid to Gehrig was by Clark Griffith, the owner of the Washington Senators. Griffith never had much love for the Yankees, as you may know, but once when he was asked to name an all-time all-star team, he reeled off a list of names and wound up with, and I'll take Gehrig. He's reliable. The Chicago Bears are monopolizing the ground-gaining brackets of the National Football League standings. The first standings issued today show 3 Bears at the top of the heap. Little Bob Swisher, the Bears halfback, handed everyone a surprise when he knocked off 85 yards in 8 attempts. Joe Manisi gained 84 yards in 14 tries. The freshman honors for the opening week of play was snagged by Bill Osmanski, who ticked off 64 yards in 10 dashes. Passing efficiency standings also showed a Chicagoan tied for top honors. Bernie Masterson completed 6 of 11 passes to rival Arnie Herber of the Green Bay Packers. However, Herber bested Masterson in yardage on passes by a margin of 138 yards to 129. Pass receivers were topped by Bob McChesney of Washington, who caught 4. Bill Smith of Chicago's Cardinals gained 83 yards on passes to lead that category. Smith also piled up 17 points to top the scorers. Ralph Kercheval of Brooklyn, Jack Manders of the Bears, and Smith each kicked a field goal. Gene Osterfer, St. John's High School coach, has been named coach of the Washington President professional football team. His appointment was announced today after Dick Nelson, former Maryland University star, was forced to turn down the coaching job. The Brooklyn Dodgers are on top of the National League football heap today. They are the only 2-game winners of the infant season. Last night, they handed the Cleveland Rams their second straight setback, 23-12, before 12,000 fans at Ebbets Field. Jack Dempsey, former heavyweight boxing champion, is going to referee at the boxing show presented by the Washington Society for the Blind. He has volunteered to referee the 5-round feature between Tony Novak, national amateur heavyweight champion, and Jimmy Deckard, district Golden Gloves champion. The boxing carnival will be presented at Griffith Stadium on Friday night, October the 11th. That's all for tonight. Thanks for listening, and so long.
Be sure to listen in again tomorrow night, same time, same station, for another sports review with Harry McTighe. And in the meantime, replace those worn, unsafe tires with good, rich safety Silvertowns with Lifesaver tread skid protection and Golden Ply blowout protection. Stop in at your nearest Goodrich dealer or Goodrich Silvertown store. They offer you your choice of 3 ways to buy. You can pay cash, open a liberal 30-day charge account, or make your own long, easy budget terms.
The next show, Let George Do It, was a detective drama that ran on Friday evenings from 1946 to 1954 on Mutual, and then on Monday evenings, usually at 8 p.m., although the time slot varied. Its last season, from 54 to 55, ran at 9:30 p.m. on Wednesdays. This particular episode, Island in the Lake, finds George Valentine, played by Bob Bailey, called to investigate a disappearance on a secluded island in a lake, and his attempt to find out if the missing person has been kidnapped, met with an accident, or has been murdered. Obviously, the show is targeted toward adult audiences. Next up is an interesting one, Abie's Irish Rose, a weekly NBC series that replaced the previous show, Knickerbocker Playhouse. It ran from January 1942 to September of 1944, and was eventually canceled due to listener complaints about the ethnic stereotypes on the show, specifically Irish and Jewish characters. The premise of the show is about the marriage between a Jewish man and a Catholic Irish woman, who are deeply in love and they elope together. And then they have to deal with the fallout that results between their respective families. The show was both a family drama and a soap opera, although I personally think it doesn't really fall into the latter category. It typically ran in the late afternoon, geared towards the ladies of the household. This particular episode, Abie Buys a New Jersey Store, was broadcast on January 13th, 1943. After that is the quiz show Beauty vs. Brains, broadcast from Atlantic City, New Jersey in the 1940s. The show ran in the early afternoons, again appealing to American housewives for the most part, much like TV quiz and game shows did during the 1960s through the 1980s. In this broadcast from September 2nd, 1947, the show's contestants feature the 1947 Miss American pageant contestants. There were a lot of very popular quiz and game shows on the radio in the 40s and the 50s, and even in the 30s, such as Information Please, Professor Quiz, Can You Top This, It Pays to Be Ignorant, Quiz Kids, aimed at younger listeners, Mind Your Manners, and many, many others. Next up is the adventure drama Bold Venture, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, which ran from 1951 to 1952. It ran from 9 to 9:30 p.m. on Tuesdays, again appealing to adult listeners. In this episode, Espionage and Murder in San Toma, Shannon Slate, played by Bogart, learns about a nuclear scientist who may defect, and then Sailor, played by Bacall, disappears. After that, we have Birdseye Open House, a.k.a. the Dinah Shore program, which ran on CBS and then later NBC from 1943 to 1946. A very popular variety program that featured Dinah singing, comedy skits, and guest stars once a week. It usually ran Thursday nights at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time and was geared towards the entire family. This episode was broadcast on May 11th, 1944, and guest starred the great Orson Welles. Note, I did have to cut Shore's musical arrangements for copyright reasons, and I'm sorry about that. So, all right, let's dive into these next few programs from a typical radio programming day during the golden age of radio. I'll see you on the other side.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. Danger is my stock and trade. If it's something you can't handle and it must remain strictly confidential, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I've worked very hard to get what I want out of life. A successful marriage. A husband who's highly respected in the community. Everything. Now, by one of her foolish whims, my own sister threatens to destroy all that. She's been missing for 2 days and must be found without any publicity. That's why I'm calling on you.
Calling on you instead of the police. Phone me this afternoon when my husband is sure not to be here. Tuxedo Lake, 673. I'll be at your office any time you say. Signed, Edith Wilder.
Tuxedo Lake, huh?
Uh-huh.
That little body of water's become very fashionable lately.
Oh, I don't want to sound grasping, George, but if the Wilders live on the exclusive island in Tuxedo Lake...
Yeah, I know, Brooksy. The fee could be a thing of beauty. All right, call Mrs. Wilder for an appointment at the office tomorrow morning.
After thinking it over, Mr. Valentine, I decided to bring Angela's husband with me.
Oh, Edith, you shouldn't have hired this man's services. Angela is free to do anything she chooses now.
Leave this to me, Walter. This is my sister's husband, Mr. Phillipson.
Phillipson?
How do you do?
My assistant, Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Do you mind if she takes some notes? So far, I'm in the dark about this whole thing.
Anytime you're ready.
It'll take just a few not very pleasant words. Angela's disappeared again. This time, there's every reason to believe it'll cause a scandal none of us will ever live down.
Oh, Edith.
Mrs. Wilder, just how old is your sister?
Well, she's 2 years younger than I am, 42. You'll get all the information you need, and I'm sure you'll know just how to proceed.
You may as well tell him the whole truth, Edith. As long as you've gone this far.
Walt.
Do you want me to put all this down, George?
No, Brooksy. I think we'll get to the point right now.
Look, Mrs. Wilder, what about the whole truth?
Oh, I wanted to avoid that.
You see, Mr. Valentine, I'm Angela's third husband.
Take it down from here, Brooksy.
Right, George.
The third man she's married through a matrimonial agency.
And now corresponding with another man before she's even divorced from Walter.
Oh, I see.
No matter what happens, it must never come out. You don't know how people are out at Tuxedo Lake. Even if my own husband found this house...
When I put the word confidential in my ad, Mrs. Wilder, I meant it. Now, Mr. Philliston, are you sure your wife was corresponding with another man?
Yes, I found a letter from him and his picture in a bureau drawer. I tore it up right in front of her face and threw it in the fire.
Well, that wasn't very smart. It might have helped you get a divorce without paying through the nose.
Oh, I realize that now.
What do you mean by that?
Last Monday I had lunch with Angela. She said she'd settle for $20,000 in cash in our house on Tuxedo Island.
And you mean you just shelled out $20,000 like that?
Yes, that same afternoon. It seemed the easiest way. She threatened to sue me for desertion if I left her and take all the money I have if she took me to court and tied up my contracts. And I'm a builder, you know, and it would cost me much more than that.
I just want you to bring Angela back here before she causes a scandal that will wreck all our lives.
Mr. Philliston, would you recognize the man in that picture if you ever saw him?
I can't be sure. I suppose so. I was so upset I don't even remember the name if there was one.
George, don't you think we ought to get the name of that marriage club?
I ought to know that. That's the way I met her. It's the Selby Friendship Club. Meet your companion for life.
The important thing is this, Mr. Valentine. Walter is staying with me and my husband on the island. So far, we only told Richard that Angela is off visiting some friends. It must remain that way.
Okay, I'll do my best. You'd better give me the keys to your place, Philliston. Maybe I can pick up a lead there.
Here you are. That's that. When a woman is just over 40, well over 60...
This is no time for you to feel sorry for yourself, Walter.
Here you are, Brooksy. Take these keys. I'll meet you on the landing at Tuxedo Lake in a couple of hours. Then we'll go over to Mr. Philliston's house.
Okay, George.
Well, what are you going to do, Mr. Valentine?
Pay a visit to the Selby Friendship Club. See what I can find out about Angela's unknown suitor. Now, Mr. Selby, I'm afraid I'm not mistaken.
I can't believe it, Mr. Valentine. Not Angela Kramer Holloway, Philliston.
Amazing how you remember the names of all her husbands. But, of course, you've been providing her with them for years.
Young man, I don't like your cynical tone.
So sorry. I guess I got out of the wrong side of the bed this morning.
The Friendship Club serves a very definite purpose.
Yeah, I know.
Bring together people with identical interests has proven much more successful than aimless courtships and haphazard romances. Our motto is meet your companion for life.
Such as Mrs. Angela Kramer Holloway Philliston.
Of course, there are exceptions.
All right,
but...
let's skip the spiel, Cupid. It stands to reason that if Angela got the romantic urge again, she'd patronize the Friendship Club, which gave us such excellent service in the past.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir. I know of no correspondence between Mrs. Philliston and any of my clients.
You sure about that?
In fact, Mr. Valentine, I tore up Angela's card in our files. After a year, I assumed she was blissfully united with that nice elderly Mr. Philliston.
Well, don't get a nervous breakdown, friend. You can always type another card. Now, look. You put out a bulletin, don't you, listing the different eager beavers bent on matrimony?
Yes, indeed, once every month.
Well, if I could get a hold of your latest bulletin, maybe Mr. Philliston could spot the man he saw in that letter.
Unfortunately, the new bulletin won't be off the press at the Bixby printers for another week. Then I shall be glad to let you see one.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, don't mention it. But if you think I'm just one of those fly-by-night marriage bureaus, you're sadly mistaken. I've spent 30 years bringing together people who thought they didn't have a soulmate in the world.
Goodbye, Mr. Selby.
Well, George, looks as though this trip to Philliston's house wasn't worth the boat ride across the lake.
Yeah, Angel. Everything neat as a pin inside there. Not a sign of violence anywhere.
Well, we don't have much to work on, do we?
Well, I thought I could get something out of Selby. That was a complete washout.
Oh, George.
Yeah, Brooksy?
May I say something? I mean, as a woman.
I wouldn't have you say it any other way.
Oh. Well, did you notice Mrs. Philliston's closets?
Oh. Like any other woman's? Why?
Stuffed to overflowing with furs, lined with dozens of dresses and racks of shoes.
Look, this is no time to comment on feminine extravagance, Angel.
Yeah, but how about feminine psychology?
Huh?
Well, members of our sex just don't leave all those frills and fripperies behind, especially when we're supposed to be running off with another man.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute, Brooksy. You got something.
Mm-hmm.
Look, get to a phone.
Okay, I saw one in the living room.
Call the Wilders. If Edith doesn't want to walk over here, ask her for a quick inventory of her sister's things.
Of course. She'll know if Angela took anything with her.
How do you like that? She can't just be missing. Nothing
Nothing
as simple
ever is, my friend.
Hey, where did you come from?
Who are you, one of Angela's friends? It's hard to tell. Sometimes they're young, sometimes they're old.
What have you got to do with Angela?
Oh, nothing. I'm just her son.
Son?
So you see, I speak with authority. Can I get your drink?
Well, if you're her son, aren't you at all concerned about what's happened to her since Monday?
I haven't been able to sleep one single night.
Now, that's obvious.
I have the greatest admiration for my mother and her assorted husbands. I'm Bud Kramer. I spring from Mama's #1 marriage club bargain. Are you going to be the fourth, Papa?
The name's Valentine. I'm here to see if I can find your mother.
Get out.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I said get out. If you never find her, it'll be the best break I ever got. This house will belong to me, and I'll come into some money.
If you don't stop sticking your chin in my face, son, I'm going to have to do something about it.
Oh, it's fine to have a mother you can respect. You know, you can always help her with her letters when she decides it's time for another husband. Well, didn't you hear me? Get out of here!
Let's not be a problem, huh?
Let go of my arm.
You'd better go upstairs and go to bed. You've had a busy night. You've been getting around today, too. Go on, sleep it off.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll sing myself to sleep with Brahms' lullaby. Or maybe I'll make it Mother McCree. Be sure to find my mother, will it? Tell her how much a little boy needs her.
George, who was that? What does he mean?
We'll get to him later. What did Edith say?
Well, it's the strangest thing, darling.
Yeah, what is?
Edith says apparently Angela didn't take a stitch of clothing with her. And you know that blue plaid dress hanging over the chair in her bedroom?
Yeah, I saw it.
Well, Walter said that was the one she wore the day he gave her the $20,000 and she disappeared.
With a towel around her or a bathing suit? Oh, no, Brooksy, this doesn't whack up at all.
Yeah, I know.
It's beginning to look more like something for homicide, not missing persons.
Well, Lieutenant Riley is just going to love us when we present him with this case.
Well, of course, we're not sure yet. Brooksy, I'm going to take one more stab at keeping this confidential.
Meaning?
A visit to Bixby Printers. I'd like to get a preview of next month's bulletin of the Friendship Club. I know Selby's bulletin hasn't come out yet, Mr. Bixby, but could I take a look at the advance proofs?
Well, I suppose I could do that for you. They're right over here.
Oh, we'll have them back in the morning. We just want someone to take a look at.
I take it, Mr. Valentine, you're from the police.
Well, let's just say I'm working with the police.
Well, okay, just so long I don't lose any time on the job. Yeah, they're right here in this file. I just had them out a couple hours ago. Selby called up and wanted something ripped out before he went to press.
George, that would be after you talked to him.
Yeah, I know. Look, Bixby, have you got that part Selby wanted left out?
Was there a picture of a man in it?
No, as I remember it, it was the listing of a lady. She must have changed her mind. Happens all the time. Sent the picture back to Mr. Selby by messenger. But, here's the copy that went with it, if you want to see it.
Yeah. Friendship Club member number 40. Young, attractive divorcee. Amiable, fun-loving, anxious to live life to the fullest. Major interests, good books, cooking, and so forth and so on.
Oh, that's a dead end.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Bixby, we'll have these back to you in the morning first thing. I'll get back, Brooksy.
You know, I'm beginning to feel like a Tuxedo Lake commuter. It's all very well to be exclusive, George, but I'd hate to make this trip to the island every time I came home late.
Yeah, it is kind of dark, Angel. But that green light way up ahead, that's the Philistine dock.
Say, what happens if Mr. Philistine doesn't recognize any of these Romeos in the bulletin as Angela's boyfriend?
Well, suspecting what we do, Brooksy, we'll just have to dump the case in Lieutenant Riley's lap tomorrow morning.
We won't be giving him much to work on, except our suspicions.
And the fact that when a woman walks around with $20,000 in cash, she just naturally... Hey, Brooksy, that motorboat coming toward us.
Well, they can see us. They've got their searchlight right on us.
Well, I can't see a thing with that glare.
Turn, George, turn. They're coming right at us.
I'm trying. What's the matter with you? Oh, can't you see it? Brooksy!
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about preparedness and that summer holiday. If you're planning a vacation trip with the family car, here's a suggestion from a whole group of service folks, the men at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations. Soon as you can, stop in, and they'll be glad to give your car a troubleshooting vacation check. It's no fun to be way out in the middle of nowhere with a broken fan belt or sparkless spark plugs or a radiator that wants to be a geyser. To guard against that kind of mishap on your vacation, get a bumper-to-bumper inspection before you leave. Comes the day you're ready to start out, make sure your car has its two best highway friends, Chevron Supreme Gasoline and RPM Motor Oil. Wherever your vacation takes you in the West, just keep in mind that the men at independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. A small outboard motorboat heading toward the island in Tuxedo Lake. Suddenly, out of the darkness roars a powerful motorboat, its searchlight blinding George and Claire. A sudden, terrifying crash as the boat upsets, leaving its shaken occupants to struggle ashore. And now, a few minutes later, in front of the fireplace in the Philliston home, George and Claire are trying to puzzle out just what they might have stumbled on in this strange case of Angela Philliston. Angela, still married but corresponding with a matrimonial club, and now missing for days.
Oh, George, this fire feels wonderful.
Yeah, it sure does. Well, there's one thing sure. Whoever just tried to feed us to the fish is right here on Tuxedo Lake.
Yeah, but what is it we know that we don't know we know?
Oh, Brooksy, at this point, I don't know from nothing. The three people might possibly want us out of the way are right here on this island. Bud Kramer, Angela's son, who hates his own mother.
Mr. Philliston, who got such a raw deal from Angela, the one and only time he used the services of the Friendship Club.
Yeah, that's right. And Sister Edith, who said she'd do anything to keep a breath of scandal from the swank shores of Tuxedo Island.
And all this doesn't exactly give you a comfortable feeling, does it?
Brooksy, before we see Lieutenant Riley in the morning, we're going to check every boat tied up around this lake. Hey, come here, Brooksy.
George, the Philliston boat.
Yeah, the Angela. Tied up right here in front of the house, as innocent as you please. And look at this big dent right here on her nose. All the paint scraped off.
Well, it looks more and more like it has to be one of those three.
Yeah.
Hey,
What the?
there's somebody out there in the lake, George.
Oh, what a night. Just hope whoever was using this boat tonight left the keys in it.
Valentine, I've told you, I went into the village to celebrate.
Sounds funny to me, Bud.
What have you got to celebrate with your mother missing?
Well, that's what I was celebrating.
Let's skip that routine.
I was feeling pretty good, so I thought I'd swim across the lake.
Clothes and all?
Seemed like a good idea at the time. Suddenly I had to prove to myself that I was a reasonable facsimile of a man.
Yeah.
Guess I'm not in very good shape.
How about this version, Bud? You tied up the Angela after you plowed into us, and you were swimming away from the island toward the shore.
Then you'd be in the clear.
I don't know what you two are talking about.
We'll see about that later. Now, you go upstairs to your room and stay there.
Look, you can't order me around.
I said go to your room.
Yeah, go to your room, buddy. I was a kid. Whenever I was in the way, Angela would say, go to your room, buddy. My adoring mother. Fun-loving. Anxious to live life to the fullest. Oh, where's my wondering mother tonight?
I can't help feeling sorry for that boy, George.
To tell you the truth, I wasn't listening to him very hard.
What?
These red flagstones in front of the fireplace.
Yeah, what about them?
Red stains on red flagstones wouldn't show up very clearly ordinarily, but the light of the fire brings them out.
Huh?
Look at them, Brooksy.
Is that blood?
Could be. This might be the sign of violence we didn't find when we went over this place before.
Well, if you're right, Lieutenant Riley will certainly have something to work on when we come back here in the morning.
And if I'm right, Brooksy, it means Angela Philliston was murdered.
All right, Valentine. Where are these bloodstains you dragged me out here to see?
But, George, they're gone.
Wait a minute, what is this? Someone scrubbed these flagstones clean during the night.
You don't say.
Oh, what a metal midget I turned out to be. I should have stayed right here while you went back to town, Brooksy.
But how could anybody know what we found?
Oh, well, at least I'm bright enough to know the answer to that one. Somebody knew every move we made last night.
Stop sounding like a bee picture. Next you'll be talking about trap doors and hidden passages.
Oh, that's not fair, Lieutenant.
I get dragged out of bed. I bring the best men in the department out here with me. They dredge the lake, and all they're coming up with is some ordinary strap.
All right, Riley. Give me a chance to think, will you?
Hayes here. Look at him. One of the best men in our lab, crawling around on his knees like a charwoman, looking for something that isn't here.
I'll be through here in a minute, Lieutenant.
Oh, I can't thank you enough for that bracing, invigorating trip across the lake, Valentine, but I've got better things to do with my time!
Lieutenant, somebody tried to run us down on the lake last night, and he was using Philistine's boat.
Lieutenant.
Yeah, what is it, Hayes?
These red particles between the cracks in the floor here. They might mean something.
All right, be careful with those, Hayes. Very careful.
Got 'em in this bottle. You want to initial the label, Lieutenant, in case we ever need it for evidence?
Yeah, sure. But just remember this, Valentine. If this proves to be ketchup from a weenie roast they had in this fireplace, I'll... So help me, I'll do it!
What do you say we wait and see, Lieutenant? It may not be ketchup at all. Just barbecue sauce. The kind that's too hot to handle.
Well, Valentine was right. It was blood, all right. Human blood.
Angela's? I don't understand. Who'd want to kill her?
Oh, I can't believe it.
We found it's the same blood type as your sister's, Mrs. Wilder.
Oh, no.
Now, that's not going to help at all, Mrs. Wilder.
I know I may have sounded selfish and petty. Just thinking of the scandal Angela might cause, but now that it looks as though my sister was murdered, none of that matters.
All right, folks, all right. Let's settle down and do some straight talking, huh? Mr. Philistine.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, this is the way it shapes up. Your wife never left the island. If she did, she was carried out after she was murdered in front of that fireplace. And we'll find the body if we have to dig up every inch around Tuxedo Lake.
Lieutenant, I admit I wanted to hate Angela when I found out what she was doing. But I'll give everything I own to find the man who killed her.
Mr. Valentine, you were trying to track down the man Angela was corresponding with. What did you find out at that friendship club?
I did have some pictures for Mr. Philistine to identify. But they're all at the bottom of the lake now.
Yes, very convenient.
About the $20,000, Mr. Philistine, that you were supposed to have given your wife.
No, what about it?
We checked into all of your accounts. There's no record of any withdrawal like that.
Well, I took that money out of a safe deposit box.
Well, that's not where most people keep that much money, is it, Mr. Philistine?
Oh, no, but being in the building game, it pays to be able to put your hands on ready cash.
All right, that's your story.
Now I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. Maybe it was foolish to resort to a marriage club. But I was lonely. She never brought me any happiness, but I never heard Angela.
Well, we're going to stay right here at headquarters because we got a lot of things to talk about. I'm still checking on Bud Kramer's story. All he does is prattle about his amiable, fun-loving mother.
Oh, he's still at it, huh? Look, Brooksy.
Yes, George.
You stick right here. Lieutenant, you don't mind if I duck out for a few minutes, do you?
No, I won't waste time asking you why.
Oh, but I'll tell you. There's a little angle to this case I overlooked. But I'm going to take care of it right now. Come on, Selby, give. You were holding out on me before, weren't you?
Well, I answered all of your questions to the best of my knowledge.
You mean you just told me as much as you thought I should know. But now you got to open up, Selby. This is a murder case, and the police are in on it.
Oh, dear.
Well, come on, give.
All right. You understand, I had to think of my business, what it might sound like if Angela's disappearance ever got into the papers. You know
Never mind that, Cupid. Get to the point.
Yes, of course. I suppose I should have told you that Angela was the second wife of Walter Philistine met through the Friendship Club.
Well, surprise.
That's the truth.
Some names, Selby, some facts.
Well, the name of Philistine's first wife was Frida Merritt. She was a widow, pretty well off.
Yeah?
They were married 5 years ago, and then she...
Then what?
She was out alone fishing about 2 years ago. Her boat turned over, and she was drowned. But it was an accident, Mr. Valentine. The police said it was.
Uh-huh. Better get your hat, Selby.
Why, where are we going?
Police headquarters. I want you to repeat that story to Lieutenant Riley. I think we found the answer to just what's been happening over there on Tuxedo Island.
Well, thanks, Mr. Selby. Now, what about this, Philistine?
I suppose I should have known this would have come out anyway.
Why didn't you tell us before that you got your first wife through Selby's Friendship Club?
Yes, you made us believe you were just a lonely man. And that was the first time you ever did anything like that.
Does any man ever want to admit that he was played for a fool twice?
What's that supposed to mean?
Frida and I weren't too happy after a while.
And she died. Well, believe me, we're going to check into that accident, and much more thoroughly this time, now that we know what we're looking for.
That was an accident.
And what about Angela?
Oh, I don't know what happened to Angela after I gave her the $20,000.
Of which we find no record.
I'm sorry, Mr. Philistine, but I had to tell them what I knew.
Oh, leave me alone.
Oh, I do hope there'll be as little mention of the Friendship Club as possible in this affair.
Is that all you've got to worry about, Mr. Selby?
Of course, Miss Brooks. I've spent years and years building up a
Okay,
business.
Selby, okay. You can beat it now. We'll call you when we need you.
Yes, Lieutenant. Of course.
Just a minute, Lieutenant.
Huh?
Is it your usual practice to let a murderer walk out of your office?
What are you talking about?
You mean Selby?
What kind of a joke is this supposed to be? I told you all I knew.
Let me in on this, Valentine.
Me too.
I'd certainly like to know what you're talking about.
You had me on the hook for a long time, Selby, until I started remembering a few things.
Lieutenant, he doesn't know what he's saying.
Well, suppose we listen anyway.
And stop squirming, Mr. Lonely Hearts. You can't talk your way out of this. It's there in black and white.
Please, Mr. Valentine, tell us what you know.
When I first walked into your office, Selby, you said you thought Mrs. Philistine was happily married.
Well, yes.
You said you even took a card out of the file and tore it up.
That's right.
But then why did you have her name listed in your new bulletin as a likely marriage prospect?
That's a lie.
Friendship Club member number 40, young, attractive divorcee, amiable, fun-loving, anxious to live life to the fullest.
Of course. That was a description of Angela. We never thought of it because we were looking for a man.
Those are the same words her son keeps repeating like a drunken parrot.
Words he could never forget, because they were the ones Angela always used when she was looking for a new husband.
That's the same way she described herself in the ad I answered.
Lieutenant, you don't
Save
believe...
it, Cupid. You just ran your business too well. And that's what's going to hang you.
George, I still don't understand what reason Selby had for killing Angela.
Because Cupid got double-crossed, Angel.
Double-crossed?
Yep. According to Riley, Selby had quite a little racket on the side. Like Angela, for instance.
Oh?
He saw she was getting restless with a man so much older than herself.
I see. So why not get a nice fat settlement from the old boy? The Friendship Club can always come up with a new husband.
They would have split that $20,000, Brooksy. But when she said, no go, and if you do anything about it, I'll go to the police, he killed her and buried her body.
Selby didn't miss a trick, did he? Even to using Philistine's boat to run us down.
Well, he knew what the police would think when they learned about how he married the first Mrs. Philistine and how she died. Which, by the way, was an accident.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad. That we met in a nice, normal way.
Oh, yeah. A USO canteen. Yeah, I remember. You were one of the hostesses.
Yeah.
You walked up and said demurely, "What about it, soldier? Dance?"
Oh, yeah. Wasn't it beautiful?
Yeah. And then I said,
And that was that. After all, no girl could resist such a pretty compliment.
It's after 8 o'clock, and every minute counts. Mary's going to lead the promenade at the senior ball, if she ever gets there. Right now, she's with Roger in his car, and there's a big silence. Roger choked the engine and flooded the carburetor. Too bad. He should have used Chevron Supreme gasoline in his car. Special blending agents in this premium quality gasoline assure instant starts, speedy warm-up, powerful getaway in heavy traffic driving, fast starts, and all the power your car can handle wherever you're driving in the West. That's because Chevron Supreme is scientifically tailored to each different climate and altitude zone. Whether you're driving a new car or one that's many years old, you'll like the new get up and go that Chevron Supreme gives your car. Ask for it tomorrow at any standard station or independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Oh, Mr. Dimmick. What was that?
One of the many voices of darkness that echo through the tunnel of love.
Calm yourself, Claire.
What's that up ahead?
Yeah, what is that dim light, Timmy? Seems to be coming from the wall of the tunnel.
It looks like a man. Maybe he's in trouble. You better hurry.
Patience. We can travel only as fast as the water flows through the tunnel. It's like fate carrying us.
That man's got a gun in his hand.
Pointed right at us. Down on the boat, everybody. That guy means business.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Irene Tedrow as Edith, Paul McVeigh as Walter, Jack Edwards as Bud, Joe Forte as Selby, and Stanley Farrar as Bixby. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston.
Green Shampoo presents Abie's Irish Rose.
What are you laughing at? Bottom my laughing. I'm just laughing. What's the matter? There's a law against that.
Yes, here it is, folks. Green, America's largest selling shampoo, once again brings you that lovable, laughable show, Ann Nichols' Abie's Irish Rose. And now for tonight's visit with the Murphys and the Levies. Well, since the two fathers have made their New Year's resolutions to stop fighting, they've been pretty good about it. But how long it will last, nobody knows. There's only one fly in the ointment. Abie is working for Flanagan and Rosenberg in Jersey City. And, worse than that, he has a contract. Solomon needs Abie in his store. And unless something is done fast, there won't be a Solomon Levy department store. Our scene opens immediately following last week's program. It's the little apartment of Rosemary and Abie, where we find Patrick and Solomon and the Cohen.
So, you have a contract for a year, huh? Well, Solomon, now you're going to break that contract, Abie. Your father needs you at the Solomon Levy department store, and by jingoes, you're coming back to him.
Well, don't you suppose I'd rather work for my father than for Flanagan and Rosenberg? But I can't get away, Mr. Murphy. I'm tied up with them for a whole year.
Well, by the time we're through with Flanagan and Rosenberg, that contract will be untied by Murphy and Levy. Who'd it on?
Well, a contract is a contract, Jeff, and I'm thinking...
I'll do your thinking for you. Just leave that to me.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I do.
I hope you do.
What do you mean by that, Craig?
Can't I hope without checking? I didn't mean anything.
But I do, Mr. Murphy. You do you?
Yes.
I'm not letting you get Solomon into any more trouble. I get him into trouble. I'm only trying to help him out.
Why don't you stop that out business? Try to help him in. There you'll be doing something?
Mama, when you talk to him, shut up. Now, Mr. Murphy, I'm warning you. As Solomon's lawyer, I'm warning you. You can't make them break Abie's contract. Stay away from the Flanagan and Rosenberg department store. And stay away from Jersey City. You only succeed in making fools of yourself.
They don't have to leave the Bronx for that.
Listen, Pep, I appreciate from my heart you wanting to help me out. From the bottom of it, I appreciate it.
Well, I do, Charles. I do want to help you. And that comes from the bottom of my heart, too.
I know it does, Pep.
So now that your hearts have both reached their bottom, let's go home.
Well, Pep, I guess home would be more sensible than Jersey City.
Dad.
Yes, say, Bullet?
Dad, I wish I could come back to the store. But I honestly never thought you'd be wanting me back. And there was Rosemary and the twins. I had to take that job for you.
I know, Bullet. It's your fault. All the fault was mine. I'm sorry.
But Papa Levy, isn't there something you can do about it until Abie can come back? Borrow money or something. Anything to keep going. His contract only runs for a year. A year, she says. The next week they're advising him to go into bankruptcy.
That, Mrs. Cohen, I will never do.
I know that, Solomon. I said it to Casey.
No, sir. I'll sell my house, my furniture, my everything I got before I'll do that.
I should pay everything and keep my flags flying.
You're a great man, Solomon.
Thank you, Pat.
Dad, you've always taught me that deeds speak louder than words.
To be sure I have.
Well, then why don't you do something for Papa Levy? You have a lot of money. Now, why don't you let him have some of it?
Will you listen to that? Why don't I let him have some of my money?
Yes, Dad. Why be so stingy about
Listen,
it?
Rosalie.
No, I won't listen. I think it's a shame.
Capsula, listen. I don't want your Papa's money. He offered it to me today as much as I needed.
He did?
He did.
I did. To take the wind out of his sail.
But, well, why wouldn't you take it, Papa Levy?
He didn't take it because he's a schnuckle.
Who's a snookle? Listen, I didn't refuse the offer because I'm a snookle, but because it would be like taking money from a baby.
Oh, you think I don't know an honest man when I see it?
Sure you do, but you ain't got good sense to throw money away.
Who's throwing money away?
You're throwing money away, and I ain't going to let you do it.
Whose money is it?
It's your money, and I'm going to see that you keep it.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter with you?
What's happened to your New Year's resolutions? Besides, you two ain't got nothing to fight about.
Why, sure we have. I want him to take the money.
And I wouldn't do it.
You're crazy.
And you're a schmegeggy, and it's a broken cough.
And what?
Practically, you know what I said? I said you was cracked in the head. But that ain't your fault.
Certainly not. Maybe when it was a child, they dropped him on it.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Is that so?
Now, wait a minute. Don't get mad again. You know something, Pep? I think they dropped me on mine head, too.
Oh, Papa Levy, why won't you let Dad help you?
Now, listen, Capsula. No good money should be thrown after bad. A year is a long time to keep on losing business. If Fourble didn't have that contract, it would be fine. But he's with Flanagan and Rosenberg.
You're in the soup? Come on, Papa. I want to go home. I am tired, and you should be in bed.
She's tired and I should be in bed. Ain't that something?
Come on, Isaaco.
But I'm not finished here yet.
And what do you have to finish? Solomon is finished already.
Now listen, darling, you go home. I've got to see that Solomon gets into no more trouble. Don't you realize I'm his lawyer?
I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't go home until you come along with me.
Please, sweetheart, I wouldn't be long. Now, here's your coat. You're tired, darling.
All right. So I'll go. I am tired.
Sure you are.
Good night, Rosa and Abie, and the rest of you.
Good night.
Good night, Mamela. Good night. I wouldn't be out late, Mamela. I'll be glad to see my bed tonight, too.
If you're out late, you wouldn't see your bed tonight. I'll lock you out. So be home in an hour. Would she really lock you out? Oh, of course she wouldn't. Mamala's awfully sweet.
Mamala can be awfully sour, too. Now, where was we?
We were going around in circles getting nowhere quick.
Abie, what kind of men are Flanagan and Rosenberg?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Murphy, I haven't seen much of either one of them.
Well, don't they come to the store?
Oh, yes, sure. They're at the store every day, but I guess I just don't happen to run into them.
Well, you met them when they hired you, didn't you?
Yes, but that was only for a moment. You see, Stinky Cassidy took me over there because the bank had recommended it.
But I always meet all the people in my store and get to know them personally.
Well, Dad, Flanagan and Rosenberg don't.
But how can they keep in business?
Oh, they have an efficiency expert. He looks after them.
And is he over you or under you, Abie?
I don't know yet. At least he leaves me entirely alone, if that's what you mean. Is it that?
I am so mixed up, I don't know what I mean. Efficiency expert. In your business, do you have one of those things, Pep?
I certainly do. One of the best.
Is that so? Who is it?
Who is it? It's me.
Well, here's your house, Isaac.
Do you think you'll get in all right? Mrs. Cohen gave you an hour to be home, and it's 3 hours already.
Sure. If that was my only worry, I wouldn't worry. It's you, too. Please, I'm begging you. Don't go to Jersey City. Will you promise me that?
Will you please stop worrying, Isaac?
Go home and get a good night's sleep. I'm needing it, too.
So am I. Come on, Charles. We can both think better in the morning.
You sure you can get in, Isaac? Are you sure Mamala wouldn't hen pickle you?
Sure, I'm sure. Go home and sleep the cobwebs out of from your brain.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Mr. Cohen.
Good night, boys. Oh, she did it again. Oh. Oh. Well. Marmalade. Please come down and let me in. Oh, honey. Won't you open that door and let me in? Raise me and started raining. I'll be wet to the skin. Won't you have a little pity? I wanna come home. And I know my honey don't want to be alone.
Well, poor little Cohen, locked out in the cold. But we know Mama Lou will let him in the house eventually. But what about the two fathers and Flanagan and Rosenberg? Well, more about that later. But first, tonight when you brush your hair before you go to bed, take a good honest look in your mirror. See whether your hair really is the crowning glory it should be, or just hair. Then, unless you're perfectly satisfied, make up your mind that tomorrow you'll get a bottle of our new improved Special Dream and give your hair a good shampoo. Because unless you've been using Special Dream, you've probably never seen your hair at its best. For Special Dream does something no soap or soap shampoo can do. It reveals every bit of the natural luster and color brilliance. The reason is that Special Dream never leaves any dulling film on hair, as all soaps do. Instead, it reveals up to 33% more luster. And now that Special Dream has been improved with added hair conditioner, it leaves hair far silkier, smoother, and easier to manage right after shampooing. If you haven't tried Dream lately, you'll be amazed. We know of no other shampoo that leaves hair so lustrous and yet so easy to manage. Only Special Dream with hair conditioner. So, don't wait to try this wonderful improved shampoo with the extra beauty benefits. Ask your beauty shop to use it. And be sure to specify Special Dream with hair conditioner. And now back to Abie's Irish Rose. It's the next morning in the Cohen home. Here we find Popula and Formula.
Hi. Is doing just as Boxes open.
This is all your fault, Mamala. Making me sit out on those stone steps all night.
It wasn't all night. There's only a half hour. And anyhow, you had no business to be out so late. Here. Take this medicine.
No.
Come on, take it. Take it before I open the mouth for you and put it in.
Gesundheit.
Open it. You open it.
There. Oi. Where did you get that stuff? It's awful.
It's good. It's good enough for this morning. If you ain't better, I'll send for the doctor. Now I'm going downstairs.
Please, Mama, stay with me. I don't want to be alone.
You didn't want me last night, so you can do without me this morning.
Will you call Solomon for me?
No.
But if they go to Jersey City, I ought to go with them.
I don't care what you ought to do. You're going to stay in bed. I don't care if Solomon and Patrick Murphy go to Jericho.
Oh, honey.
Oh, Miss.
Yes? Yes?
We are calling on Mr. Flanagan and Mr. Rosenberg.
Have you an appointment?
No, not exactly.
Then I'm afraid you can't see anybody.
Listen here, my good woman. This is Solomon Levy of the Solomon Levy Department Store in the Bronx.
It wouldn't make any difference if he was Marco Polo. You have to have an appointment.
Marcus Polo couldn't make an appointment. He's dead.
So is this store.
You're not wrong, brother.
Did you say something?
If I did, it slipped out. You see, no one can see either Mr. Flanagan or Mr. Rosenberg without an appointment. That is one of our very strict rules. In fact, our Mr. Rudel calls it one of our very strictest rules.
Yes, who is that, Mr. Rudel?
He's our efficiency expert.
But this is an emergency.
If it is an emergency, as you say, it is quite within the realm of possibility that I can make an appointment for you by the end of the week.
The end of the week will be too late. Right away, we've got to see it.
Have you written the letter?
Yes. What letter?
First, our Mr. Rudel says you must write a letter.
But
then I take the letter up to our Miss Cavendish.
Yes, but...
And then our Miss Cavendish consults the calendar. And then Miss Cavendish informs me whether or not the appointment is possible.
Oh.
And then I write a letter back to the parties concerned. So can't you see that is impossible to do until the end of the week?
Oh, this is very good.
Well, can't we cut the red tape and see Miss Cavendish?
Oh, no. Sometimes it's necessary for Miss Cavendish to take it up with our Mr. Hampshire.
Huh?
Then, when that happens, he informs Miss Cavendish and she informs me before I write the letter.
Where is this Mr. Hampshire?
If you want to see our Mr. Hampshire, you must have an appointment, too.
What about the customers? Do they have to make appointments?
Yeah, wait a minute. Just a second, please. Young woman, maybe you didn't quite my friend. I am Solomon Levy of the Solomon Levy Department Store in the Bronx.
Well, when you write, be sure and use your business letterhead.
But,
sometimes people write in for appointments and don't use the letterhead. We have strict instructions to ignore all such correspondence. People who have legitimate business always have proper forms on which to communicate. That's what our Mr. Rudels always says. Now, one time...
Stop it. I'm losing my mind. Now then.
I'm losing mine, too. And it's all the fault of your Mr. Noodles.
The name is Rudels.
What's the difference? Noodles, poodles, cayudles. He's crazy. Never did I hear such a craziness in a department store.
Neither did I. Now then, will you go in and tell Flanagan and Rosenberg that Murphy and Levy are here to see them? Or do I have to break the door down?
If you use that unseemly tone of voice to me, I shall be compelled to call our new general manager, Mr. Abraham Levy.
No, wait, don't do that.
Sir, my instructions are very explicit.
Huh?
I have been instructed to call on our Mr. Levy whenever I have a problem with which I cannot cope.
Oh, listen, girlie, cut out the highfalutin gab. How do you like it?
What do you think?
Just what you think.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What's your name? Susie Jones.
Well, Susie, what would happen if we told you we had an appointment?
Well, if the record showed a bona fide appointment, I would usher you into their presence.
And, what would they do?
I would immediately check for a mistake. If the mistake was located, I would apologize to you.
You have to talk this way to everybody.
And how?
Don't you ever get tired making all these explanations?
That, sir, is my position. I tired? Certainly. What does Mr. Rudels say?
Again with the Rudels.
Oh, he says it should be a pleasant fatigue. A culmination of an assigned task well done.
So says your Mr. Rudels.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to meet him.
Now could we come in and see Rosenberg and Flanagan?
Certainly. Just a moment and I will announce you. You are Mr. Abie's father, and you're Rosemary's father.
Yes. How did you know that?
Oh, Mr. Abie told me all about you.
Then why did you hand us that line?
Mr. Rudels.
He was old.
I don't make the rules, but I do my best to keep them.
You're cute. Ain't she, Pep?
And Francis is pretty as the map of Ireland.
Oh, but I'm not Irish, Mr. Murphy. I'm Russian. That is, Russian descent.
And you look it. Just like I do. Don't she, Pep?
Well, she may be Russian and look it, but her face is certainly prettier than your map. And that's no lie.
Oh, gentlemen, when you wrote for your appointment...
But, she didn't write.
Well, it's just for my records, you know. Did you use your letterhead?
Oh, for the record. Well, if we didn't, we certainly will the next time. Well, we wonder what Patrick and Solomon will find when they meet Flanagan and Rosenberg. In just a moment, we'll take you back to them. But first, say, are you bothered about removing ugly, scaly dandruff? You won't be when you shampoo with Special Dream. Because Special Dream's super cleansing action removes that flaky dandruff the very first time you use it. And besides, does something else. Something far more important. And something no soap shampoo can do. Not even those claiming to be dandruff removers. Special Dream reveals up to 33% more luster than any soap or soap shampoo. Because it never leaves any dulling film on hair, as soaps always do to dim the natural beauty. And so here's something else. Now that Special Dream has been improved with added hair conditioner, it leaves hair far silkier, smoother, and easier to manage right after shampooing. We know of no other shampoo that gives you all these beauty benefits. So before you wash your hair another time, buy a bottle of this wonderful improved shampoo. Ask for it by its full name, Special Dream with hair conditioner. Now that's important, so remember, Special Dream with hair conditioner. And now back to Abie's Irish Rose. It's immediately following the last scene, and Miss Jones is announcing Solomon and Patrick to Flanagan and Rosenberg.
To gentlemen to see you, gentlemen. They say to come right in at that door straight ahead.
Yes, Joe. Thank you very much.
Don't stop to think it. Come on, son. Well, that's it. Doggone, that's the card I was waiting for. That gins me.
Well, I'll be doggone. That's the whole time you've gone and done it. And you have 3 frames to boot.
I have, simply luck. Nothing but luck. I never can figure the proper card to play.
I am.
Good morning, gentlemen. Oh, good morning. Come right in and...
Have a seat.
Want to make it double?
Double? Where is that double?
Gin rummy.
Double. Wonderful game.
Simply wonderful.
Well, I kind of came out different. Maybe your friend would like
to play.
Oh, that's
too bad.
I'm Flanagan.
Flanagan. I'm Rosenberg.
Rosenberg?
I didn't quite catch your name.
I'm Solomon Levy of the Solomon Levy Department Store in the Bronx.
And I'm Patrick Joseph Murphy.
Of the Solomon Levy Department Store of the Bronx?
No, do I look like I belong to the Solomon Levy Department Store?
What's the matter with the Solomon Levy Department Store?
Oh, no, nothing, child. Now, don't get excited. You sure you won't play a hand of gin?
Sure wish you would. Well, to tell you the truth, I got very important business with you.
Business?
With us?
Go on, Charles, tell him.
I want that you should sell me a contract.
Oh, we don't understand.
I want to buy the contract that you have with Abie Levy. We are very definitely...
Not interested.
Please, don't say that. Abie is my son. I need him in my business. Without him, I would be a very sick and an ill man.
Oh, that's all, gentlemen. Mr. Levy needs him desperately.
We are not interested.
We don't care whether he lives or dies. It's your deal, Flanagan.
No, sir, no. It's your deal, Rosenberg. You just won.
Oh, that's right. So I did. Give me the car. Now, wait a minute, you two. Don't try giving us the brush off. Flanagan, cut the car.
Sure enough, sir.
You hear me? Don't try ignoring it. We know all about the Solomon Levy Department Store.
And we get reports on everything.
Yes, the Solomon Levy store is about to go under. Solomon Levy ain't got no money to buy anything.
Let alone a contract. Is that so?
Sure, so...
Why should we be interested in selling anything?
When we could buy you and sell it.
Is that so? Is that so? Well, let me tell you something. I could buy you and keep you. I wouldn't have to sell you.
Brave talk.
From
Light people.
Straight people. Free soccer.
Well, see if this sounds like straight people. I could buy out your whole shebang. I could write a check for the whole work.
Rosenberg, yield the car. Yes, Sir Flanagan. I'd be delighted.
Stop the card playing.
Be quiet. That's right. Don't make me lose count.
You don't think I can, do you?
Do what?
Buy your whole outfit with a single check.
Put up or shut up. Well said, Rosenberg. Thank you, sir.
How much do you want for it?
Skeptical, be careful.
Let me alone. I'll show them how straight they are. I'll buy their whole jump and then swing them by the ankles till I knock the walls out.
Take a card, Flanagan. Yes, I already took it. Here, this is my discount. Oh, sure enough.
Answer me. How much do you want for it?
You're buying it. You write the check.
Wait a minute, Pep. Don't take out your checkbook. Get on, Cook. I'll take out my checkbook. They can't tell me to put up or shut up. Captain, you're acting crazy.
I see. We knew you all were bluffing. No, it's just an act.
Oh, so you think we're bluffing, man? I'm asking for the last time. How much do you want?
Well, sir, we're sporting men. Just to see if you're bluffing or not, we'll take 10,000, provided you sign this paper, assuming a few small debts. For which we'll give you this share bill of sale, which, by a strange coincidence, I happen to have in my pocket right here. Otherwise... Shut up and get out.
I'll show you who'll shut up and get out. Here's 10,000. Patrick Joseph Hussey. Here, the sign. Give me that bill of sale.
No. First sign me.
I'll sign anything.
Oh, thank you so much.
Now get out. Get out before I throw you out.
Oh, goody, Flanagan. Now we all can go back down home. Sure enough. Pepsicle, you shouldn't have done that. Goodbye, y'all.
Oh, come on. Oh, this is terrible. You shouldn't lose your temper like that, Pep.
What happened?
What happened? What happened? You got mad and bombed the store. That's what happened.
Well, with two stores on their hands, it looks as though Murphy and Levy are in business. But there's only one Abie. Well, now be sure to listen again next Saturday night at the same time for another episode of the Murphys, the Levies, and their friends. Abie's Irish Rose is dedicated to the spirit of freedom and equality which gives to this nation the greatness that is America. Abie's Irish Rose is written by Ann Nichols and brought to you by Procter & Gamble, the makers of Dream, America's largest selling shampoo. This is Howard Petrie. Good night.
From Atlantic City, glamour capital of the East Coast, where once each year the world holds a rendezvous with beauty, Mutual presents a different type of quiz, one designed to answer an age-old question. Which is the most important, beauty or brains? Here on the stage of Convention Hall in Atlantic City, as a part of this year's Atlantic City Beauty Pageant, are 6 young ladies, ready to face one of America's top-flight quizmasters to prove that today's American beauties are also blessed with brains. And here is our master of ceremonies, faced with an enviable task, the scintillating conductor of Mutual's Quick as a Flash, Win Elliott.
Thank you, Al Owen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is indeed a wonderful assignment they've turned out for me tonight. Standing here knee-deep in beauty, surrounded by 6 of the fascinating girls who are going to seek that fascinating title of Miss America of 1947. Representatives of Kentucky, California, Illinois, twin entries from Tennessee, Miss Texas, and from that great wide open spaces, Miss Utah. When Miss America was first sought after back in the early days of this glamorous contest, the only attraction that searchers after that title needed was that definite type of beauty synonymous with America. Now, however, the girl who wins fame and fortune as Miss America must possess talent as well as beauty. And yes, brains. So tonight we're going to form 2 teams. 3 young ladies will oppose the other 3, and after 3 rounds of rapid-fire questions, we're going to find out which of our teams will prove the brainier. But first, let's meet each of our contestants individually. And so now I'd like to have you meet, ladies and gentlemen, from the far state of California, the young lady who bears the title Miss California, Jean Emery, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Jean Emery from California. Are you just a little nervous, maybe, perhaps?
Just a little, maybe, perhaps.
Well, not half as nervous as I am, separated so far from me here. In fact, I think I'm going to get this stand that they gave me away so I can get a little closer. Jean, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You're 18, and what part of California do you come from exactly?
Salinas?
And may I describe you, or would you prefer to describe yourself, Jean?
Go ahead.
Really, I would? I could take up the entire half hour. She has hair, and it's colored sort of blonde. She's very well tanned. Where have you been swimming, Jean?
Salinas.
Salinas, that's out in California. Mm-hmm. And we're in Atlantic City, where they have a lot of sun, too. She has, those are deep blue eyes, I think. Are they, Jean, blue?
I'm afraid they're green.
Well, don't be afraid they're green. There are limpid pools of green as well as blue, you know.
Oh, that's good.
Is it? Well, very good. Who's nervous here, you or me? Jean has on a very fetching frock. Yes, it would fetch half the men in the audience here tonight. But at any rate, this is Miss California. And before we ask you any questions, Miss California, let me say that we welcome you here to Atlantic City and lots of luck. Let's hope that you'll become Miss America. Now, let's try out the first question. You've got to uphold your team and see how well you can do. It's a very difficult question. I had to look it up for 6 months before I knew the answer. Of course, you come from California. This question has to do with historical ground in Massachusetts, which is completely across the It is, but this is all one great, grand, and since you could be born in it, glorious country. Here is the question. Who won the Battle of Bunker Hill? It took place between the American and the British. They're two different peoples. Now, let's find out who won the Battle of Bunker Hill, the Americans or the British?
The American.
You were sort of thinking to yourself at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
Of course, there'll always be an answer. Now, let's have the answer. Who won the Battle of Bunker Hill?
The British.
The British! Absolutely right. That was very quick thinking on your part, Miss Emery. Quick as a flash, I might say. You know, we celebrate the Battle of Bunker Hill, especially in Massachusetts. There's a great big monument there in Massachusetts, and all you folks listening in Boston know exactly what it looks like. I come originally from Boston. California is wonderful, too. We are the only nation, incidentally, which celebrates a defeat. That is the Battle of Bunker Hill. But for this first round question, Miss Emery from California, you win 10 points. Now let's have your counterpart from another part of the country, a young lady who represents the other side, the other team, the Team B. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a young lady all the way from Utah. Miss Utah, 1947, Donna Jean Southwick.
Thank you.
Donna, how old are you?
19.
19?
Mm-hmm.
And did you enjoy your trip east?
Oh, I had a marvelous trip.
What did you think when you found out that you were coming here? What was the thought process that went through that beautiful noggin of yours? Would you tell us?
There wasn't one. A thought, that is.
Oh, there wasn't a thought. Well, not even one? Not even a little simmer, a little percolation, a little bubble? That's enough. That was true. A little scared, Donna?
No.
Have you ever been on the air before?
Yes.
Would you tell us about it?
What do you want to know?
Well, what did you do on the air before?
Spoke. Talked.
Thank you, Marconi, for making this possible. All right, Donna, you're representing Utah. Tell me, these styles that the fashion experts are telling us about this year, you know, with the skirts going down, down, down again. Do you like them, or do you wish they were back where do you like them?
I hate to be against you, but I like them.
You hate to be against me?
Oh, yes.
Well, I won't hold it against you. All right. But you say you like them a little longer, is that it? Just exactly how far from the ground are your skirts at the moment?
My word.
No, your skirts.
Oh, excuse me, I misunderstood.
Oh,
about 19 inches, I believe.
About 19 inches?
I'm not sure.
Uh-huh. Well, that's all right. I think that they look very well on Miss Southwick. We were just trying to bring out, remember, after all, we are dealing with beauties, and the women of America are interested in styles. Incidentally, do you have any romantic attachments at the moment, Miss Southwick?
Well.
I hope he is, too.
He is.
Do you want to talk about it, or do you think I'm being a little nosy? You do, huh? All right. Then
I won't say anything.
You won't say. All right. Maybe he's listening, but I know if he is, he wishes you nothing but the best of luck in the contest this year. Now let's get your question over. You come from Utah, so we'll ask you this question concerning North and South Carolina.
Fine.
What did the governor of North Carolina say to the governor of South Carolina? This is a very interesting historical fact, which if you think very much about, I'm sure you'll come up with the answer. It's not between Tipperary, but it's a long time. It's a very famous statement made by the governor of North Carolina to the governor of South Carolina. That was the first word. Now what was the rest?
Could have been you all.
Could have been you all? No, I never ran, and I'm sure I wasn't elected. However, you want to make another try, Miss Southwick?
Yes.
All right, would you try
What was
again?
the answer?
Well, I think that's direct enough to deserve one. It's a long time between drinks. Yes, that's the answer. The governor of North Carolina said to the governor, we'll let the judge here decide whether or not you answered the question correctly, Miss Southwick. And now we'll go back to Team A. And ladies and gentlemen, I should like you to meet now Miss Louisville of 1947, Margaret Allen Hill. Miss Hill is all lovely in her brunette hair and a very lovely black gown. How old are you, Miss Hill?
I'm 20.
20. And you live in Louisville, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Do you work?
No, I go to school. I'm a senior at Northwestern.
Oh, up there in Chicago.
Uh-huh.
In Evanston, rather,
That's
that is.
right.
What is your life's ambition, Miss Hill?
Radio.
Oh, radio. Dare I ask you what you want to do besides speak?
I'd like to sing.
You'd like to sing?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. And I heard somebody in the audience say we could make such a beautiful chorus together. All three fellows said that at one time. Well, Miss Hill, I think maybe we'll get to our question for you. Did you think the questions are rather difficult up to now?
Well, I didn't know either one, but they're not hard.
They're not hard at all. Well, this is a very simple question. You say you're 20 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Did the French and Indian War take place before... Did the French and Indian War take place before or after the American Revolution?
After.
It took place after the
No,
American...
no, it took... Wait a minute. It took place before.
You see, a woman can change her mind. Yes, it took place before, and you were so clever to know that it was exactly 12, didn't you? You were holding up both your hands. Well, that was 10. Oh, well, anyway, 12 years before the Revolution, exactly in 1763. And since it took place in 1763, and it was 12 years before, what was the date of the American Revolution, Miss Hill? You can figure that right out in your mind's eye. 1775, that's right. Thank you, Miss Louisville. Now let's go to the other side, Team B. And ladies and gentlemen, I should like to have you meet now from Chicago, Miss Chicago of the state of Illinois, Joan Hyatt. Joan Hyatt. Joan, how old are you?
I'm 19.
19. You want to get a little closer to the
Closer?
microphone? That's about the distance. Are you going to school now?
Yes, I am.
And what is your life's ambition?
Well, I hope to be a light opera singer
Oh, a light opera singer?
or musical comedy.
Make heavy sugar and light opera singing. That's what some of them do. I asked one of the girls a question like this, and it rather embarrassed her. I don't know whether it will you or not. Do you have any man who follows you around?
Oh, no.
None at all?
Uh-uh.
Well, we'll give you a guard as you leave the auditorium here tonight. Joan, I don't think you'll find this question very difficult. You took history at school, didn't you?
Yes.
And in light opera singing, you'll have to use many languages, and this is a question concerning French. It's not language at all. It's merely who crowned Napoleon Emperor of France? Who crowned Napoleon Emperor of France?
The French people.
The French people. That's a very good answer. Napoleon was a member of the French people, and he crowned himself, saying that no one is great enough to crown Napoleon. That's absolutely right. Where they pick up these answers and get around them so correctly, I don't know. Was Napoleon married? Well, he was crowned. Yes, he must have been married. All right. Now we'll have you meet, ladies and gentlemen, from Team A, and it seems that I'm seeing double because we have two of them here, the Mrs. Chattanooga and Tennessee, Jean and Jane Cunningham, ladies and gentlemen. This probably sounds just a mite bit confusing to our listeners, the Mrs. Cunningham. Would you tell us all about it? How does it happen that the two of you are representing one great state? Whichever one. Which one are you?
I'm Jean.
You're Jean. Would you speak for Jean and Jane, then? Jean is this one. Jane is the other. That's for the people outside who can't see either one of you. Jane is the other one, and I can't tell them anyway, so...
You're getting me mixed up.
Which wouldn't be bad. All right, your name is Jean.
That's right.
Would you tell us how this happened that the two of you represent Tennessee, then?
In Chattanooga, Tennessee,
Yes.
where we live,
Uh-huh.
we had a contest August 8th, which ran for Miss Tennessee pageant.
You ran for Miss Tennessee?
Well, we were nearly late.
Oh, you were nearly late.
Well, we were.
Thank you, script writers. All right, would you continue, Jean?
And, I mean, we were lucky.
You were?
We were, really. And we were both chosen Miss Tennessee because we went in as a single entry. And we were both Miss Tennessee, but the Miss Chattanooga pageant, which was before that, we were both Miss Chattanooga.
Oh, you were both?
But, okay, let me explain,
Well, all right,
maybe.
Jane, you straighten it out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the other half of the choo-choo. See, there are two of those, too.
She's a caboose.
No. Yeah, all right, caboose, you talk.
Well, we were both really Miss Chattanooga, and we're both really Miss Tennessee.
Yes, I see that.
But up here, we couldn't compete together the way it is now.
Uh-huh.
And so, Jean is Miss Tennessee, and I'm Miss Chattanooga. Flip the coin.
Oh, you flipped a coin. That's right. So
It's the only way we could get it.
Uh-huh. And, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, you could hardly tell these two girls apart. Honestly, they both have blonde eyes and deep eyes. I mean, blonde hair. You see how beautiful they are, and they're dressed in deep purple. I'm getting in deep, so I'll stop. All right. But one of them represents Chattanooga, and one of them represents Tennessee. And since they're holding hands right now, do either one of you hold hands separately at any time with anybody? Would you speak up, Miss Chattanooga?
Well, I don't think she better.
You don't think?
I'm
Tell
a
me.
chaperone tonight.
Oh, you are. Say, that brings up an interesting question.
Shouldn't have said
No,
that.
did it ever happen in your past, before this all happened to you, that one fellow would come a-calling, say, on either one of you, and he took a look at either one? Did you ever get caught in confusion?
Well, we double date, and we have switch dates, and it's a lot of fun.
Did the boys know that there's been a switch?
Well, when they start talking about something, well, can't answer. Well, you know how it is. It's kind
Do
of
I know?
confusing.
Yes. Do you always wear the same clothes?
We've always dressed
Always
alike.
wear they do. Uh-huh. Do you have the same likes?
We eat.
You eat, yes, I know that. Of course, everybody. Do you eat the same amount?
All the time. We eat the same thing all the time.
You mean a fellow would never be able to tell the difference between you just by paying the check, is that it?
No.
That must be awfully confusing. I'm glad I don't live in Chattanooga from one standpoint.
Very good state.
City,
too.
yeah. You're getting me in quite a state. I don't know where I am. All
So
right.
you could all stay a while.
Yes, Miss Chattanooga. All right, here's the way we'll run it. Miss Tennessee and Miss Chattanooga, you can each answer. Whoever answers first, why, you're it. And I'll just answer the question. You may converse one with the other, and I'll pay the check. All right. Can you, to either one of you, tell me which continent lies entirely south of the equator? Which continent lies entirely south of the equator? They both look at one another, and they see the same thing, obviously.
Blank.
Blank? No, I've never heard of that continent. This is a large continent. There are animals that walk around very rich because they carry their pouches with them all the time.
South America?
South America? No, we'll take that away. We won't say that was an answer. That was Miss Chattanooga who spoke. It's an entire continent. They have a tennis team up here now, which is competing for the Davis Cup, which is going to stay right in the country because the team that represents the continent I'm speaking about, can you tell me the name of the continent? Either Miss Tennessee... Miss Chattanooga, you look at me. Miss Tennessee, you get the answer from the audience. All right. Miss Chattanooga, do you know? Australia! All right, we got the answer. Have we covered both teams? Oh, no, we have Representative 3 from Team B, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from the Lone Star State of Texas, Miss Lynn McLean from Texas. Thank you. Now, would you come up just a little closer, Miss McLean? How old are you?
20.
20. 20. I told this magnificent audience. Miss Blaine is just ducking around the microphone, sort of looking around. She's saying to herself, I can see that twinkling in her eye. She's saying, who does this dude think he is? All right, I won't do that again, Miss Texas. You told us that you were 20. Of course, the way you said it could be 40, because it takes twice as long.
Come on.
Long, that's a long horn, and I'll probably hang myself on one before the night's over. Miss McLean, what did you all do down in Texas? She's taking her time, because it takes a long time for her to say what she's going to say.
What do we do in Texas?
No, not what do we do. I've never been there. But I mean, what do you do in Texas?
Same thing you do up here.
All these ladies are positively brilliant here tonight. Of course, right, all I'm doing here is breathing. The national jet just crashed over in the rear of the auditorium over there. Either that or one of the Texas boys got excited. No, well, what I meant, ma'am, are you in school or do you work? Or...
Yes, I've been going to school. I have a year and a half more yet.
A year and a half. Up here, that'd be 3. What do you intend to be when you get through with this long time you're going to spend in school?
Well, let's see. I started out majoring in music. I intended to sing.
Then you took to singing. Did singing took to you?
Well, it's debatable. Anyway, so I started trying to learn to paint. I was going to take up
You were
art.
going to paint?
Uh-huh.
You're going to what?
Paint!
Well, up here we breathe. Evidently down in Texas they paint. Well, what else were you going to do after you took up singing took to you and then you started to paint? All this is in the artistic line. Do you have any predilection for anything that you want to be particularly?
Well, no. Just anything that I can do.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. And in a large country like this, I'm sure you'll trip over something that you like very much. And I'm sure you'll be a success because your very sparkling eyes. May I take a few hours to describe what Miss Texas looked like? She, too, is blonde with eyes. I don't dare mention the color. They're dark. And she has very regular features, and she's wearing a very lovely dress. And I'd say she's about 5'3". Suit, I'm sorry, suit. We call them suits up here. I called it a dress before. You're about 5'3", Miss Texas? About 5'4". Mm-hmm. They're bigger in Texas. Okay, now, let's see. Here's a question I'd like to ask you. The ancient great city, once known as Byzantium, is now Rome, Athens, Cairo, or Constantinople. Which one is it?
Constantinople.
Absolutely! Thank you, Miss Texas. She is really pert and lovely, and they're all a lovely bunch. She said Constantinople, that was the longest word, and that fits the biggest state. Well, before we get anywhere, we're gone through round number 1. Let's call on Al Owen now and find out how we stand. Al?
Right, Win. At the end of the first round, we have a tie. Team A and Team B, 20 points each. And Miss Utah was awarded 5 points for the answer. Mr. North Carolina, what the governor of North Carolina said to Mr. Governor of South Carolina. Right now, it's back to Win Elliott.
Thank you very much, Al. And now we're going to round 2 where brains have really got to show up. And showing up right now is Miss California. She answered her first question correctly, I think. All right. Now we go on to a very important question. Miss California, you've got to uphold the honor of California and Tennessee and Louisville all by yourself right now. You're on the spot. Here's the question. Answer right up. Remember, this is good old state of 49. What river forms the southern boundary of the United States? What river forms the southern boundary of the United States? We'll have no answering in the audience. Will we have answering up here?
The Rio?
The what?
Rio?
The Rio
Grande.
The Rio Grande River. Hooray for California. Miss Emery. All right, from other side, from Team B now, it's Miss Utah, upholding the honor of Utah and Texas, to say nothing of Miss Chicago, too. All right, let's get to you, Miss Utah, Miss Southwick. Here is your question. There has been a certain very well-known state which has been under 6 flags. In other words, it's had a very tumultuous history. It's one of the largest states in our union. And I want you to give me the answer of which state has been under
Texas.
6... Right, Texas, absolutely right. Miss Utah from Southwick, or Miss Southwick from Utah. Back to Team A now, and stepping up is the lassie from Louisville, Margaret Allen Hill. She wouldn't tell us whether she had a boyfriend before.
You didn't ask me.
Well, we're slower up here. Tell me, Miss Hill, do you?
Well, I met one nice fellow during the contest.
You met a very... Wait till I clear my throat here. Met a very nice fellow during the contest.
It was
huh?
before I came up here. We're not allowed to talk to them now.
Oh, it was before you came up here. Well, you were leading me astray just a little bit there. Well, that brings to mind a most interesting question, Miss Hill. I don't want to forget the questions at all. This one won't count in terms of points. You're vying for the title of Miss America. Would you very literally give us your idea on the basis of what you've seen and what you appreciate, what your idea of Mr. America would be like?
Well, I'd say about 5'10" and a half.
6 foot.
Blonde with blue eyes.
Blonde with blue eyes, yes.
Slender.
Slender. I fit there at any rate.
Athletic.
Athletic. Does that mean he has to have money?
No.
Oh, not professionally athletic.
No.
And does this fellow that you met before you came up to the contest fit that mold?
Perfectly.
Well, in case you're listening, son, good luck. All right. Now we'll go to our question. Does he know that you think that of him?
Well,
in case he doesn't, 130 million other people do. Here we go. Do you want to mention his name?
No.
No, I see. Do you have a pet name for him?
No.
Oh, I see. You don't want to say it at all, huh?
Well, his name's Arthur. We call him Art.
His name is Arthur, and you call him Art. He's a pander, Miss Texas, that Art. All right, if you were described as having a retrousse nose, would it mean that you had a long, thin nose, a large one of the Jimmy Durante type, a turned-up nose, or one of those bulbous W.C. Fields specimens? What kind of a nose would that be?
W.C. Fields?
A W.C. Fields nose? Well, how would that look?
Well, sort of big and round.
A little round.
And
Well, I'm awfully sorry, Miss Hill. The correct answer in French would be a turned-up nose. In English, the answer would be retrousse. But don't you feel badly. You're going to have another opportunity as we go now to Miss Chicago for Team B. Here is your question, Miss Chicago. When you go into a cafe and are served café noir, that's French through a Bostonian accent. When you go into a cafe, that's right, and are served café noir, what do you get?
Coffee?
Yes, but what kind of coffee without cream in it?
Does it have sugar in it?
What kind of coffee is it without cream or sugar?
Black.
Black coffee is absolutely right, Miss Chicago. Café noir. You see, in French, noir means black. All right, the missus from Tennessee and Chattanooga now. Here's your opportunity in the second round. What was the method of transportation of each of the following, Jane and Jean Cunningham? How did Cinderella travel? What did she travel on? Do you remember that
In a
all?
stagecoach.
In a stagecoach made out of what?
Pumpkin.
A pumpkin, that's right, a pumpkin. Spelled P-unkin. Yes, that's right. How did Paul Revere travel? I won't give you any help at all.
On a horse.
That's right, on a horse. Don't snicker when you say that. And how did the daring young man travel?
On a trapeze.
On a flying trapeze. Very well said, and you did very fine on that time. Now from Texas all the way again, this is Miss McLean, and here's your chance at another question, Miss McLean. If a tycoon, that's not a big wind, if a tycoon came your way, would you run for cover, speak a cordial greeting, or call the police?
Speak a cordial greeting by all means.
Why would you do that, Miss McLean? What is a tycoon?
Tycoon is a person who's been very successful in some kind of business.
Yeah, and he's loaded down with that vegetable known as lettuce, isn't he? Yes, that's right. Thank you very much, Miss Texas. You did very well. We'll go, before we go any further, how about Al Owens giving us the score at the end of round two, Al?
Yes, when the judges have just handed me a scorecard, and we find Team B leading Team A. Team B has 70 points. Team A has 60 points. That makes Team B the leader, doesn't it?
Yes, and Team B being the lead, let's see what Team A can do, the young lady from California. Here is your question, first of all, ma'am. Where is the Isle of Man? The Isle of Man. We're only going to give you 5 seconds on these questions now.
Did you have to ask me that?
Yes, I did. It said right here, where is the Isle of Man? I couldn't read it any other way. Man of Isle D is where? That's asking it a different way. Do you know?
No, I don't.
Well, I'm sorry. It's in the Irish Sea. It is a separate British island. Sorry we can't give you any points now, but let's see how Miss Utah does for Team B. Here's your question. On which river is the United States Naval Academy located? It's in Annapolis. Do you know the name of the river? It's a very important question, because if it weren't located on the river, why, it would be wet, you see. Miss Utah.
Mississippi?
The Mississippi? Maybe one of the branches, but no. In Maryland, the river is called the Severn. Out in Utah, maybe it's called the Mississippi. But now back to Team A, to Miss Hill of Kentucky again. Miss Hill, where is Cathay? C-A-T-H-A-Y.
China.
China is right. I didn't help. Cathay is the old name for China. Miss Kentucky came right up with that one. Now, Miss Chicago, let's see what you can do for Team B. Which of the 13 original states was named for Queen Elizabeth? Which of the 13 states was named for Queen Elizabeth? Rather difficult question, but it's on the last round, and so...
Oh, Maryland.
Maryland? Maryland?
Well,
No, that's
I'm thinking about Elizabeth. No. Wait a minute.
Can't wait a minute. We'll give you another 5 seconds. Maryland?
13?
13?
Wait a minute, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, yes. 13 Elizabeths, big family. Yes.
Wait a minute, give me... Oh,
5 more seconds. 5, 4...
wait a minute.
I'm sorry, I can't wait. It was Virginia, because Elizabeth, thank you, was known as the Virgin Queen, and so Virginia was named after her. All right, now here are our gals from Tennessee and Chattanooga again. Let's see what question we'll ask you. This is a very difficult one. What is the capital of Massachusetts? What is the capital of Massachusetts? The capital of Massachusetts. Can you answer that question? We'll give you 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What, petroleum? What did you say?
It wasn't right.
You wouldn't. It wasn't right. Well, I'm awfully sorry. It was Boston. Boston was the capital of Massachusetts, and yes, Boston, Massachusetts. It's a city right up there, and it's known as the capital. All right, now here's the young lady from Texas again. What is the meaning of the word gin in cotton gin? The meaning of the word
in
gin.
In cotton gin?
Yes, in cotton gin.
Well,
what is the gin?
The manufacturing is part of the machinery.
That's right. It's the engine. It's the engine, Miss Texas. You're absolutely right. Now, let's get the scores. Let's get the scores and see who's the winning team. I'll have those in just a minute, and we'll find out for you. The winning team was Team A with 90 points, and Team B had 70 points. Well, look, Team B, don't you feel badly, because we have for each and every one of you. I'm going to run through these prizes. A very lovely hat, a lovely bottle of Prince Machiavelli perfume, from the Atlantic City Racetrack, a beautiful Gold Kid evening bag. We also have the special pigskin gloves. They're trim ones. We also have the Fruit Telegraph delivery service, which is going to send you a basket of fruit every month for a long time to come. A Catalina bathing ensemble, a wonderful Westinghouse portable radio, a lovely printed pure silk scarf, too. And to the winning team, for each one of you, a very lovely Hellbros watch. Very beautiful, extremely simple, really
This
a
is the
correct
Mutual
watch.
Broadcasting System.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Now we bring you the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall in Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
One thing I don't understand, Johnston.
Please tell me. I'll try to explain.
Why are we sitting here? It just seems to me, talking about this, well, Shannon's place is pretty public.
Known as reverse cloak and dagger in the trade, Mr. Shannon. As far as any of your customers are concerned, we're just sitting here eating cheesecake. It's fine cheesecake, Mr. Vaughn.
Thanks.
Now, shall we go on?
I don't think there's anything to go on about. It's just a matter of whether Sailor wants to help you or not.
Sinclair is a clever man, like all foreign agents have to be. We can't have him know that intelligence is onto him, onto what his plans are, why he's in Havana. It embarrasses me to appeal to your patriotism, Mr. Val, but whatever I have to do to convince you...
All I have to do is go to this party, show an ankle, and
bare a shoulder to Mr. Sinclair. Is that it?
And convince him to drive you to this address in San Tomas. I'll meet you there.
Let me get this straight. A man suddenly disappears from the States. A man named...
Faulkner.
Faulkner. Guy loaded with secrets about nuclear physics. You think he's here in Havana and he's going to contact a foreign agent named Sinclair, right?
Right. Of course, we'd just love to pick up Faulkner and take him back, but we don't know where he is. Sinclair we do. And Miss Duval is going to bring him to us. I've gotten her name on the party's guest list.
Am I going, Slate?
That's a question. She's got a chance to wear a strapless, and she says, am I going, Slate? More cheesecake, Mr. Johnstone?
I persuaded them, Faulkner. Did you hear me? I told you. Why don't you stop playing that piano and listen to me? Thank you. I said
You said you were a persuasive man. I know that. What other possible use could you be to me?
Don't patronize me, Faulkner.
I wouldn't dare. You're a dangerous man, Johnston. I confess you frighten me.
That's rich. You carry in that bald skull of yours enough atomic knowledge to turn the world into dust, and I frighten you. You never told me, Faulkner, to whom are we going to sell the fruit of this exquisite brain of yours?
Whoever pays the most. Whoever makes the highest bid.
I'm glad you remember. Sometimes you scientists are prone to become vague, forgetful about minor things. Like money.
Not this scientist. Life in a test tube has become loathsome to me.
Jolly glad to hear it.
Now you may tell me how you persuaded the young lady.
Simply. Ever so simply. I represented myself as being from American intelligence, showed her forged credentials, appealed to her patriotism, flicked her vanity. She is lovely.
And she will bring Sinclair to us?
Miss Duval, on a proverbial platter.
And what will you do with Mr. Sinclair?
Kill him. I've never killed an intelligence man before. I wonder what it'll be like.
Like the other men you've killed?
I know you. Oh, I do know you.
You do?
Yes. Oh, yes, indeed. You're that girl with a fanciful name. You're Sailor Duval. I've seen you. Oh, I'm so glad you've come to my party. What would you like first, some food or a man? We have assorted quantities of both.
Well, a man would be nice. Where's the guest of honor?
Louis Sinclair? Oh, well, I do suppose it's only polite. Louis, come here, darling. I have someone here just frothing at the mouth to meet you.
Well, I would be delighted.
Louis, this is Sailor Duval. If you need any help, Louis, scream.
Hello, Miss Duval.
Hi.
Well, now.
Well, what?
Tell you the truth, ma'am, I don't know. I'm guest honor at this party, and folks come up and talk to me, and I've been saying, well, now, well. It's been getting me by.
You don't like parties, huh?
Well, now. Well.
Look, Mr. Sinclair, you don't have to give me the routine. Relax. I'll tell you what. You can tell me about Texas.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine, ma'am.
On the balcony.
With you, Sugarfoot? Oh, you're so pretty in that Havana moon. It can't touch a Texas moon.
The balcony, Mr. Sinclair.
Call me Louis.
You're a real devil. Rootin' tootin'. Look at it. Havana.
You ever been in Houston?
No, but I've dreamed about it.
Sweetest dream a fella can have. Where you from, Miss Duval?
Tennessee.
What you doing in Havana?
There was a man in Tennessee. That's why I'm in Havana.
Texas man wouldn't let you go.
He didn't let me go. He followed me to Cuba. Bob's like that. The whole Faulkner family is like that.
Who?
Bob. Robert Faulkner.
Tall man, grinned at the temples, little scar on his cheek, one of them brainy guys. Worked in a government science project, didn't he?
That's right. You know him?
Oh, do I know Bob Faulkner. Bobby used to spend summertime on my ranch. What you know, Faulkner here in Cuba.
Would you like to see him?
Oh, the sooner the finer.
Well, he's got a little place in San Tomas. It's about 20 miles down the coast.
We can get there in 15 minutes, depending on the traffic. Bob Faulkner in Cuba. You know what I'm going to do about you, Miss Duval? I'm going to write to the boys back home about you, Miss Duval. They won't never believe I met up with a gal like you, even if I take a paralyzed oath on a cistern full of hymn books. Why, when I tell them how you... Oh, isn't this the address you showed me on a slip of paper, Miss Duval?
Uh-huh. Your arm, Louis?
Oh, the boys just won't never believe it, that's all. I'll knock on the door.
Yes, sweet.
You're sure Faulkner lives here?
If he doesn't, I'll let you beat me at Lotto.
Oh, Miss Duval. I see you've accomplished your mission. You have brought us our quarry.
The corn pone is all yours, Mr. Johnstone.
Corn pone. That's rich, very rich. Come in, Miss Duval. Mr. Sinclair.
Where's Faulkner?
You want him, don't you, Mr. Sinclair? You've been stepping on his shadow ever since he ran away from Tennessee, and now you think you found him.
Your errand girl told me he'd be here. Get him.
Hey, Louis, you're shedding your hayseed. You know, I like you better this way.
You're a lovely woman, Miss Duval. That is, you would be lovely if all this weren't so sick-making.
Hey, he can't talk to me like that, can he? Can he, Mr. Johnstone?
No, of course not. No, you... Don't try, Mr. Sinclair. Just give in to it. Now, Mr. Sinclair will never talk that way to another woman.
You killed him. Cold blood.
Mr. Sinclair was a tedious man. He wanted to arrest my Mr. Faulkner so desperately. Oh, yes, because Sinclair really was from intelligence. True blue.
And I brought him to you.
We have many rooms here, Mr. Val. Choose one suitable for weeping over him. He died a hero's death.
She's in San Tomas, King.
Morning's getting ready to start, Mr. Slate. She can be in San Tomas and back 4 times. 5 times, maybe.
I figured it out, and it came to 6.
I was going to say 6, but I didn't want to worry you.
Thanks.
You worry about Miss Sailor all the time, don't you, Mr. Slate?
Just when she's supposed to be home, and she's not. Maybe I ought to go get her. What time is it, King?
5, a few minutes before.
Coast train leaves at 15:15.
I think you ought to get Miss Sailor, Mr. Slate.
Now, don't worry about it. I'll bring her back to you.
Con permiso, senor. You will not mind that I sit next to you, eh?
Not at all, Chico. Sit down.
Gracias. Muchas gracias. I could see by your face that you are a very simpatico fellow.
Thanks.
Oh, that Havana. I think Jose Clemente outdid himself in Havana. Jose Clemente is me.
Slate Shannon. Had a big time, huh, Jose?
Oh, in certain places in Havana, they will remember my name. I carved my initials on the walls.
They'll never forget you.
Don't be too sure, senor. In Havana, the profession is to forget. A man, his name, the days of yesterday. Help me, senor.
What's the matter? You feel sick?
An ugly pain chases itself inside me, around and about. Please, I need atmosphere. Lots of fresh atmosphere.
Come on. We'll go out on the observation platform.
My paper bag. Where's my paper bag? All of Jose's in this bag.
Here it is. I've got it. Come on.
Gracias, senor. I told you, you are very simpatico.
Right out this door. You'll be all right. Here we are. Take a deep breath, Jose. You'll feel better.
Give me my paper bag, please, senor. In it I have pills to heal the sickness of going away from Havana.
Here you are.
Gracias. 12 pink pills, and this. It surprises you, Senor Shannon, that in this paper bag Jose Clemente carries a gun?
It does. Especially when you point it at a simpatico fellow like me.
And this is a remarkable little gun, Senor Shannon. So little and still big enough to make you fall from this train. You never get to San Tomas. I will shed tears and say you were drunk. But you and I will know that the little gun did it.
Might not be that easy.
It will, senor. If you do not fall,
I will make a hole in your simpatico face and then throw you over. You have a choice, senor.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Now, why didn't you want me to get to San Tomas, Jose? But you can't tell me, can you?
Mr. Slate, he go to San Tomas to look for Lady Sailor by train first class. On train he meet a little man with gun who try to keep him from his destination. Little man, he don't know, he don't succeed. Find his body by track in railroad weed. Little man...
All right, King, I got the message.
I thought to take your mind off your troubles, Mr. Slate.
You're kidding. What troubles have I got? A little punk tries to throw me off a train. We get into a fight and he falls off. Cops ask me why I did a thing like that. I tell them why. For 3 hours I tell them why. They don't believe me. What troubles, huh?
The big trouble of not finding Lady Sailor where you thought her to be.
Yeah. You came up with one.
These others, the police, the little man, they do not make so much hurt as the absence of Lady Sailor, do they, Mr. Slate?
You won't sing me a song about it, huh, King?
Well, if it's not your wish, Mr. Slate.
Thanks.
You promised to bring her back to us.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? I don't get it, King. I go to that address in Santa Moss, there's no one there, just an alley cat and some hysterical chickens. I couldn't even find them a rooster.
You told the police of the man from intelligence, the man Mr. Johnston?
Mm-hmm. They never heard of him.
But such a man would register with the police. It's always done.
Pay attention, King. I told you I'd find her. All I have to do is start from the beginning. Remember how Sailor went to a party?
Yes, Mr. Slate.
Well, this time I brought her home. She might turn into a pumpkin.
Comfortable, Mr. Vaughn?
Why did you bring me back to Havana?
Because the method of your disposal has not been contracted for. If I'm to kill you, the man has to tell me. In what manner, for how much. It's up to the man.
How does my hair look? I want to make a good impression.
A Faulkner doesn't impress.
Oh, so there really is a Faulkner.
Well, surely. This is his place. Of course, he rented it, furnished, but it's indicative of his tastes. Expensive, like mine.
Tell me, how does it feel to kill a man?
It gets easier all the time. But here, let's talk of more pleasant things. Consider, shall we, these goblets? Crystal. Exquisite. Here, hold one up to the light. No? Or, then this candlestick on the table. Hand-wrought silver. Don't you shiver when you see something so beautiful?
Never did. Mr. Johnstone.
Yes.
How much did you say you got for killing Sinclair?
2,000.
You want to shiver?
Pardon?
Wait a minute. Here, take a look at this locket.
Beautiful. Just beautiful.
Here, I'll take it off so you can see. The diamond in it is worth, well, your $2,000 would buy a corner of it. Here. Oh, I'm sorry I dropped it.
Oh, let me. You've got your foot on it, Mr. Vaughn.
And you put yours right in it. What do you know? You've dented Mr. Faulkner's candlestick. Oh, sailor, sailor, you're so brave and clever. Why do you fight it? Huh?
There's humor in this. A killer lying at your feet, you standing over him with a candlestick in your hand. Irony, the essence of humor.
Who are you?
My name is Faulkner, and yours is Duval. It's fortunate.
I've had better things happen to me.
You have a boat, I've heard, and I have you. I'll need both of you. And Mr. Shannon, and Mr. Johnstone, and this gun.
Whatever you're selling, go away.
I'm Slate Shannon, Miss Grant. May I come in?
Oh, the exciting, the notorious Mr. Shannon. That'd be delightful. Come in, Slade. Ricky, darling, this is Slade Shannon. Oh, don't be frightened, darling. I'm here. There, That's right. You just sit here at my feet and play your native songs and let me run my fingers through your curly, black hair.
Hiya, Ricky. And likewise, I'm sure.
What is it you want of me, Slade? My presence at your little dive to lend it chic?
Your presence does that in the dive?
Isn't he divine, Ricky? Now tell me, what is it you really want? A charity contribution?
I'm looking for Miss Duval, Sailor Duval.
Oh, then it is a charity contribution. Why do you come to me looking for another woman? You're gauche, Slade. That means crude.
Uh-huh. Where is she?
I haven't the slightest idea. The last I saw of her, she was on a balcony with Louis Sinclair. Louis yelled, "Yippee!" And they were off together into the somewhere.
Into what somewhere?
Wherever girls and boys have fun yelling yippee at each other. How would I know?
But you know where Sinclair lives.
Mm-hmm. You want to know, too?
Yeah. Now.
Tease me for it.
So help me, Miss Grant. If you don't give me Sinclair's address, I may hit you over the head with guitar, curly boy and all.
Ricky, are you going to sit there fingering that stupid guitar and let this wonderful man talk to me like that? Of course you are.
You're keen, Rick. You're a pal.
Try the Hotel Caesar, Slade, because you're so thrilling.
Hey, how about some service around here? Service!
Si, senor. I am the service. ¿Qué can I do for you?
¿Qué can I do for you?
¿Qué means what? I throw in a Spanish word so I am colorful. This way the tourists don't mind no bath with the room.
You have a Senor Sinclair with a room?
Sinclair. Aha.
Stop being so colorful. Just tell me where I can find Sinclair.
Por favor. 1 second. I shall return. 1 little minute.
Yeah, hurry back.
Senor.
Someone came for Sinclair?
See, very dangerous looking man. I see him. I say to myself, aha. Then when he asks for Sinclair, I say...
Gracias. Oh, Senor Slade.
Hey, what is this? I ask a man for Sinclair and I get a minion of the law. How come I get you, LaSalle?
I ask you the same question likewise. And so?
Look, Sailor went to a party. She was supposed to meet a man named Sinclair. She hasn't been home. If she married him, I want to shake her hand and wish her things.
If she married him, she should be crying.
What?
For she would be a widow.
Sinclair is dead?
Murdered. Shot. He was found beneath the pier at San Tomas.
Where's Sailor?
I do not know, amigo. But one thing we do know. Senor Sinclair was not as he appeared. He was a member of the intelligence of your country.
Sinclair was? I thought...
Thought what?
I don't have to think about it. Sailor's in trouble. I've got to find her.
Senor Slade.
Arrest me later, LaSalle. I've got to find Sailor.
Good luck, amigo.
There's a gun on your back, Shannon.
Well, Johnston. I know. You want a dime for a cup of coffee.
If you don't want to die in the gutter, get into that car.
Your friend Faulkner handles my boat real good.
He's the genius type. How's everything?
Hey, Faulkner, where are we going?
Tell him, Johnston.
We're going to meet a freighter in the middle of the Caribbean Sea.
It's going to be a neat trick in this fog.
Oh, the genius will find it.
He's not so smart. He needs a freighter. We don't need a freighter, do we, Sailor?
No, he's not smart. We're smart. Look at us.
I've been looking at you, Mr. Val. It took a blow with a candlestick to make me do it. It's a pity you're not going on that freighter.
Where's it going?
To a place of refuge. A place where they're going to pay us a lot of money for picking Faulkner's brains.
They pay good for traders, huh?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Johnstone got $2,000 for killing Sinclair. Didn't you, Mr. Johnstone?
Yes, I've got a quirk. I like money.
You know what I think, Johnstone?
What?
I think for a man of your talents, that's a paltry sum. Real paltry, huh, Sailor?
Awfully paltry.
What would you consider a fair price for killing a man?
That depends now. If it were a man like Faulkner...
Slate, how could you? Mr. Faulkner and Mr. Johnstone admire each other.
Oh, my mistake.
You people have something on your mind?
I've still got my locket. Here, it's in my hand. You could get $5,000 for it in any huck shop in the world.
You can believe her. I've gotten it.
All I'd have to do is shoot you, Mr. Val, and then I'd have the locket.
My hand's on the rail, Mr. Johnstone. If you shot me now, the locket would drop into the ocean. You'd have to get wet to get it.
I'd make book you wouldn't get it.
It's worth $5,000. $5,000 to kill Fourble. I'm going to tell you people something you won't believe.
We'll believe you.
I never had $5,000 at one time in my life.
You're not getting any younger, you know.
Don't you ever get tired of meeting freighters in the dark? How do you know what these people on the boat will do to you? They don't need you.
Faulkner, please, it's difficult enough. This fog is...
It'll only take a second.
Oh, what do you want? What? Oh, you fool. I'll kill you.
Gotcha, sailor.
You're going to die, Faulkner.
Johnstone, you went overboard.
Now you, Shannon, Miss Duval.
The wheel, we're going to ram that freighter.
We all die. We all...
Grab the wheel, sailor. You did good, sailor.
Faulkner,
He's dead.
take the wheel, Slate. Maybe I'll be a girl for 2 minutes. Maybe I'll faint.
Sailor,
What do you want?
where'd you get that locket?
A man gave it to me.
What man?
A man.
You love him?
A lot. He was my father.
Why'd you let me hock it last time?
You were nice to me.
Come here.
What did you do that for?
I want to hock it again.
I might have known. It's the first of the month.
Mm-hmm. Payment's due on the boat.
I thought you owned the boat.
I put a mortgage on it so I could get the hotel out of hock.
Don't you own anything outright?
Yeah, the moon. Come on outside and I'll give it to you.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Better buy Birdseye. Birdseye Frosted Foods. Birdseye Frosted Foods present the Dinah Shore program with Wally Brown, Robert Emmett Dolan and his orchestra, the Joseph Lilly Singers, our special guest Orson Welles, and... Dinah. Is there anyone finer than Dinah Shore?
Hi there, everybody. This is Dinah. Tonight we've arranged to have Orson Welles drop in to pay our gang a visit. Who knows, he might even do some magic tricks. So it looks like we're all going to have a lot of fun. Don't you think so, Wally?
Well, I hope so, Dinah. I certainly could use some relaxation. I've had nothing but trouble all week.
What do you mean?
Well, our whole house has been in an uproar. And now that my wife is working, we had to hunt for a cook.
Oh.
And we no sooner got her when she decided to leave. Not only that, but when she left, she took the stove with her.
She took the stove with her?
Yep, we had a chain to it. But since then, I've been doing all the housework, and what a day I had yesterday.
What happened?
Well, our little pet dachshund needed a bath, so to save time, I put him in the tub with the rest of the laundry, see? And it worked out fine, too, till I put him through the ringer.
Then what happened?
I've now got the longest dog in town. He's a big one. No kidding, though. When he wants to catch a flea on his tail, he has to call up another dog in Pomona.
Oh, Wally, you must have had a time.
Well, you have no idea, girl. I'm so tired of scrubbing and mopping and waxing and ironing. Only yesterday I was busy with my work when... Oh, there. That makes 12 hankies I've ironed. Now I've only got 8 left. Oh, there's the phone. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, dear. Oh, certainly. Of course I'm working. I'm doing the washing, just like you said. Well, I did have a little trouble with your slacks. Darling, either you'll have to reduce or we've got to get a wider ringer. I mean, it... And you know something else? I think I put too much starch in my underwear. I just ironed them, and that hinge in the back lets down like one end of a landing barge. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Of course. I'll take care of everything. Goodbye. Oh, I wish she'd quit bothering me. I haven't even had time to see if my dust cap is on straight. Oh, there goes that pesky doorbell again. Coming, coming.
Hello, my darling. Oh, my sweet boy, how I've missed you.
Yes, my precious. I haven't seen you for 24 whole hours.
Oh, my darling. Now, how many pounds of ice do you want today?
Well, you can put a small cube in the icebox and leave 25 pounds to cool me off. Oh, gosh, I'll never get to my dusting. Oh, fiddly-dee, fiddly-dum. There goes the front door. People, interruptions, ice women. I'll be a nervous wreck.
Hello, Mr. Brown. I'm your next-door neighbor, and I don't know you, and you don't know me, but I'm
Yes.
sure you won't mind if I leave my two darling children with you for the afternoon.
Yeah, but-
This is my sweet boy, Wilbur, age 10.
Hello.
You'll just love him. He's so juvenile.
Yeah.
Juvenile delinquent is what the judge said, Bob.
And this is my darling, sweet, lovely, precious baby.
Yeah, but, lady, look, I don't think I know.
Oh, I feel perfectly safe leaving my children with you because
Yeah, but-
I've always thought of you as the motherly type.
I knew it. My horoscope for today said that something horrible would happen to me by 4:30.
That gives me just 20 minutes.
Now, look, Wilbur. I don't want any trouble with you. People who have made the mistake of crossing me up before have found out one thing. I'm a hard loser.
Yeah, I can see that. You're still wearing the Wilkie button.
Now, wait a minute. I don't care if you're a child or not. I'm not in the mood for that stuff.
Really?
No, really?
You don't say.
No, you may not know it, but I'm a big man in this community. You don't say.
You don't say.
Oh, that's your line. I'm an influential citizen. In fact, my power in this town is practically unlimited. I can get anything I want.
Really?
Yes, really?
Can you get me a piece of Kleenex?
Oh, for heaven's sake, what's the baby crying about? You suppose it's because I hung him up on the hat rack?
It might be because you hung him upside down.
Oh, now, wait a minute, my little one. Upsy daisy. Uncle Wally's going to put you over here by the table. There. You know, I think this kid likes me. I'll bet I could put this baby to sleep with one of my bedtime stories. Oh, they're cute. Look, little tyke. Once upon a time, there were 3 bears. A mama bear, a papa bear, and a baby bear. One day, the papa bear came in and said, "Someone's been eating my porridge." And the mama bear said, "Someone's been eating my porridge." And the baby bear said, "Someone's been eating my porridge."
That's one of the dullest conversations I ever heard. Why don't you tell them something exciting?
Exciting? Well, what, for instance?
Well, my sister's boyfriend just come home on a furlough, and you should hear some of the thrilling stories he tells. He just got wounded.
Wounded in action?
Uh-huh. He fell down the escalator at Montgomery Ward.
Oh, you would listen. Oh, what now? There's the door again.
Hello. I'm Wally Robertson. Greetings, Mrs. Brown. Where's your husband?
Oh, Now, wait a minute. I'm the husband. Don't let this apron fool you.
Oh, look what we have here. A cute little baby.
Yeah. You know, when he isn't crying, he is cute, isn't he? Oh, there he goes again. I wonder what's the matter with him now. He's not hungry.
Golly, Mr. Brown, what can it possibly be?
Are you guys kidding? Here. Mama left an extra one here.
Golly, I don't know anything about these little things.
Why, sure, it's a cinch. I remember how my mother used to do. Just watch me and I'll show you how it's done.
All right.
Now, first you fold this flap over here.
Uh-huh.
And then you pull this corner around like this. Yeah. And now you pull this flap under and across this leg, see? And you pin it all together at the front like this, and there. How does it look?
Well, it looks fine on me, but how will it look on the baby?
Well, here's a pan of water. It's time for the baby's bath.
Well, what do we know about bathing a baby? Wilbur, get away from that radio.
Good afternoon. Once again, we bring you Aunt Martha's housekeeping hour. And I know you're all waiting to hear her recipe for washing baby lobsters.
Hey, we might get a hint from this.
Certainly. It must be practically the same.
Sure.
A mama lobster must be pretty careful with her baby lobsters.
First of all, pull out all the extra whiskers.
Gee, this baby ain't got many extra ones, has it?
Well, not that we can...
Now bring the water in the pan to a boil. Now drop the little creature into the boiling water, and you'll notice that his tail will curl up.
Well, gosh, who's wouldn't?
Oh, you fools, you idiots.
Yeah.
What are you doing to my precious little baby?
Well,
look at him. Oh, you must have frightened him to death. His face is as pale and white as a sheet.
Oh, now, don't get excited, lady. I just put the talcum powder on the wrong end. That was all. I mean, Gee, Dinah, I was sure in a mess, wasn't I?
Oh, Wally, you'd have had to be Houdini to get out of that one.
Well, I'm not Houdini, but I'm Orson Welles.
Hello, Orson. Wally, I want you to meet Orson Welles, the actor, the writer, and the magician who does those baffling tricks.
Baffling tricks? I've seen his act, and he doesn't do anything that mystifies me.
Wally, how can you say that? Hey, wait a minute. Orson, where's Wally?
I made him disappear.
Oh, no, you didn't. I'm right here in your vest with the rest of the rabbits.
Well, you can come out now. And let's have no more derogatory remarks on my ability in prestidigitation.
Say, I'm a great...
Pronounce that, too. That's why they have me on. I can pronounce it.
I'm a great admirer of yours, Orson. I saw your magic act at the canteen the other night. And, say, that trick of sawing a man in half is amazing.
Really? You liked it?
Tell me, have you ever made a mistake?
Only once, Dinah. I was sawing a man in half and my saw slipped.
Oh, really? What happened to the man?
He's now playing first and third base for the Brooklyn Dodgers. But, Dinah, I didn't come over here to talk about magic. I have an extremely important message for the radio world. I'm here to acquaint everyone with my new technique in broadcasting.
Oh, really, Orson? What's that?
Well, it's called the Orson Welles movement for realism in radio. You see, the trouble with radio today is that it's believable. Those people sitting out there in that audience have to be made to visualize and actually feel what you're attempting to tell them.
Well, it sounds wonderful, Orson, but how do you do it?
Well, take the commercials, for instance. The way they are now, they're not convincing. An announcer stands in front of the microphone and says, use Perfecto hair tonic, it's dandy for the scalp.
Well, you mean that doesn't convince the listeners?
Certainly not. But with the Wells technique for realism, the audience actually hears the old hair falling out and the new hair creeping in.
Well, that's a very good technique, Orson, but I don't think all announcers need those tricks. Take Toby Reed, for instance.
Take Toby Reed.
All Toby has to do is walk up to the microphone, and I bet you what he has to say will make folks mighty enthusiastic about the grand Birdseye dish we're selling tonight.
Thank you, Dinah. Friends, with a meatless meal, you need one special food to give a meal a lift. Now, my suggestion can be used as a tempting, golden, appetizing vegetable or as a delicious dessert. It's Birdseye quick frozen squash. Wonderful, different, mouth-watering Birdseye squash. Served as a vegetable, it's mighty good. But, oh, ladies, served as a dessert, well, Try this Birdseye squash in a pumpkin pie, and you'll have the folks crying for more. Yes, I said squash in a pumpkin pie. Something really different and mighty easy to make. Because Birdseye squash comes to you all cooked and pureed. Now, all you have to do is follow the simple recipe you'll find on posters in any Birdseye store. And the result? A luscious pumpkin pie. Right now, Birdseye is featuring golden Birdseye squash at a special reduced price, too. And like all Birdseye foods, Birdseye squash requires no ration points. So put Birdseye squash on your weekend shopping list. Don't miss this good eating you can get from this grand, versatile vegetable. Birdseye squash.
Thank you, Toby. Say, Orson, I'd like to hear some more about your movement to bring realism into radio.
You will, Dinah, you will. In fact, I came prepared actually to demonstrate its possibilities tonight. But
promise to demonstrate your realism in radio. How about it?
All right, Dinah, but I warn you, this will revolutionize your entire program. Now, the first thing we change is your sound effects, because
Oh, really?
I'm sorry, they're artificial. For instance, when you need the sound of a train in the script, we won't use a phonograph record. Oh, no. We'll drive the super chief right into the studio. You laugh because the audience says you just go right ahead and laugh.
Well, now, who on earth could I get to do that?
Orson Welles is your man. Now, let's say you're doing a dramatic show and the action of the play takes place on a hot, blazing desert. I'd make the studio audience actually feel that intense heat. All you have to do is pipe in 10,000 feet of hot air.
Well, where are you going to get all that hot air?
Orson Welles is your man.
Say, Orson, sorry. Even if you heat up the studio, how would you make the people at home suffer?
Wally Brown is your man.
Now, wait a minute,
funny,
Orson.
But it's mean. It's one of those Birdseye puns. You know, all our jokes are pre-processed.
Now, Orson, listen, I'm a good actor.
Don't look now, but you're standing on my lap, Jack.
I am a good actor, it says here.
Yeah, it
Dinah,
says there. I confess.
You remember the last time I did a love scene here in the studio?
I can't be funny, but I can be rude.
I killed
Say that again, Jack.
Say that again.
I'm a good actor, Dinah. You remember the last time I did a love scene here in the studio? I killed the audience.
You had to. They were coming up after you.
Seriously, Dinah, come on. Let's show this guy what realism is. Let's do a love scene.
What love scene?
Oh, I'll make it up as I go along like this. Dinah, you are lovely to look at.
Thank you. Same to you.
You have such charm.
Thank you. Same to you.
You have such an adorable figure.
From here on, you're on your own.
No. That's not the way to make love. If I were Dinah, I'd be disgusted.
If you were Dinah, I'd be a little disgusted myself.
That's right. Well, let me give you the new Wells method. I'll direct you. Bring me a chair.
Bring Mr. Wells a chair.
Bring Mr. Wells a chair. Mr. Wells a chair.
3 chairs for Mr. Wells.
Now, don't forget, Dinah, in this scene, you're in love. When Wally takes you in his arms and kisses you, I want to see your eyes glow and light up.
What am I, a woman or a pinball machine?
No coaching from the audience.
Oh.
Here, I'll do the scene with you. Orson, the actor, the producer, the writer, and the director, and the magician will now be the lover. Dinah, my darling.
Oh.
Come into my arms.
Yes, my love.
My precious, you must be aware of my great passion for you. When I hold you close like this, I'm not, but it says in the script. Montgomery is in the wings. Don't you feel a strange wild beating and thumping?
Yes, I do.
A wild beating and thumping? Is it your heart?
No, it's a rabbit trying to get out of your vest.
Well, now I'll show you how realism works. I'll kiss you, and every woman listening at home will be drawn to her radio. Immediate audience reaction. Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Wells who's just kissing Dinah Shaw?
Yes? Did it pull you to the radio?
Poison that is pulling the stuff out of the bathtub.
What happened?
What happened? My husband's going down the drain.
What can I do about that?
Please, kiss her again and pull him back up.
Oh, you better give up, Orson. Maybe people aren't quite ready for your idea yet.
Oh, nonsense. I've got scripts with me tonight that will prove to the world that realism is the thing. If only I had people with courage to play them.
I'll do it. I've got the courage.
You've got courage if you tell that joke. You're sure you know what you're saying? Once you're in it, you can't back out.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll go through with anything.
Good. The first script is the story of the aeroplane. I have a real plane outside on a truck, which I'll wheel into the studio.
Oh, fine. That's realism.
You play the part of one of the Wright brothers. Which one do you want to play, Orville or Wilbur?
Oh, I'll take Wilbur.
Okay, your brother starts the motor. When you bend over to pull the blocks, you get hit in the back of the head with a propeller.
I picked the wrong Wright, brother.
You see, there are two brothers, Orville and Wilbur, and what he means... Let me explain that, you see. You go on.
Orson, I think you're going a little far. This all sounds pretty fantastic.
Yes. Anybody who'd laugh at that must be the smiling Irishman. Yes, and there sits the madman Muntz. My schemes have been called fantastic. Some people have even been so rude as to say that I'm crazy. But when people say that about me, I take out my pocket knife and stick it in their necks. Wally! Do you think I'm crazy?
Oh, me? Oh, no. I'm the one who's crazy. Didn't I step in front of the propeller?
Wally, why don't you ask for something that isn't so dangerous?
Yeah. Mr. Wells, haven't you got anything like that?
As a matter of fact, I have. This one has no aeroplanes in it.
Oh, fine. That's the one for me.
I brought the equipment for this one, too. The scene is a hospital surgery. And I've got real doctor's instruments right here with me.
Oh, Orson, you can't operate. You're not a surgeon.
May get a little messy, but never mind, Joyce. Jordan will mop it up in the morning. But what I need is a young, strong man to be the patient, someone who can bear great pain.
Well, that lets me out. I gotta have Novocaine even if my guard is too tight.
Use a little Novocaine right now. Nonsense. I take out my knife and make a deep incision, and you don't even flinch.
Brother, if I've got one good flinch, you'll get it.
Wally, why are you such a coward? Now think of your future. This could mean a lot to you.
But this guy wants to kill me.
Nothing of the kind, it says here.
Now, wait a minute, Orson. Haven't you got one where Wally has an equal chance?
Strangely enough, I have. This one is called the third degree.
Oh, dear.
And for the sake of realism, when it says to hit me, I want you to really hit me.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
And when it says for me to hit you, I hit you. We beat the audience to it, too.
Now, go ahead, Wally. You're likely to get a sponsor.
Well, that's fair enough. Sure.
And now here's your bludgeon. Here's mine. Now, don't forget to hit me when you're supposed to.
Oh, I won't. Go ahead. You got the first line.
Listen, rat, you're going to talk. See, answer me. Explain where you were on the night of June 17th.
Well, I, had a,
Lies, nothing but lies. See, I'm hitting them, ladies and gentlemen, the radio audience with a newspaper. Lies, nothing but lies. What was the name of the woman you was with last night?
Oh, well, you see, I,
Won't talk, eh?
Oh, well, now, wait a minute, Joe. When do I hit you?
Quiet, rat. It says Wells hits Brown.
Oh! Hey, you're killing me.
Hello? Oh, really? I'll tell them. Wally, you just got a sponsor.
Who is it?
The makers of Band-Aid.
You know, Dinah, I'm sure impressed with what Mr. Wells says about realism. You know, that's what we ought to have when we tell folks about Birdseye frosted foods.
How do you mean, Toby?
Well, for instance, instead of saying that Birdseye foods save you lots of time, which of course they do, we could have a clock ticking slowly like this.
Say, that's a good idea, Toby. What's that splash?
Well, that's to tell people that before Birdseye vegetables are quick frozen, they're all cleaned and prepared, and all you have to do is just open the package and pop the contents into boiling water.
Hey, I like this realism stuff. You know, some week when we're selling squash, we'll have a fat man come in and set on you. And, oh boy, if I get a terrific idea when we sell baked beans.
Oh, what, Wally?
We'll put a brown suit on Toby and pour a little Snyder's ketchup here and there.
And how will we tell everybody that Birdseye frosted foods are not only delicious and easy to prepare, but because you don't pay for waste, they save you money?
Save money? That's a cinch. Bring in Jack Benny.
Very ingenious, Wally. And friends, that's true of all those grand-tasting Birdseye products. Don't forget that Birdseye offers a fine variety of really delicious foods. Garden fresh fruit and vegetables, and many other good foods, and they're all work-free.
I know that, Toby. Since my wife turned welder, I've been doing all the cooking, and just to brush up, I started cookie school last week.
Oh, Wally, cooking school?
Yeah, and I won a medal the first day, too. And last night, guess what my wife had for dinner?
What?
The medal.
And don't forget, folks, better buy Birdseye. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood Star Playhouse was a dramatic anthology show that ran on all three major networks from 1950 to 1953 in various late evening time slots, usually between 8 and 9 o'clock p.m., always featuring famous Hollywood movie stars, usually doing radio adaptations of their famous films, with the scripts being specifically written for specific stars. For instance, this episode, The Six Shooter, starred Jimmy Stewart and was later turned into a radio serial that starred him. It was broadcast on April 13th, 1952. Next is a special broadcast from January 1st, 1948, broadcast by UN Radio, and featured Edward R. Murrow, one of the greatest pioneers of journalism in history, telling the stories of needy children in Europe following the aftermath of World War II. I'll be honest, I'm not able to find the exact time slot that this was broadcast on, but most likely it would have been early to mid-evening, possibly on a weekend. Now, human interest broadcasts were very common, especially during and right after the war. This is a really moving broadcast and features actual interviews with people and children that were struggling in other nations as a result of the war. Next up is The Danny Kaye Show, a comedy variety program that ran from 1945 to 1946 on CBS on Saturday evenings at 7 o'clock p.m., geared as great entertainment for the entire family. This episode was broadcast on January 27th, 1945, with Eve Arden and Lionel Standar and host Ken Niles. After that, Dr. Christian, which was a radio medical drama that ran from 1937 all the way to 1954 on CBS Radio and was extremely popular for most of its run. Jean Herschel played the starring role with various actresses as Nurse Judy Price. It was about a small-town physician in the fictional town of Riversend, and in many cases used scripts submitted by actual listeners, with an annual script-writing contest that started in 1942 and came with a cash prize. For most of its run, it was broadcast at 7 o'clock p.m. on various weeknights, being billed as a wholesome family program for all the family. In this episode, Operation in a Shack, Dr. Christian and his guide are heading to a fishing trip when they find his guide's son curled up on the floor of their shack. Dr. Christian discovers that he has a burst appendix. After that is Mercury Summer Theater, which ran from June to September of 1946 and starred the great Orson Welles. A CBS drama, it ran on Friday evenings at 10 o'clock p.m. and featured 30-minute adaptations of classic plays and novels and a few films. It attempted to recreate the success of the earlier successful Mercury Theater on the Eyre and also the Campbell Playhouse, but unfortunately it was unable to do so, and it was canceled after 15 episodes. Now this episode, broadcast originally on June 28, 1946, Jane Eyre, was targeted obviously towards mature audiences with a dramatization of the famous 1847 novel by Charlotte Bronte. Okay, let's listen to these programs from a radio broadcasting day during the golden age of radio. I'll see you shortly.
Jimmy Stewart with a welcome to the Hollywood Star Playhouse, brought to you by the Bakers of America.
Hollywood Star Playhouse. 30 minutes of mystery, thrills, drama by Hollywood's finest writers featuring Hollywood's top stars. Brought to you by the Bakers of America through the cooperation of your baker. Hello there, this is Wendell Niles. In a moment, we'll bring you Act One of today's transcribed story, The Six-Shooter, starring Mr. James Stewart. Friends, depend on your baker to help you serve better meals through bakery foods. Whether he's the baker in your bake shop, the baker who supplies your grocer, or the baker who calls at your door, your baker is the man who provides so many of the good foods that mean mealtime satisfaction for you and your family. Because almost every day of the year, very likely every meal of the day, you enjoy something that a baker makes. So for variety, convenience, economy, for nutritious good eating, count on your baker to help you serve better meals through bakery foods. And now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring Mr. James Stewart. The rain had stopped, but the wind still carried slivers of moisture that cut into the boy's face as he rode along the edge of the creek. When he saw the yellow light from the back of the office, he pulled up and slid out of the saddle. Then he tied a wet bandana under his eyes and walked to the door.
All right, hi. Way up, both of you. And stay away from that shotgun.
Now, look here,
You, get over to the safe. Better hurry it up, mister. All right, now open it. I said to open it. All right, toss me that sack. Okay. Thanks a lot. I'll be seeing you. You. Now. You rotten little...
I had figured on going through Clay City. It was an hour out of my way, and I was already a day late to the Jefferson Ranch where I'd signed on for the roundup. But when Scar started limping from a loose shoe, didn't have no choice. We had to head for the nearest blacksmith shop, so we turned north.
Howdy, mister. What's the trouble?
The horse losing a shoe.
Well, let's have a look. All right, raise it up, fella. Come on, boy. It's split, mister. He needs a new one. Okay, boy.
Can you take care of it?
Oh, sure. Bring him over here.
Hey, what happened to Red? Fella used to own this shop.
Went to Nevada chasing silver. I bought him out.
Oh, yeah, you don't look very much like a blacksmith, huh?
Oh, I'm stronger than I look. Heavier, too. What do you think I weigh, mister?
Oh, I don't know.
Go on. Take a guess. 120? 30?
Well, no more than that.
You a betting man, mister?
Well, sometimes.
Well, I say I weigh over 130. If I don't, you get the new shoe for nothing. If I do, you pay me double. What do you say?
You got a set of scale?
Don't need no scales. What do you say, mister? Is it a bet?
Well, don't seem to be no way of proving it.
All you got to do is lift me up. You look like a man who can judge weight. What do you say?
Okay, all right, it's a bet.
All right, mister, just heist me. If you don't think I weigh more than 130, the shoe is free.
All right, I never tried to judge a man's weight before, but all right. There we go.
Well?
Oh, I'll be done.
I'm packed solid, mister. Real solid.
You're packed tighter than a steer. You must weigh 150 pounds.
Yeah, you see? What did I tell you? 158. The horseshoe's going to cost you money, mister, but you ain't the only one. Ever since I bought the shop, there ain't been a stranger come through Clay City but what he paid double for his first horseshoe. You ain't sore, mister?
No, that was a fair bet.
Sure it was. I told you I was heavier than I look. That's what folks call me, Heavy Norden. My real name's George, but everybody calls me Heavy. What's your name, mister?
Ponsett. Britt Ponsett.
Fella they call the six-shooter? Well, doggone it. I've heard about you, mister. I've sure heard about you. Oh, would have recognized you if I'd have noticed your gun. Sure is fancy, ain't it? Do you mind, showing it to me?
No. Here, catch.
Real fancy. Just like Sheriff Schofield said. He says he's seen you fire 6 shots with it while Whitey Jackson was getting off his first bullet, that time down at Eagle.
Well, the sheriff kind of likes to build up a story.
Oh, he swears it's the truth. Here's your gun, Mr. Ponsett. Thanks.
Sure.
You was mighty quick in getting into Clay City. How'd you hear about it so fast?
Well, hear about what?
The holdup at the Fargo station last night. Ain't that why you come?
Nope. No. I was headed past town. I turned off because Scar got that loose shoe.
Well, now, ain't that a coincidence? Fellow holds up the Fargo office, kills 1 man, maybe 2, gets away with $5,000, and 12 hours later, you ride into town.
Well, got any idea who did it?
Nope, not a single solitary one, from what I hear. Like I say, the deputy agent was dead when they found him. Other fella, Fred Wilmer, a friend of his, got shot up pretty bad. Ain't done no talking yet. Doc says maybe he never will.
Did Sheriff Schofield take out a posse?
Nope, ain't nobody to go. Most of the men signed up for the Jefferson Roundup. Left town day before yesterday. Here the Jefferson Ranch is paying good money this year.
Yeah. You seen the sheriff this morning?
No, not lately. Might be over to his office.
I think I'll walk down that way while you're fixing up Scar.
Sure, Mr. Ponsett. That's a darn good idea. Sheriff Schofield will be real glad to see you.
A couple of doors this side of the sheriff's office, I saw the Wells Fargo sign nailed up next to a window. The place wasn't locked, so I went inside. One of the chairs was upset, and there was some damp stains on the floor.
The cast iron safe against the wall was standing wide open, so I kicked it shut. Went out in the back stoop. There was some more blood on the steps and then just red mud. Right at the edge, I saw the hoof prints. They trailed off along the side of the creek. Whoever made them headed west. The horse had been wearing one shoe different from the other three. A sharp rock must have cut into it sometime or another. Not enough to split it, you understand, just enough so that the print left a jagged line, like fancy handwriting.
Find something, Britt?
Oh, hello, Sheriff. I was heading your way.
Yeah, I just saw Heavy. He told me you was in town. Did you find something?
I don't know. You see these hoof prints?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Don't mean nothing. Trail gives out a mile or so down the creek fork.
Uh-huh. Has Clay City had any other trouble lately yet?
No, not a bit. I guess any town's got to expect to hold up once in a while, though.
No, I heard it was a little more than that.
Yeah, that's right.
Fred Wilmer able to talk yet?
Afraid not. Doc said he'd let me know first thing he'd come around. Took him out to his ranch.
You been out there to see him since last night?
Wasn't no reason.
Well, it might be a good idea to be there, just in case.
Thought maybe I ought to stick in town.
Oh, I don't think anything more is going to happen here, Ed. I'll get Scar and I'll meet you out at Fred's place. Huh?
I can handle this alone, Britt.
Oh, sure. I'll just offer to keep you company, Ed.
I'll meet you there.
He's all fixed up, Mr. Ponset. Tied him up around the side so he'd be in the shade.
Thanks, Abie.
Did you find Sheriff Schofield? I told him you was in town. Yeah. Did you figure out anything?
Not so far.
Oh, you will. Sheriff's a good man. Why, you and him together, you'll get whoever done it.
No, maybe so. You're the only blacksmith round here, ain't you, Abie?
Only one for 40 miles.
Uh-huh. You ever see a horse with a shoe that's got one jagged edge, left hind leg?
A lot of shoes got jagged edges, Mr. Ponset.
Yeah, well, I'll show you what I mean. I ain't much of an artist. Now, here, it kind of looks a little like this.
Seems to me I seen a shoe like that just the other day. Oh, sure, I remember. Told him he ought to get a new one for it. Ben Schofield, that's who it was, just the other day.
Ben?
The sheriff's kid. You know him, don't you, Mr. Ponset?
Oh, sure. I ain't seen Ben in a couple of years, though.
Oh, you wouldn't recognize him if you did. He just sort of growed up overnight.
Yeah, I guess he has. Sheriff Schofield was sitting on Fred Wilmer's porch swing when I got there. Doc was inside with Fred, so I squatted down on the stoop and waited. About half an hour, the doc came out and told us we could go inside and see Fred. Fred was lying on a cot, breathing hard. White cloth across his chest was stained pink. And his voice sounded like it was full of air.
We was just sitting in the express office talking, Sam and me. I didn't hear the back door open. Must have left it unlocked. Turned around and there he was, holding his gun on.
Did you get a look at him, Fred?
Handkerchief over his face, Sheriff. I couldn't see nothing. Just the gun. He told Sam to open the safe. There wasn't nothing else he could do.
Sure.
He took the money, walked over to the door.
Yeah?
Looked at us for a minute, and then shot. Didn't have no reason. He hit Sam in the face and hit me in the chest. He didn't have no reason.
Take it easy, Fred. Take it easy now.
It's just like he enjoyed shooting at us. That's how it was, like he enjoyed it.
Maybe he was scared.
Oh, he wasn't scared, Sheriff. He didn't have no reason. Thought he killed us both. Then he started down the steps. I got my hand on the shotgun and let him have it.
You hit him?
I don't know. Maybe. He gave a yell and rode off.
What kind of a fellow was he? He was young, old?
I couldn't see his face. Young fellow, I'd say, though.
How young?
17, 18, full grown.
Was he tall, short?
Medium.
About the size of your kid, Ed. About that size.
Got enough for you, Ed?
Yeah, that's enough.
You think you get him, Brett?
Sure, Fred. Sure. Come on, Ed.
Didn't have no reason to shoot, no reason to talk.
Let's go, Ed.
We're wasting our time, Brett. He's got a day's head start. He'd be 40 miles from here.
Oh, not if he's shot up.
Now, you go on if you want to.
Oh, you're the sheriff. You've got to make the arrest.
You ain't never been so particular before.
Well, maybe not, but this time I'm particular. You coming?
We don't even know where to start.
I thought along the creek. That's as good a place as any other.
It's a waste of time, Brett.
Oh, we got time to waste. Come on, let's go. We picked up the trail along the creek headed west. It wasn't hard to follow, and every once in a while we'd see a few drops of blood spattered against the shrub bush. About 10 minutes later, we came to a fork where Ed had said the trail gave out. Scar stuck his nose down into the water, and I looked around. The trail didn't give out. It turned south. I nodded in that direction. Ed didn't say a thing. Just followed. And about 5 o'clock, we stopped to eat. El built a fire, and I opened up a couple of cans of beans I had in my roll. Oh, you ain't hungry, Ed?
It's early for supper.
Yeah. Ed, I talked to Heavy before I went out to Fred's place. I asked him who had a horse that would leave a mark like the one we've been following.
So?
And he said Ben did. Your son, Ben. I thought you ought to know that.
A lot of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark.
Fred said it was a young fellow.
It wasn't Ben.
Where is he at?
Jefferson's ranch, working on a roundup. We left Clay City the day before yesterday. Couldn't be Ben. There's a lot of wild youngsters in these parts, but Ben's a good boy. Couldn't be him.
You sure?
That mark don't mean nothing. Plenty of horseshoes leave the same kind of mark. You know that, Britt.
You had enough to eat?
Yeah.
Come on, let's go. The moon came out, thin, yellow. Not real bright, but enough so you could follow the trail. For about 3 miles, there wasn't no blood. He must have wrapped something around the wound. Wrapped it real tight. Then we found the bandage. A piece of shirt tail sopped through. For the next mile, he'd been bleeding a lot, worse than ever. He was hit pretty bad.
Looks like it.
He couldn't have gone much further because... Hold it, Scar. Ed.
Yeah.
Pull up. Over there in the gully, that cabin.
Yeah.
Whose is it?
Used to belong to Jake Levant. Died a couple of years ago. Ain't nobody living there now.
There's somebody living there.
Huh?
Out in back. There's a pony. You better go ahead on foot.
Britt.
Yeah?
We're going to take him alive, ain't we?
If we can.
We got to take him alive, Britt.
It's Ben.
I don't know, Britt. Not for sure.
It could be Ben?
It could be.
Where's he been the last couple of days?
I don't know that neither. Had an argument with him 2 nights ago. He needed some money. He'd been playing poker and lost a lot.
Well, 5,000's a lot.
I wouldn't give him none. He got mad, said he'd get it, said he'd get it himself. And I hit him hard across the face. I hit him twice. He started to hit me back. Then he walked out of the house. I ain't seen him since. I wish he had hit me back.
Now, we got to get across that clearing, Ed. Over to that clump of trees.
He may see us.
Yeah, we'll have to take that chance. You ready?
Yeah.
You all right?
Sure.
We'll stay in these trees for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll rush him. Ain't going to be easy to take him, Ed. Now that he's spotted us.
You ain't gonna kill him, Britt.
I ain't going to let him kill me.
It ain't his fault, Britt. It's mine.
You know that ain't so.
No, it's the truth. It's my fault.
You didn't raise him to be a killer, Ed.
Maybe I did, Britt. I was a sheriff, seeing that everybody kept close to the line, seeing that everybody lived honest, especially Ben. I broke him, Britt. Broke him like you break a wild horse. I tried to take all the fight out of him fast. You know what happens when you do that to a horse? He gets tame, but the fight still learns. Someday he turns wild again.
I'll rush him alone, Ed.
No. Stay here, Britt.
Well, Sam Norton's dead. Maybe Fred Miller, too.
Killing Ben won't bring him back. He's my son, Britt, my only son. You don't have no kids. You don't know.
I'm sorry, Ed.
No, we're going back to town.
Not without him.
We're going back. Now, you can outdraw me, Britt, but I'll still have time to get a shot off.
I'll try to get him alive, Ed. I'll try.
No, don't turn your back on me, Britt. Don't be a fool. Don't make me do it, Britt.
I wasn't being brave. I knew he wouldn't shoot. A man like Ed Schofield just don't change overnight. You can figure a man like Ed. That's what I thought, anyway. But I hadn't figured what would happen next. I haven't figured on him running out into the clearing, standing there in the moonlight, gray against the black sky.
Ben! It's me, Ben, your dad! Can you hear me, Ben? Red Ponce is coming after you. Throw out your gun, Ben. Red Ponce is coming. Now listen to me, Ben. It's your dad.
I saw him go down, real slow, like his legs had buckled under him. I couldn't tell how bad he'd been hit. He rolled down a gully out of range, and I crawled forward. I pushed myself past a couple of rocks and head toward the back door. The kid was in the kitchen. I couldn't see him, but I could hear him moving around, going from window to window, looking out, waiting for me. I slid past another rock. I could run for the door or wait. The kid made up a mind for me. I slipped down fast, and the bullets nicked the rocks. The kid had good hearing. He knew I was right there. I took out my gun and waited. I knew he'd get nervous first. Young fellas always do. I wasn't so young. I could wait. It wasn't more than 5 minutes before the door started opening. His pony knew I was coming too. He started for the horse. I aimed at his leg. For a second, he stopped moving and just hung in midair like a hawk. And he sprawled forward out of sight behind a log. I raised up a little and hunched myself along the side of the cabin. Everything was quiet now. Even his pony. The moon went behind a thick cloud, and I came around the corner of the cabin. Suddenly the moon came out again, just in time for me to see his .45, just in time to see him coming up over the top of the log. His revolver slipped out of his fingers, and I saw him trying to reach for it again. He couldn't make it. I stood up and walked over to the log. The kid was lying face down, gasping for breath, little short gasps. He pulled himself up onto the flat of his hands, and then he passed out. I turned him over with my foot, and I looked at his face. Ed? Ed?
Over here.
Where'd he get you?
In the shoulder. I'm gonna be all right. Britt, is he... Did you have to...
He ain't dead.
Thanks. I guess he didn't hear me calling to him. He didn't know who I was.
Ed.
What?
Ed, it ain't Ben.
What?
It ain't Ben, Ed.
You sure, Britt?
Yeah, this kid's got red hair.
There ain't no reason to lie to me, Britt. I ain't shot up bad.
I ain't lying. I knew it wasn't Ben while I was going up after him. I knew it.
What are you talking about?
Hey, just come to me. A man don't change overnight. Neither does a boy.
If it ain't Ben.
Lots of tough kids in these parts. You said so yourself.
Where do you suppose Ben is?
Well, you said Jefferson's Ranch, working in the roundup. They pay good. A boy don't change overnight, Ed.
Huh.
You able to ride back to town?
Yeah, sure. I may have to take it a little slow.
I'll get the kid.
Britt.
Yeah?
You know something, Britt? I couldn't believe it was Ben neither. Not when he shot me. I just couldn't believe it. You know that, Britt?
I know it, Ed. I know it.
Jimmy, that's one of the most heartwarming and at the same time suspenseful yarns we've heard in a long, long time. Thanks a lot.
Well, Wendell, when it comes to that thanks department, let's just be mighty sure we include Parley Bear, Herb Bygram, Bert Holland, and Bill Conrad, who played the sheriff. Bye.
Be sure to come back, Jimmy. In just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we'll introduce Miss Diana Lynn, the star of next week's story on Hollywood Star Playhouse. Say, I wonder if your family weekends are anything like the ones at our house. You see, ours are very informal, and lots of times our meals are very irregular. I make a point of seeing that Mrs. Niles doesn't do a single extra bit of meal fixing she can help. So if you ever drop in on the Niles some weekend, you better bring along a husky appetite for sandwiches. We love them, any kind. But a great favorite with the boys and myself is a ham egg burger. Ever tried one? Well, listen. They're so simple I make them myself. I take hamburger buns, slice them in half, and toast them. Then I spread 2 tablespoons of canned deviled ham, a scrambled egg, and a couple of tablespoons of grated American cheese on each bun. I toast them in the broiler with a low heat until the cheese begins to melt. Yes, that's a ham egg burger. Honestly, it's just about a meal in itself. Oh, maybe we top it off with a piece of cold apple pie right out of the refrigerator and a cup of coffee or two. That's all. So tonight, why don't you try a Niles special, a mouth-watering ham egg burger? Now, here is the star of next week's thrilling story on Hollywood Star Playhouse, Miss Diana Lynn.
I guess we all dream about the perfect job we'll land someday. You know, good pay, easy hours, a perfect atmosphere to work in, an ideal boss. Well, I landed my dream job, only it turned out to be not a dream, but a nightmare of terror.
James Stewart can currently be seen in the Universal International Technicolor production, Bend of the River. Tonight's transcribed story was written for Mr. Stewart by Frank Burt. The entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any similarity to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to be with us again next Sunday for the Bakers of America program, Hollywood Star Playhouse. Enjoy another half hour of fine entertainment brought to you direct from Hollywood by your baker. The baker in your bake shop, the baker who supplies your grocer, and the baker who calls at your door. All helping you serve better meals through bakery foods.
The Columbia Broadcasting System, in cooperation with the Radio Division of the United Nations, presents Between the Dark and the Daylight, a report on the children of Europe for American Overseas Aid, United Nations Appeal for Children, and the International Children's Emergency Fund. The children whose voices you will hear are real. They were all interviewed and recorded in Europe by Alan Sloan. The narrator is Edward R. Murrow.
Your report on the children begins in Italy, in Rome, where the children sing. Bella Roma, they sing, and Rome is beautiful, even to orphans. But these orphans are like no kids you've ever seen before. An American girl who helps care for them describes some of them.
Well, Vittorio's sitting over here on the bench, cocking his head this way. He can't see anything, but he knows something's going on. And little Juliana has no legs. She's walking around on wooden stumps watching. And little Christina, she's just gotten out of the hospital. She's here with her crutch and one leg gone almost to the knee.
There are 24 of them. Among them, they do not have the usual number of eyes, legs, arms, or parents. The American girl has one special child with his own special problem.
Italo Grande has both arms gone to the elbow, and he's totally blind with flat marks on his face. Italo will never learn Braille, as all the children here are being taught to, but one day we came across him trying to learn with his nose pressed to the Braille.
You see him go over into a corner and try to read Braille with the tip of his nose. Will he ever learn? Could you? Where the children have mothers, the Children's Fund gives them one hot meal a day, spaghetti, bread, milk. At a feeding center in a huge hall near the Coliseum, you talk to a mother. You ask her what she needs most.
What we need? Food for the babies. Milk and chocolate and a dress. We need very much dresses for the baby. We have not enough.
Suddenly she stops.
I'm very much embarrassed. Excuse me.
She is embarrassed because she has had to beg. But the Children's Fund doctor who has brought you here is not ashamed to beg for help. Remember, he says, that it is not the children's fault that they are hungry. You go on to another country. You fly south across the Aegean to Greece. And in Athens, in the very shadow of the Acropolis, you talk to a woman who sings no lullaby. When you have heard her story, you understand why. Her name?
Calliope Petropoulos.
Calliope, the name of one of the muses. How does this modern Calliope live?
I work 3 or 4 days a week.
And what does she earn?
I take 6,000 drachs a day.
6,000 drachs a day. And in Athens, a loaf of bread costs 5,000. You have come to talk about her child, so you ask where it is.
He had died today 15 days.
It died 15 days ago. You ask why.
It had nothing to eat, so he died.
It had nothing to eat, so it died. It's as simple as that. And what would Calliope ask an American mother?
I would ask her, with what are you feeding your child that it looks so fat, so nice?
She asks, not with envy, only wonder. And now, on the journey north to Czechoslovakia, you remember a fragment of verse you learned as a child. Between the dark and the daylight, when the night is beginning to lower, comes a pause in the day's occupation that is known as the children's hour. In Czechoslovakia, the children sing, too. Even in a Bratislava hospital ward. You ask the doctor,
what is this little girl's name?
Gertruda Stefkova. You ask the doctor, how old is she?
She will be 9 years. What's wrong with this little girl? Does she know what she has? She doesn't know what she has. Does she know she's sick? She knows she's sick. As a physician, can you describe her? And you look at her in her crib here. It's a girl. She's thin and pale. She has blue hollowed eyes, thin, pale, long fingers. Her face is she has roses on the face. These roses on the face that you've just described are... That's a sign, that's a feverish sign of tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis. Will Gertrude ever get better?
So maybe she can be cured. But when she will return to the home, and she will have the same nourishment she had up to now, then I don't see a good future for the child. In other words, you work as hard as you can to cure her, knowing that when she goes home, the same thing will start all over again. That is probable.
That is probable. Everywhere the children sing. This time, in a smoky steel town in the north of Czechoslovakia called Kladno, nearest neighbor to a village whose name comes up at once. The name of the village, Lidice. You remember Lidice. You talk with a young English girl married to a Czech. When the notorious Heydrich was assassinated, the Nazis claimed her husband had done it.
Yes, they claimed that my husband was seen in Lidice soon after the assassination, and so his mother and father and everyone were taken away, and the majority of them were shot.
That was Lidice. By chance now, you have found a mother of Lidice. And when you're talking to a woman of Lidice, the words mother and widow are synonymous. In her kitchen, Mrs. Horakova tells you about her neighbor's little boy, Vaslav.
He was used by the Germans as a guinea pig for experimenting their various new injections and so forth. Just kept as we would a guinea pig, then he was kept in the hospital, especially for experimenting.
Did Vaslav know what was happening to him?
The child was used to it. He was used to it all his life. He didn't expect anything else from life.
He was used to it. Now, I want to ask his mother what may appear to her to be a foolish question. Was she glad to see him after 5 years in a concentration camp?
I was very glad because he looked like my husband very much. He looked like my husband, but he was very thin.
He is still very thin. And so you ask, does he get enough to eat?
There's not much to eat because the rations are just not too big, The rations are not so bad, but of course he eats like a lion, and I have not enough to give him.
And now the old question again. In Italy, in Greece, now Czechoslovakia. What do they want? What do their children need?
It would be fruit. Chocolate. And my little Venushek would like best some chocolate. There's no chocolate to be had here. That's what he's missing most.
Chocolate.
It's a thing, it's a luxury. They haven't had it for so long, and so the ideal actually is chocolate. That is the good old times again.
But she is a poor mother, and even in the old days she did not have too much. So you turn back to Mrs. Horokova, the English girl.
Now, you would call yourself a reasonably well-to-do family here in Czechoslovakia, wouldn't you? And yet, you told me that your own little boy is undernourished. Why is that?
Vitamins are lacking here in his food, and because of that he's suffering from short-sightedness, which will probably have now for the rest of his life.
And speaking of vitamins or vitamins...
Children here really don't know the way to eat an orange if they get it. We've had the first ration this Christmas in 18 months.
And so you ask for the daily diet of a Czech child. And surprisingly, she goes off on a tangent.
It's difficult to describe, really. You see, the thing we call coffee here isn't coffee at all. It's a mixture of chicory and some such things.
Why do you keep talking about coffee? Children are supposed to drink milk, aren't they?
Yes, but you see, we need coffee. We have it on our minds all the time, and we give them this mixture because the milk isn't here for them.
The milk just isn't here. Why? There's been a terrible drought, and so...
All the cattle are being slaughtered now because there's nothing more to feed them with until the spring.
There is nothing more to feed the cows, so they kill them. And because they're killing the cows, there is no milk for the children. It is a particularly vicious cycle. Now it is another country and another language. You're in a girls' school in a working-class district of Vienna. There are 34 girls in this class. 24 have no fathers. As they sing a song about a hurdy-gurdy, which goes so fast they lose their breath, you pick at random one little girl.
What's your name?
Wie heißt du? Rosie Schmickel.
And how old are you?
Wie alt bist du?
8 years old. What did you have for supper last night? And how much milk did you have? She shook her head. Why didn't you drink any milk?
We don't get any milk, she says. You recall a sign on the schoolhouse wall, left over from the war. It says, Sieg jeden Preis. Victory at any price. And the price?
Yesterday, I saw a little boy outside my hotel, and he was standing there with a spoon in one hand and a mess kit, a plate in the other, and he wanted the people in the hotel to give him food. Would they do that? Ja oder nein?
Yes.
Why would you do it?
She takes a long time answering. Then, why would she beg?
Because we have nothing.
Victory at any price. Another little girl catches your eye.
I'd like to ask her, does she like school?
Gehst du gerne in die Schule?
Yes.
Oh, good. Why?
Warum?
Weil's lustig ist.
Because it is great fun.
Great fun. But these children are hungry. So you ask the teacher, how do they behave?
They fall asleep all over and over again.
They don't sleep, really, but they just sort of sink into their chairs, and they are so exhausted that they are listless.
And the teacher herself?
I, too, am very tired very often. The hungry teacher cannot do the work as he should do it.
Meanwhile, the children are getting their noonday cocoa, furnished by the United Nations Children's Fund. As they line up, you ask one brutal question.
What would happen if the food stopped?
They would starve more than they do today.
The darkness deepens as you go to another country, the place it all began, Germany. But the song is not German. Neither are the children singing. They are some of those the Nazis stole, and whom the International Refugee Organization of the United Nations has found, fed, and sheltered. Children from everywhere. Here before you, shivering in the unheated room, is a little Estonian girl.
What's your name? Where do you come from?
Estonia.
How old are you?
11.
What does she like to do?
Curious, Dad. I like to write.
To write what?
Fairy tales I like to write.
Fairy tales.
Now, where is her mother?
Kusan Suema. My mother is dead.
Perrette replies to one more question. The answer may be part of a fairy tale she is dreaming.
She wants to go to America.
And so you do not have to ask what she wants most of all. So many children. You spot a jaunty little fellow.
Hi, what's your name?
My name is Nicholas Selmy.
Where do you come from, Nick?
I come from 94th Squadron.
You come from the 94th Squadron. What country is that?
Oh, well, you mean where I come from home?
Yeah.
Where I come from is Ukrainian.
And how'd you end up with the 94th Squadron?
Well, when the war started with the Russians and Germans, my father was getting killed in the wartime. And then after that, my mother had an accident with a German truck. Germans took me away on the train and took me to Germany. And then I was working on a little German stone factory. They was making some kind of stones.
The phrase is slave labor.
After that, when American soldier come, I was going to the 90 Division like a company mascot in 358 Infantry Regiment.
A company mascot, picked up by the GIs, left behind when they went home.
By the way, how old are you, Nick?
I'm 14.
14?
A 14-year-old boy ought to have a fair idea of the meaning of things. So...
Nick, let me ask you, what do you think about war?
Well, war killed my father and mother, and bombed my home. I ain't got no more home, no family, nobody.
Nick picked up his English from the GIs. How was Army life?
That's the only life I really know. If I wouldn't be with a soldier, I wouldn't have no clothes, no nothing yet.
Wouldn't have had anything, huh?
That's right.
What have you got now, Nick?
Well...
It wasn't a fair question. Come to think of it, maybe the next ones weren't either.
Nick, what does tomorrow mean?
Tomorrow? That's the next day what's gonna come.
What's happiness?
Happiness? Well, happiness is that you're happy, you got everything what you want, and you got your life, you're happy. It means that you got your home and everything.
His home and everything. A Gloucesterhausen, a DP camp for children. The official term for them is unaccompanied children. Children from all over Europe. Romanian, Dutch, Italian, French, Belgian, Yugoslav, Norwegian, Latvian, Estonian, Lithuanian, Russian, Ukrainian, Polish, Czech, Hungarian, Greek, Bulgarian, and nationality unknown. The Nazis must have loved the children. They stole so many of them, including these two Jewish girls. One has a shawl over her head, freckles on her nose, twinkle in her eyes, and a very frightened smile playing on her lips. And she has a little army jacket on with U.S. brass buttons. Her sister, a little older, has her hair done up in a very complicated and unusual knot on her head. The same very doubting, frightened smile on her face.
Now, what's your name?
Sarah Feigenbaum.
Sarah Feigenbaum. And what's your name?
Feigenbaum Dora.
Dora Feigenbaum. And how old are you, Sarah?
10.
10. She looks about 7. And how old are you, Dora?
14.
She looks much older.
It has been like that all over Europe. The young ones are small for their age, and the older ones are old for theirs. You ask Dora, the elder sister.
Are you in good health?
I feel that I am quite well, but they say to me that I have something in the lungs.
Something in the lungs. And how about the little girl? How's her health?
Well.
Well, good.
You turn to the American director of this International Refugee Organization settlement and ask, what's the problem with Sarah and Dora?
The difficulty is that it was not discovered until these two children were sent to this children's center that the older child had had tuberculosis. Because of that, there is no possibility that she would be accepted for immigration to Canada.
And what about the little one? She's okay, isn't she?
The little girl would probably pass the physical examination, and there would be no difficulty with her resettlement in Canada. But it is a serious question of whether one should separate two children who are as close as these and who have no one else in the world.
The little one is all the big one has, and the big one is all the little one has. So you ask the little one if she wants to go. She nods yes, but adds,
but alone I don't want.
You turn back to the bigger one.
Well, Dora, it's a better life your sister is going to. Do you want her to stay with you here, or do you want her to go away?
I do not want to be separated from my sister.
I see. Why? Why not?
If she's gone to Canada and I have to stay here, then we are separated forever because they are two different worlds. Dora came to me several days ago and asked that I send the younger sister to Canada. And we decided at that time she would think about it and we would talk about it later.
Apparently she's changed her mind.
Yes, apparently she has.
You turn to another child, a chunky, brown-haired boy who has been very quiet all this while.
What's your name?
Mihajdu.
Slobetsky Meyer. Meyer Slobetsky. And where are you from, Meyer?
From Poland.
From Poland. Meyer, will you tell me your story?
We're in Germany, so he speaks German.
1939 hat der Krieg ausgebrochen, bin ich 1941 in die Ghetto gekommen.
1939, the war started, and I was brought to Ghetto 1941.
Where was that?
Celste.
Celste. And then?
Dann nach Treblinka.
Treblinka, a concentration camp. And then?
1945 nach Auschwitz.
Auschwitz, another concentration camp, the worst of them all. And then?
Dann nach Berlin, Oranienburg.
Oranienburg, another camp. And then? Belsen, still another. And after that?
We got free in April 1945.
That was 3 years ago. He is still in a camp. Where is his family? His mother?
Die Mutter hat mir erschossen in Kälte. Ich habe selbst einen Krieg ausgemacht und die Mutter reingelegt.
Translation. They shot my mother in Kelsey. I buried her myself. His father?
Papa.
Verbrannt. Burned. His brother?
Dann hat seinen Bruder aufgehauen, gestellt.
He had to hang up his own brother.
How did that happen, that he had to hang his own brother?
Meyer is finding it very difficult to explain. But the story as we know it, and as he has told me, is that there were 1,503 men left in the ghetto. The Germans had given an order for 1,500 men for a work battalion. There were 3 left over, and these 3 men were taken out and gallows were erected to hang them. Among the 3 men was Meyer's older brother, who was 2 years older, who was to be hanged. And Meyer went out and asked the Germans that he be hanged instead of his brother. He said that he did not want to live, and he begged the Germans to hang him. The Germans refused to hang Meyer, but they forced him to hang his brother, because he had asked to be hanged himself.
What day was that?
It was the same day that he had found his mother and had buried her.
I see. Meyer, I'm going to give you the microphone and ask you to say anything you want. Für die Menschen will ich arbeiten und für mich will ich Freiheit.
For the people, I want to work. As for myself, I want freedom. And anything else? And away to Canada as quickly as possible. You have talked to the children of Europe here at Aglasterhausen, and they have told you their stories. Many, many questions and many, many answers.
How is this little girl singing? What's her name?
Milda Westerbeite.
Milda.
From Brazil. I'm a Lithuanian guy.
Now, how old is she?
15.
15. She's very small for 15. She has a nickname, the Baroness. And she is a Baroness, too. Her father was an Earl.
Where is her father now?
He's sick. He's dead.
And where is her mother?
Dead also.
And what does she want most in life?
A simple question, but the little girl puzzles over it. And while she puzzles, you look at her. Nice long pigtails, sort of tawny blonde, color of dark honey. Green blue eyes, typical turned-up nose, chubby cheeks. And she's got the way of smiling that girls have. They put their underlip below their teeth and half swallow the smile. And what's the one thing she wants more than anything else in the world? The answer is the one you knew you'd get, sooner or later. It's an answer to which there is no answer. What does she want more than anything else in the world?
I want to have my father and mother.
There is nothing more to ask. There is nothing more you can say. You pack your recording gear and start for home. It's growing dark outside. You turn to say goodbye. And then they begin to sing. And when you hear what they're singing, in words most of them do not even understand, you unpack your gear and make one last recording. Give me a home, they sing. Now you leave, and you remember. You remember Italo Grande.
Trying to learn, with his nose pressed to the braille.
And Vaslav from Lidici, kept like a guinea pig. And Rosie from Vienna. And Nick, the GI mascot.
I ain't got no more home, no family, nobody.
And Sarah, and Dora, Therese, and Mayer.
Treblinka, Auschwitz, and Berlin, Oranienburg, Gelsenkirchen.
and the little Baroness who wants...
I want to have my father and mother.
This little handful of the children of Europe. You will never forget them, ever, or any of the others whom you have left behind in the land between the darkness of war and the daylight of real peace, in the land of the shadow of hunger. This is Ed Morrow again. You want to do something about all this, of course. When you hear voices that reflect so much hunger, so little hope, when you realize that in parts of Europe and Asia, the odds against the survival of babies are 50 to 1. Of course you want to do something. You ought to. And do it fast. And with the certainty that what you're doing will help. The way to help is through the United Nations Crusade for Children, through a generous donation. The world of tomorrow, remember it's your world as well as theirs, needs healthy, clear-thinking citizens. A gift to the Crusade for Children is more than an act of simple humanity. It's an investment in the future of mankind itself.
Columbia Broadcasting System, in cooperation with the Radio Division of the United Nations, has brought you Between the Dark and the Daylight, a report on the children of Europe for American Overseas Aid United Nations Appeal for Children and the International Children's Emergency Fund. Your narrator was Edward R. Murrow. Between the Dark and the Daylight was written by Ellen Sloan, who also interviewed and recorded in Europe the voices of the children you heard on this broadcast. This program was produced by Lee Bland, coordinated for the United Nations Radio Division by Hans von Steuer, and supervised for CBS by Werner Michel. Bill Rogers speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pabst Blue Ribbon presents The Danny Kaye Show. Yes, neighbors, this is The Danny Kaye Show with Eve Arden, Lionel Stander, yours truly, Ken Niles, and the outstanding music of America's top band, Harry James and his music maker. Entertainment, Pabst Blue Ribbon, 33 fine brews blended into one great beer, presents 33 fine talents blended into one great comedian, Danny Kaye. At the moment, we find our hero in his hotel room, splashing and singing in his bathtub.
La donne mobile, la donne mobile, la vita e di pensier, Just a moment, please.
Now, who is it? Peekaboo. Oh, it's you, Lionel.
Woo!
Gosh, this water is cold.
Well, if it's so cold, why don't you turn the hot water on?
What, and kill the goldfish?
But Danny, why do you keep your goldfish in the bathtub?
Because I don't fit in the fishbowl. Oh, look at those goldfish, Lionel. Aren't they cute? What's the matter with the dog?
Yeah, they are cute.
Yeah, they're smart, too. Come on, you little devils. Whip your little tails around and wash the soap off Daddy.
Amazing.
Oh, nothing at all, Lionel, nothing at all. Now, come on, Goldies. Do a trick for your Uncle Lionel.
Well, I'll be darned. They're blowing soap bubbles.
Yes, well, I better hurry up and get dressed. I see a brisk rub down, a brush of the teeth, and... Oh, darn it.
Hey, Danny, what are you doing?
I squeezed too much toothpaste out, and now I'm having the darndest time pushing it back in the tube.
Now, I wonder why they make them tubes one way. Hey, Danny, why you got all your suits and stuff laid out? Are you going someplace?
Am I going someplace? I'm going to Washington, didn't you know?
I didn't even know you were elected.
I wasn't elected, Lionel. I'm flying to Washington today to entertain for the March of Dimes.
Yeah? I'll bet you'll have fun there, gee. I can just see it. The 9 of you out dining and dancing every night.
9? What 9?
Well, I read in the paper that there's 8 girls for every man in Washington. Boy, I wish I could go up with you.
I'm sorry, Lionel. Sorry, Lionel. Oh, that's fine. Maybe some other time, maybe.
Yeah, but by then the odds may be only 6-1. So you're flying to Washington?
Yep.
What's the matter, then?
Well, you know, I've never flown in a plane before.
Well, if you gotta fly, it's the best way.
Say, Lionel, would you do me a favor and help me on with this, please?
Oh, sure. Here, put your left arm in first.
Okay. Now, this goes round my left leg here, and that one round my right leg. Now, how do I look?
You look chick. Real chick.
Hey, would you help me out with my top coat now?
Okay. Hey, wait a minute, Danny.
What?
Don't you think you should wear your parachute over your top coat?
Oh, Danny, are you ready? Can I come in?
Oh, sure, Evie.
Oh, hello, Miss Arden.
Hello. Well, Danny, I see you're all dressed for the plane.
Yeah. How do I look?
Well, don't look now, but your ripcord is showing. Anyhow, why wear a parachute in a hotel?
Why wear a We're going down in the elevator, aren't we?
Oh, Danny Kaye, you're about the most jittery man I ever saw.
Well, I can't help it, Evie. It runs in the family.
What?
Sure. My father always had a fear of high altitudes. He'd get a nosebleed every time he stood on a thick carpet.
Gosh, was your father really like that?
Oh, yeah. He was afraid of water, too. He wouldn't even get into the bathtub unless there was a lifeguard sitting in the soap dish.
Gee, you must have had a big soap dish in your house.
No, Lionel, it was a small lifeguard.
Say, Danny, when you get to Washington, I'll bet you'll brush elbows with some dignified dignitaries and potential potentates.
You certainly will, Lionel.
Gee, suppose you met an earl or a duke. What would you say to him?
Oh, that's easy, Lionel. I just say, your lordship.
That's very good, Danny. And what would you say to his wife?
Your ladyship.
Mm-hmm. And how would you address an admiral?
Your flagship.
Sure. And the admiral's wife is your battleship.
Oh, no.
Oh, I was only kidding, Evie. I know how to act. You know, if I meet someone from the French embassy, I bow from the waist and say, Je le crois ta ce jour, dois je mon clou, je dois un plaisir, je le vais ton plaire. Non.
That sounds good, but what does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, who cares anyway? Hey, Danny, what would you say if you met the Chinese ambassador?
Oh, the Chinese ambassador?
Yeah.
Molo, toi sala, mai no, lo, oh, lo, ni, oh, time, lo.
If that means what it sounds like, I'm too young to listen. Oh, hello, Harry.
Hello, Eve. Say, Danny, what's that big package you've got out in the hall, all wrapped up in blue paper and pink ribbons?
Oh, that's a little gift I'm taking to somebody in Washington.
Little gift? It's huge. What is it, Danny?
Oh, it's that milking machine I bought last week. I'm going to present it to the Secretary of Agriculture.
Danny, the Secretary of Agriculture doesn't want a milking machine.
Look, Edie, let's leave that up to him, shall we?
Well, let me ask you one thing, Danny Kaye. Have you ever seen a cow in Washington?
No, and I've never seen one in Philadelphia. But I got milked in both places.
I think that's a very brilliant and thoughtful gift, Danny. Of course, the secretary may think you're a little nuts, but it's still very thoughtful.
Well, thank you.
A milking machine for the Secretary of Agriculture. It's too bad you haven't got an X-ray machine so you can take it to the Secretary of the Interior.
Well, that would be silly. But I think my gift is very appropriate. I even wrote a little verse to go with it. Would you like to hear it?
No.
Let's try that again, shall we? Would you like to hear it?
No!
That's fine. Now I'll read it to you. Dear Secretary of Ag, if the milk supply doth lag, attach this machine and your cows will come clean. Why should you be left holding the bag?
Hey, that's fun, Danny. Let me try to make up one.
Go ahead.
Dear sack of egg, what's here in this bag ain't no Schiaparelli design, but any cow dressed in it will do her best in it, and she'll look simply bovine.
Say, that's not bad, but how about something like this? If your cow looks blue to you, won't say moo to you, and milking time makes her shudder, attach this machine. She'll be more than serene. And by Jove, she'll be utterly udder.
Oh, isn't that lovely? A hep cow with silk milk, dream cream, and utter butter. Look, Danny, you better get to the airport. You've got to pick up your tickets and everything.
Okay, Abie. Lionel, you take my overcoat, the milking machine, and my bag.
Okay, I got him. What's that?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. Keep the milking machine away from that cowhide bag.
Oh, that was great, Harry. You know, I love that King Porter stop. Say, King Porter, isn't that the fellow who wrote Night and Day?
No, Ken, that was Cole Porter.
Oh, that's right. Ah, Night and Day. It's so romantic.
Yes, isn't it?
Passengers for plane to Washington, gate number 3, please. Passengers for plane to Washington, gate number 3, please.
He must be a new man. You can understand everything he says.
Hey, Danny, that's your plane. You better get over to that ticket window and ask the girl for your reservation.
Gee, look at how long that line is.
Well, while you're waiting, Danny, I'll get your bags in the milking machine. See you in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Pardon me, is this the line where you wait for your reservation for the Washington plane?
Yes, it is.
Gee, I hope I don't have to wait long. Say, by the way, how long have you been waiting for your reservation?
What day is it?
Saturday, January 27th.
Monday will be 3 years.
3 years? Well, why didn't you try the train or the bus?
Oh, I prefer going by plane. It's quicker.
Oh, Mr. Jellison, here's your Esquire and a letter from your mother.
Thank you, postman.
Postman, wait a minute. You mean you even get your mail here?
Oh, yes.
Oh, Mr. Jellison.
Yes, postman.
You'd better fill out a change of address card. You've moved up 2 places since Thursday.
Hey, Danny, I got your suitcases in the machine all taken care of. Didn't you get your ticket yet?
No, and the way it looks, Lionel, I may never get on that plane.
Oh, yes, you will. Somebody by the name of Stuyvesant who had a reservation can't go. He just got called back suddenly to his office.
How did you find that out?
I was eavesdripping.
Well, who is this Stuyvesant?
Oh, a big banker. Now, come on through this gate, Danny. Let's get you in on that plane.
Just a second. You can't come through this gate unless you got a reservation.
Oh, but you don't understand. Mr. Stuyvesant...
Oh, Mr. Stuyvesant, we've been waiting for you.
Oh, well, I was trying to tell you that...
Don't worry, don't worry. We had instructions to save your seat until you came. Right this way, Mr. Stuyvesant.
But coming, Mr. Stuyvesant?
Huh?
Right through this gate, Mr. Stuyvesant.
But, Lionel, I don't think I should take Mr. Stuyvesant's seat.
Oh, stop worrying. If the seat fits, wear it.
Which one of you gentlemen is Mr. Stuyvesant's?
Mr. Kaye is Mr. Stuyvesant.
What?
I said Mr. Stuyvesant's okay.
Is this Mr. Stuyvesant the banker?
Than whom none other.
Well, I'm from the Daily Herald, and we'd like to know if there's anything you'd care to say before you take off.
Yes.
What?
Goodbye.
Oh, but Mr. Stuyvesant, as one of our leading financial authorities, what is your opinion of the effect reconversion will have on the unearned increment of a soluble corporation that has no holding company?
Well,
Mr. Stuyvesant?
Yes?
Would you rather go by bus?
No, not at all. I'm very glad you asked me that question, young lady. Very glad. That very same question, which when put to prominent banking authorities, must not be confused with each other. We feel We feel that the fluctuating currency, which, by the way, has exemplified the monetary values thereof, is not at all. However, we feel that the man in the street does, and we must not question it.
Well, you're so right, Mr. Stuyvesant. The man in the street will be glad to hear that.
Well, don't tell him just yet, because, as a matter of fact, we're just in the process of.
What?
Exactly. And you may quote me.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Stuyvesant. Pleasant trip, Mr. Stuyvesant.
Is there a man by the name of Stuyvesant out there? Oh, sure. That's Mr. Stuyvesant getting his picture took. Say, when you see him, tell him I went to get his package.
Yes, I'll do that little thing.
Say, Mr. Stuyvesant?
Oh, sorry, old chap. No more interviews. I must get on the plane.
That's what you think.
What do you mean?
I mean I have a warrant for your arrest, me fine check raiser.
Check raiser?
Sure, and the law has caught up with you, Mr. G. Wellington Stuyvesant, alias Barney the banker, alias Tuffy the Thug.
Tuffy the Thug? Officer, you've made a horrible mistake.
Oh, no, sonny boy, you have. Now, will you come quietly or I have to put the cuffs on you?
The cuffs? What is this? Tuffy the Thug cuffs, alias Stuyvesant? Look, I'm not Stuyvesant. I'm Danny Kaye.
Oh, Danny Kaye, is it? My boy, you're getting in deeper and deeper.
But, officer, now just...
Stuyvesant, here's your package.
Lionel, stop this business. I'm in trouble. Tell this man who I really am.
Oh, sure. He's Mr. G. Wellington Stuyvesant, the financial typhoon.
Oh, no!
Well, here's your bag, Mr. Stuyvesant, and machine.
Lionel, will you stop the clowning and get that infernal machine out of here?
Oh, an infernal machine, eh? Blowing up the airport.
No, officer. It's not what you think.
Oh, thank heavens I got here in the nick of time. Now, what is this machine? You saboteur, you?
Officer, I can't tell you what that machine is. You'd think I was silly.
Oh, so you won't talk, eh? Well, we make you talk. Walk this way, you low-down, sneaking spy. Now, listen, you. I've had enough of this stalling. I'm giving you plenty of time to talk. Now, I don't like to get rough, but you're forcing me into it. Will you stop snapping me suspenders?
Well, I can't help it. They fascinate me. Gee, pre-war elastic.
Stop that, will you?
Look here, you. Don't evade the issue. I want a confession.
Yes, trying to tell us that this here machine is for an innocent little thing like milking a cow.
Officer, look, I've told you 1,000 times that's all it is. You see, these little nozzles fit on the cow.
Don't tell me what they fit on. It's either a time bomb or a thing that makes poison gas.
Then again, it could be a booby trap. Why don't you ask me? Is this his or is this hand me booby?
That's no use, Sergeant Barnett. Start working on the other one for a while.
Okay. Hey, you. Who?
Me?
Yeah, you. Start talking.
What'll I talk about?
Come on now. Stop acting dumb.
Who's acting?
Now, wait a minute. This has gone far enough. You can't hold us here like this. I've got to get on that plane. Now, where's my bag?
We're not taking any chances on it exploding. It's soaking in that water tank over there.
Soaking in the tank? Oh, you can't do this to me. I'll take it to the chief. I'll take it to the mayor.
You better take it to the tailor. Your dress suit's in it.
Look, fellas, there's nothing in that bag but my clothes. Come on, I'll show you.
Wait a minute. Don't go near that tank. Look, there's bubbles coming out of that bag.
Bubbles?
Duck, everybody. It's going to blow up.
Oh, nothing's going to blow up. That's only my Alka-Seltzer.
I've had enough of this. Perry, take their prints and book them. You first, Goldilocks.
Now, wait a minute.
Now,
you just
here,
can't
just press your fingers on this ink pad. Come on, press them down there. That's it. Hey, Sarge, look. This guy ain't got no fingerprints.
Now, shall we try it with my gloves off? Look, I've got my license right here in my back pocket.
Look out, Sarge!
Oh, reaching for a gun, huh?
Don't be silly. I wasn't reaching for a gun.
Oh, you'd rather use a knife, eh? Cold steel don't make no knife.
I haven't got a gun. I haven't got a knife. Look at me. Do you think I'm the criminal type? Look at me.
Yeah, look at him. Just gaze upon the gentle features of that innocuous physiognomy, that harmless innocent...
The most dangerous type, a baby-faced killer.
A baby-faced killer? Oh, look, I can't stand this anymore. I just can't stand this. I don't keep my license in a booby trap. I'm not a cold-blooded Alka-Seltzer. I'm not a milk-faced baby machine. I'm Danny Kaye. Danny Kaye.
Oh, so you're back to that Danny Kaye routine again. Why don't you be Bob Hope for a while?
Okay. This is Bob. Can't get out of the police station. They think I'm a saboteur. How am I going to get to Washington? Hope speaking.
What do you know, Sarge? Oh, we both been acting like a couple of imbeciles. It's Bob Hope.
Mr. Hope, I'd recognize your voice any place. Always clown.
Yeah, always clown. Well, I guess we'll be running along now. And thanks for the memories. Coming, Mr. Colonna?
Coming, Gate. Let's ambulate.
Let's take the bags out of the tank and put him in it.
Oh, this is too much. I can't stand this, I tell you. Look, this is Ken Niles, and that's Lionel Stander, and I'm Danny Kaye.
Ah, a likely story.
I'm Danny Kaye, I tell you. What can I do? How can I prove it to you fellas? Don't. I've got it.
Ah, he's cracking at last. You taking that down, Sarge?
Every word of it.
All right, keep talking. Oh, there's no mistake in that. You're Danny Kaye, all right, but I'm still not letting you go.
But, officer, look, I have to catch that plane for Washington.
Oh, you'll make it all right, and we'll give you a police escort, too, if you do one little thing for me.
What's that?
Can you sing your sweet old Irish tune, Me Fine Broth of a Boy?
Well, me fine broth of a policeman, that I can do and do.
Passengers for plane to Washington, gate number 3, please. Passengers for plane to Washington, gate number 3, please.
Well, here I go. I've got my own ticket this time.
Hey, Danny, look, I got the machine back for you.
Oh, go away, Lionel, and take that infernal machine with you.
Infernal machine? Just a minute there, bud.
Oh, no! Good night.
And don't forget, neighbors, next Saturday, another great Danny Kaye show with Eve Arden, Lionel Stander, Harry James and his music makers, and Danny Kaye. This program was directed by Dick Mack and was brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Peoria, Illinois. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
For years, Gene Hersholt was one of the outstanding character actors of pictures. Then came the day that he was assigned to the part of the country doctor in the 20th Century Fox production of that name. And Gene Hersholt became one of the foremost stars of Hollywood. It gives us great pleasure to be able to bring you the extraordinary gifts of this great artist in the kind of role that made him famous and that he made famous. As Paul Christian, the doctor of River's End, Gene Hersholt has in store for you many hours of absorbing, heartwarming drama to high-spot your Sunday afternoons this winter. And so I give you Gene Hersholt.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've heard of the fellow who didn't believe in ghosts, but who just the same was afraid of them. Well, I don't believe in luck, but just the same it happens. And it happens in very strange ways. 3 years ago in a little town up in Canada, 5 baby girls were born. Now, the birth of 5 little girls in Canada couldn't possibly have any effect on an actor playing character parts in Hollywood. Only it did. And because of what happened up there, I've been consistently casting doctor roles in pictures and now in this new radio series for the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company. Well, I like playing doctor roles. I like the role of Dr. Paul Christian in these broadcasts. I like being on the program of a company whose products are so well known and which has been so highly recommended and regarded for so many years. People often ask me if I'm a real doctor, if I ever studied medicine. Well, I'm not, and I haven't. But I have studied doctors in order to play convincingly the role of a doctor. And I found out a lot about doctors. And the more I found out, the greater has been my respect and my admiration for the medical profession. Now, I don't want to take any more time away from the show. I only started out to say something about the quantum that's bringing me luck. And they have. But then, 5 of a kind should bring anyone luck, shouldn't they? Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the little town of River's End, which sprawls carelessly at the crossways where the highway traverses the Sage River Road. The highway runs to the city 70 miles away, but the river road is the most traveled. Over this road, on this particular morning...
Oh, Doctor! Oh, Dr. Christian! Yoo-hoo!
Well, hello there. How are you, young lady?
Oh, I'm all right, but my doll is sick.
Why, you don't say. Here, let me have a look at her. I'm afraid your doll has high sawdust pressure.
Oh, do you think you can cure her, Dr. Christian?
Well, the doll is pretty hard to cure, Millie. Now, let me see. She mustn't have any candy.
No candy?
No, you eat all the candy yourself. Here. Have something to buy it with.
Oh, but Dr. Christian, Mama says I mustn't ever take money from people.
Oh, but this is different. If your doll has to go without candy, there has to be some candy for her to go without. You tell Mama I gave it to Mommy, and everything will be all right.
Gee, thank you, Dr. Christian.
Oh, goodbye, Millie.
Goodbye.
Oh, Dr. Christian.
Morning, Mrs. Tansy.
Oh, Doctor, I got that letter about your bill, and
Oh, now don't worry about my bill. Judy Price wrote that letter. She's back from business college, and, well, she has sort of wished herself on me as my office girl.
Oh, the letter was real nice, and I do want to get the bill settled just as soon as I can.
Well, how much is that bill?
$10.
Well, Mrs. Tansy, things being as they are, I'll make you 50-50 proposition. I'll forget half of that bill.
Oh, I thank you.
And you forget the other half. Goodbye, Mrs. Tansy.
Oh, but Dr. Christian. Dr. Christian,
Hi, Doc. Hello, Jim. How's the missus?
She's getting along first rate.
Oh, that's fine.
Doc, I don't know how to thank you for what you've done for us. If it hadn't been for you, she'd...
Oh, no, I just happened to have been there, that's all. If it hadn't been me, it would have been some other doctor.
Well, just the same, Well, I ain't much on making a fancy speech.
Oh, no, don't try, Jim. I'm the darnest person to sleep through a speech you ever saw.
But I want to do something, Doc. You can't pay that kind of a debt just with money. I owe something more.
That's right. But it isn't me you owe. Sometime, some way, you'll see a way to pay that debt.
I see what you mean, Doc.
Goodbye, Jim.
Goodbye, Doc.
Dr. Christian's office. This is Judy Price. Dr. Christian isn't in. No, I don't think he can. He's leaving today on a fishing trip. Yes, I will. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Judy. Who was that?
Ed Meadows. His rheumatism's bothering him again.
Oh. Well, I bet I could ride over there.
Oh, you'll do nothing of the sort. You're leaving on your vacation, and I'm going to see that you go. Oh, about that bill. Did you talk to Simon Schreiner this morning?
Simon? Oh, yes.
Well, what did he say?
Well, let me see now. I think he said he didn't believe it would rain.
What did he say about the bill?
Now, isn't that funny? I forgot to mention it.
Oh, I never saw such a person.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Roy.
Now, you get out of here, Roy Davis. Dr. Christian's busy. He's getting ready to leave on his vacation.
Yes, I know it. I just brought some medicine he ordered at the drugstore.
Oh, well, thanks, Roy.
Where are you going for your trip, Doctor?
Swampy Martin is going to row me up the river to his shack.
That loafer? I didn't know he had ambition enough to row anybody up the river.
Oh, no, Swampy's no loafer. He's sort of a scientist. He's made a study of the river and fishing just as you made a study of trucks.
Well, I was figuring on having him come around and wash my windows this afternoon, but if he's taking you on a trip, I'll get somebody else. Well, have a good time, Doc.
You bet he will. Why don't you have people call you doctor instead of doc? After all, you're a physician, a graduate of medical school.
Oh, no, Judy. That'd be kind of putting it on for just a country doctor.
Oh, country doctor or not, you're just as capable and just as talented as if you were in a big hospital somewhere.
No, Judy. You're wrong. Huh? I thought the same thing once. But that was a long time ago when I first came here with a nice new leather satchel full of shiny instruments and a head full of ambitious notions. Oh, I was only going to stay for a little while just to get experience. And then I was going to be a surgeon. A great surgeon. The world was going to hear from me. Well, you see...
If you're trying to make me believe you're a failure...
Who said anything about failure? Why, there are all sizes of jobs in this world. We can't all do the big ones. Somebody has to take care of the little ones. Say, isn't that Mrs. Withers coming across the street?
Oh, she can't be coming here. She told me only yesterday how good she was feeling. Ever so much better.
Oh, but you don't know Mrs. Withers. When she feels good, she usually feels bad because she knows that after she feels better, she'll always feel worse.
Oh, she is coming here. Are your fishing things packed?
Yes, but...
Go on in the back room and stay there.
Oh, but Judy, wait a minute.
I'll take care of Mrs. Withers.
Oh, but listen.
Go on in the back room and hurry. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Withers.
Oh, hello, Judy.
A nice day, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose it is for them as can enjoy it. Isn't Dr. Christian in?
Well, he's not here in the office.
Oh, then I'll wait. Might as well suffer here as in any other place.
In what places do you usually suffer, Mrs. Withers?
Oh, I suffer all over, Judy.
Well, you must get around quite a bit.
Oh, but I'm used to pain. I could stand it if it wasn't for those spells I have. Oh, when they come on, they're terrible. My mind's a blank.
So I've heard.
Judy, did you ever have everything go black and hear a roar and sound in your ears?
Yes. Once when I went through a tunnel.
Oh, they last for days sometimes. Well, I only come out of them just long enough to eat. How long will I have to sit here and wait?
About 5 days. He's going on a fishing trip.
Oh, why, he can't do that. He can't go. I've got to see him. Call him back.
If you think I'm going to spoil Dr. Christian's vacation just so you can enjoy one of your spells, you're mistaken. You can put your spell off.
Oh, no, Judy. No, if I have a spell, I'll die. I'll die before he gets back.
Oh, no, you won't. In fact, I'll guarantee that on the day he returns, you'll still be alive and kicking. Quit feeling sorry for yourself.
What? What did you say?
I said stop feeling sorry for yourself. There's nothing the matter with you.
Why, I never...
All you're after is attention.
Why, you
just want people to wait on you.
You snipperty younglings. You can't talk to me like that. Why, what do you think I am? An empty-headed dodo?
You're getting warmer.
Oh, you just wait. Wait until Dr. Christian comes home. I'll tell him about this. I'll tell him plenty.
Judy!
You can come out now.
Has she gone?
She's gone. And Swampy Martin's waiting for you at the river. So you better hurry.
I'm leaving right away.
Promise me you'll have a good vacation. And the rest of your life.
I promise, Judy, because if I don't, I know you'll be nagging me for the rest of my life.
Vaseline products need no introduction to any home listening in with us today. They are simple, inexpensive, useful home remedies for many little ailments. Teach your children to avoid infections and serious troubles by reaching for the Vaseline petroleum jelly as soon as they receive even a minor wound. If the wound is slight, it may be cleansed under running water and Vaseline jelly applied immediately, and the chances are that healing will be rapid, clean, and complete. If the wound is a penetrating wound, such as a wound caused by a nail, call the doctor at once. He will, of course, approve your use of this product for first aid treatment. Now we return the microphone to Dr. Christian and his guide, Swampy, who are bound for a fishing trip up the river.
Let me take the oars for a while, Swampy. Oh, you must be tired out pulling a boat all afternoon.
No, I'm not tired. Anyhow, we're almost there now. Shack's just around the bend.
What are they catching into over this time of the year, Swampy?
Old tomato cans, mostly.
Maybe that's the only kind of cans that are biting.
Well, you don't have to worry. Jimmy'll show you the places.
How old is your boy now, Swampy?
14, going on 15, and about as smart as they come.
Is he still going to school?
Starts in high school this fall.
High school? You don't tell me.
Yes, sir. That boy's going to make something of himself. Well, here's the shack. Oh, Jimmy! Jimmy! Guess he don't hear me. Mind hopping out, Doc, and tying up the boat? Just fasten the line to that stump there. Wait here a minute, Doc. It's dark as all get out in there. I'll go in and light a lamp. Can't figure where Jimmy is.
Maybe he's out catching us a mess of fish for supper. I wouldn't mind sitting down to a nice...
Doc! Doc!
Huh?
He's in here.
What?
Jimmy, laying on the floor, all doubled up. He
Come on
don't
with that
know
lamp.
me.
Come on with that lamp.
Jimmy. Jimmy.
Wait, don't touch him.
Doc, what do you think is wrong?
Hold the light down here. How long has he been sick?
He ain't been sick. He had a kind of a stomachache the day I left, but he didn't say much about it. I thought it was just something he had.
He's been here alone for 2 days? Where's the nearest phone?
I don't know. There's nobody living around here.
Then how far to the closest road?
4 miles, maybe 5.
Well, we've got to get him back to town.
The river's the quickest way.
Well, that'll take 3 or 4 hours.
Doc, what's the matter with him?
Appendix. Ruptured, I think.
Is it serious, Doc?
Swampy, can you stand some bad news? Jimmy's going to die.
Die? Oh, no, Doc.
There's 1 chance in 10 an operation could save him. But he'd have to be fast. And we are hours away from River's End. 70 miles from the nearest hospital.
But you're a doctor.
I haven't the equipment, Swampy. I haven't the right kind of tools. The things to work with. Well, even if I had, I wouldn't dare to risk it here. This is a case for a skilled surgeon.
But you can do something.
I'm sorry, Swampy. There's nothing.
Jimmy, it's me, your dad. He don't answer me. Don't even open his eyes. He was such a smart little fella, Doc. So bright and cheerful like. And so grown up acting. He didn't hardly complain at all about being sick the day I left. Just stood there on the bank, waving to me as I went away in the boat. Waving till I got around the bend. That's the last I saw of him. Standing there, saying goodbye. And now, Doc, you've got to do something. He's all I have. You've got to.
Swampy, light all the lamps. Start a fire on that stove. Put some water on to boil. Get my little kid out of the boat. And get all the knives you've got.
Knives?
Yes, kitchen knives, hunting knives, everything you've got.
But, Doc, you're not...
I'm going to operate.
How do you do?
Good afternoon. Say, this is Dr. Paul Christian's office, isn't it?
Yes.
I'd like to see the doctor.
Dr. Christian isn't here.
Say, what about the operation he performed?
Operation? What operation?
Oh, come on now. You might as well talk. We're going to catch up with Christian sooner or later anyway. Now, listen, if you don't want to tell me about the operation, tell me where he is.
He's on a vacation.
Okay, have it your way. But just the same...
Pardon me a moment. There's someone at the door.
That's all right. I'll be getting along. But I'll be back.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Withers.
I suppose I'll have to wait again.
No, this gentleman is just leaving. Well, Mrs. Withers, I see you're still here and alive.
Yes, I'm here. But that's more than you'll be when I talk to Dr. Christian. Where is he?
Still fishing.
Fishing? That makes a nice story. You know as well as I do that Dr. Christian hasn't been on a fishing trip at all.
What?
Just look what the morning city paper has to say.
Where?
Right there, under visitors in the city.
Dr. Paul Christian of River's End was seen coming out of the Palace Hotel last evening where...
Was seen coming out of the Palace Hotel. And I don't think it's possible to come out of something that you haven't gone in.
Oh, I don't know. What about a chicken coming out of an egg?
Oh, well, chickens have nothing to do with it. You've lied to me, deceived me.
Who's deceived who about what?
Oh, Dr. Christian. Oh, Judy, she's deceived me about chickens coming out of eggs and... Oh, I'm going to have a spell.
Oh, no.
Oh, I am. Oh, Doctor, I feel awful.
Here now, sit down. Just relax. We'll see if you're running a little fever. Open the mouth. Now close. That's it, Judy. Get my stethoscope, will you? Thanks.
How was the trip?
Oh, fine. Pretty hot. Now open, Mrs. Withers.
Did you say pretty hot?
Mm-hmm. Hottest I've ever seen it.
Oh, but Doctor, what does that mean?
Oh, usually violent electrical disturbances in the interior.
Oh, my. Oh, what does a person do when that happens?
Well, the best thing to do, Mrs. Withers, is just to give up.
Give up?
Yes, no use trying to fish in weather like that. Here, take this, Judy. Well, Mrs. Withers, you seem to be in a pretty good condition.
Oh, but I'm going to have a spell, Doctor. I can feel it coming on. Oh, can't you do something for me?
Well, yes, it just so happens that I think I can.
Oh, Doctor.
There have been some recent scientific discoveries about spells like yours, Mrs. Withers.
Oh, tell me.
And one of the most effective gastronomic agents has been...
Yes.
Carrots.
Oh, carrots.
So I think I'll put you on a diet of raw carrots.
Oh, but you know I don't like carrots. I hate carrots.
Well, we all have to do things we don't like, Mrs. Withers. Now, any time you feel a spell coming on, you just go on a diet of raw carrots for about 3 days. And after that, drop in and tell me how you are.
Oh, but there must be some other
Nothing but carrots, Mrs. Withers. Just raw carrots. And don't come in until you try them for 3 days.
Oh, yes, but
Goodbye, Mrs. Withers. Shh, don't laugh. I'll bet you an ice cream soda it works. Well, Judy, anything happen while I was away?
Oh, a few things, but they can wait. Tell me about your vacation.
Oh, there's nothing much to tell. I didn't do much.
Just loafed around the shack, I suppose.
Did my share of loafing.
We had a nice rest.
Yes, sir. Why, I feel like another man.
You must be another man, because Dr. Paul Christian wasn't on a fishing trip. He was in the city.
Huh? What's that?
Read this.
Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Well, to tell you the truth,
Yes, why don't you?
I did go to the city. You see, there was a little trouble about...
Oh, I'll answer it. Dr. Christian's office? Oh, yes, Jerry, I'm leaving in about 15 minutes. Meet me at the drugstore. Did I hear what? Swampy Martin's boy? Oh, Jerry. But it couldn't have been Dr. Christian. He was in the city. Yes, it was. No. Yes.
Listen to me. I operate on him. I had to. He was...
Are you Dr. Paul Christian?
Yes.
My name's Thorne. I want to have a talk with you in private.
And while they have their talk, I have a word for you. Men, are you troubled with scalp dryness? Do you fear dandruff? Does your scalp shed on your coat collar? If you have any of these symptoms, Vaseline Hair Tonic will help you. Rub it briskly into the scalp with the fingertips. Use a rotary motion to loosen the scalp, open the pores, stimulate the blood flow. After a few minutes' work out of your scalp, shampoo your hair. And when it is dry, groom it with a few drops of Vaseline Hair Tonic, applied with the palms of the hands and brushed in. This is a simple treatment. There's no magic about it. It is safe and sane and sensible. Vaseline Hair Tonic comes in a handy bottle in 2 sizes, priced at 40 cents and 70 cents. Get a bottle from your druggist tomorrow. Our story continues now with the scene laid in Dr. Christian's rooms behind the office. The time is late afternoon of the same day.
I had orders from my paper to get an interview or else.
Oh, but why should a newspaper be interested in a thing like this?
Why? When a doctor operates with kitchen knives on the floor of a fishing shack and saves a boy's life?
Oh, that's...
Say, do you know what they told me at the Central Hospital? That it was one of the most remarkable pieces of surgery they'd ever seen. But go ahead. What happened after you operated?
Well, there isn't much more to tell. For the next 2 or 3 days, I didn't get much sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But he was a strong and healthy boy, and he pulled through fine. Well, when he was well enough to move, I took him to the city, to Central Hospital, and he's doing splendidly.
Well, what was your idea of being so doggone mysterious about the affair? The hospital said you were at the hotel said you were at the hospital, and then I finally discovered you'd left the city.
Well, you see, I didn't want Judy, she's my office girl, to find out. But I might as well have been open and about board. She found out anyhow. Mr. Thorne, if you have any dark secrets in your life, don't ever move to a small town.
Say, you know, Dr. Christian, after hearing what they said about you at Central Hospital, I wonder what you're doing in a small town. Why you're wasting your time in a place like this? Have you ever thought of leaving?
Well, yes. Yes, I guess I have.
Then here's something to think about. Right now is the time to do it. When the news of this operation breaks in tomorrow's papers, you're going to be famous.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I do. And you ought to be in the city where you'll have the opportunity to do the important work you can do. I'd like to get a statement for the paper about what your future plans are.
You want to quote me, you mean?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, you can say that I've been very happy here in River's End. Oh, it's such a nice little town. But then, of course, I know there's no big opportunities here. I know that as long as I stay, I'll just be a country doctor.
So when do you plan to leave? Next week?
No, I couldn't get away next week.
Maybe in a month, huh?
I'm afraid not. Fact is, I don't think I can get away at all.
You can't get away at all. You mean you're staying here? But why?
You see, well, a patient of mine, Mrs. Withers, she's going to have a spell.
And so we take leave of River's End for the present, secure in the feeling that we can look in again on the old town next Sunday afternoon to find Dr. Christian at home among the friends and patients who could not do without him. Before we sign off, though, we want you to meet some of the artists you're going to become well acquainted with this winter. Rosemary DeCamp, who played Judy Price.
Hello, everybody. It's fun working in this show, not only because I get a kick out of bossing Gene Hersholt around, but because I'm one of the Cheeseboro Manufacturing Company's best customers. My pet use of Vaseline jelly is for my hand. After I've done any kind of housework or got my hands chapped and rough from outdoor sports, I apply it to get rid of the roughness and redness. You see, Vaseline jelly costs only 10 cents a job, which is an item to a working girl. And it's the best remedy I know for chapped hands.
Good girl, Rosemary. Now here is Noreen Gamil, who played Mrs. Withers.
I'm glad to get a chance to speak to you in my normal voice, just to prove I don't complain all the time. Privately, I enjoy very good health, thank you. I was practically raised on Vaseline products. My mother used them on us kids for everything, from sore throats to skinned knuckles.
And last but not least, Gail Gordon, who played Roy Davis, the druggist of River's End.
As a druggist, I have a chance to try everything in the store, but when it comes to hair tonics, I settled long ago on just one. Vaseline hair tonic. Keeps the scalp clean and healthy and lubricated and slicks the hair down just enough for good grooming.
Thank you, all of you. Prices of Vaseline products mentioned on this program apply only in the United States. When you purchase Vaseline preparations, be sure to look for the trademark Vaseline on the package. If you don't see it, you are not getting the genuine article. Next Sunday at this same time, the Cheeseboro Manufacturing Company, makers of Vaseline preparations, will present Chapter 2 in the story of Paul Christian, the Doctor of River's End, with Gene Hersholt in the title role. Gene Hersholt appears on this program through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Arthur Gilmore speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever produced. Great theater and this truly great beer.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we bring you a tale of dark secrets. and of a dark and secret love, an English classic, a standard work, too, in our Mercury repertory, with a special score composed and conducted by that pillar of the Mercury, Mr. Bernard Herrmann, with your obedient servant as the strange master of Thornfield Hall, and Miss Alice Frost in the title role of Jane Eyre.
My name is Jane Eyre. I have no father or mother, brothers or sisters. When I was 10 years old, my aunt sent me off to Lowood School. It was not so much a school as an institution for the children of the poor. Soon after I was 18, I placed an advertisement in the Yorkshire Herald, applying for the position of governess. The following week, a reply came from a Mrs. Fairfax of Thornfield Hall in Yorkshire.
If J.E., who advertised last Thursday, is qualified to teach the usual branches of a good English education, a situation can be offered her where there is but one pupil, a little girl 9 years of age.
3 days later, I left Lowood School, and that evening, I was at Thornfield Hall.
How do you do, my dear? Oh, I'm afraid you've had a tedious ride.
No, indeed, ma'am. Shall I have the pleasure of seeing Miss Fairfax tonight?
I am Mrs. Fairfax. Oh, you mean your pupil, Adele. She is not my daughter. The child is Mr. Rochester's ward.
And who is he?
The owner of Thornfield Hall. I'm merely the housekeeper. Your pupil is his ward. He wrote me to find a governess for her.
He's not here himself?
Almost never. Much of the time he is abroad.
It does seem strange for a gentleman to own this great house, yet never stop here to enjoy it.
You will find, Miss Eyre, that Mr. Rochester is in many ways a strange gentleman.
I slept smooth and soundly that night in my new home. Once I woke and heard a clock strike. I heard another sound. It seemed to me that somewhere in the house I heard a low, mirthless laugh. Then for many weeks, nothing happened to break the smooth course of our lives at Thornfield Hall. One day in January, I put on my coat and went out for a walk. The afternoon was already dimming. On the hilltop above me sat the rising moon, pale as a cloud. Suddenly, in the distance, I heard the sound of hooves. A horseman came over the hill, down toward the little bridge.
Easy! Easy there! Oh, the devil.
Are you injured, sir?
Stand on one side.
Oh.
Down, pilot. Down. Oh, my leg.
Where do you come from? You young girl, you're not a servant in the hall.
I'm the governess to Mr. Rochester's ward.
Oh, you're the governess. Deuce take it if I hadn't forgotten the governess. Well, necessity compels me to make you useful. Come closer, me lean on your shoulder. Now, hold the bridle. Here we are. Now, just hand me my whip. It lies there under the hedge.
Here, sir.
Thank you. Goodbye, child.
As I walked back to Thornfield, I kept seeing his tall figure, enveloped in a riding cloak, fur-collared and steel-clasped, remembering his stern face, his angry, thwarted eyes. It was late when I got back to the hall. Mrs. Fairfax, what dog is that?
He came with the master.
With whom?
With the master, Mr. Rochester. He had an accident. His horse fell coming down Hay Lane. He said you were to go to him the minute you came in.
Oh.
You'd better hurry.
Come in. Now, sit down, Miss Eyre. You've been resident in my house 3 months.
Yes, sir.
You come from...
From Lowood School, sir.
Charitable concern. How long were you there?
8 years.
8 years. You must be tenacious of life. No wonder you have rather the look of another world. I marveled where you got that sort of face. I'd half a mind just now in Hay Lane to demand whether you'd bewitched my horse. Indeed, I'm not sure yet. Who are your parents?
I have none.
Or ever had, I suppose. Now, don't draw that chair further off, Miss Eyre. Sit down exactly where I placed it, if you please. Otherwise, I cannot see you without disturbing my comfortable position, which I have no mind to do. You examine me, Miss Eyre. Do you think me handsome?
No, sir.
What faults do you find with me, pray? Does my forehead not please you? Does it look as if I were a fool? Why don't you answer me? You look very much puzzled, Miss Eyre. You are not pretty any more than I am handsome. A puzzled air becomes you, so puzzle on. I leave the choice of subject entirely to you. You're dumb, Miss Eyre. Or stubborn. Yes, stubborn. A little annoyed. Confess it, you're afraid of me.
I'm bewildered.
You're afraid.
I have no wish to talk nonsense.
If you did talk nonsense, it would be in such a grave, quiet manner, I should mistake it for sense. You never laugh, Miss Eyre. Don't trouble to answer.
It's past 9, sir. I must say good night.
Good night. Good night, Miss Eyre.
I could not sleep for thinking of Mr. Rochester. I lay there listening. Then it seemed my door was touched, as if fingers were groping their way along the panels in the dark gallery outside.
Who's there? Who is it?
There was a strong smell of burning. Mr. Rochester's door was ajar, and smoke rushed from his room. The curtains were on fire.
Wake! Wake, Mr. Rochester, wake!
Yeah? Huh?
He lay stupefied in his sleep. I rushed to the basin and pitcher.
Oh, what is it? Is there a flood?
No, sir, but there's been a fire.
In the name of all the elves in Christendom, is that Jane Eyre? What have you done with me, witch? Sorceress? The smoke. Who's in this room besides you? Look at me, Jane. Did you happen to hear during the night an odd laugh?
Yes, sir. I thought perhaps one of the servants...
Just so, one of the servants. You've guessed it. Jane, you're no talking fool. Say nothing about it. What? Are you quitting me already, and in that way?
You said I might go, sir.
But not without taking leave, not in that brief, dry fashion. He saved my life, at least. Shake hands. You saved my life, Jane. I knew you'd do me some good in some way. Sometime.
Then Mr. Rochester left Thornfield Hall. And when he returned, it was with a large company of very elegant guests. There was one lady in particular to whom my master seemed especially attentive.
The Honorable Blanche Ingram. Lord Ingram's sister she is. She's held the most beautiful girl in the county.
And this beautiful and accomplished young lady is not yet married?
It appears not. What is the matter with you, child? You have eaten nothing. What is it, Jane? What's happened to you?
That evening, word came that Mr. Rochester wished to introduce my pupil, Adele, to the ladies in the drawing room after dinner. I rose and curtsied to them. One or two bent their heads in return. The others only stared at me. As soon as I could, I left quietly through the side door.
How do you do?
I'm very well, sir.
Why did you not come over and speak to me in the drawing room, Jane?
I did not wish to disturb you.
What have you been doing while I was away?
Teaching Adele, as usual.
Getting a good deal paler than you were. Now, who in the devil is that at this time of night?
Shall I go and see
Yes,
her?
Jane, I must return to my guests. I fear Miss Ingram will have marked my absence.
Mr. Rochester?
Yes?
There's a man to see you, sir. He went into the drawing room.
Devil he did. His name?
Mason, sir, and he's come from the West Indies.
Mason?
From Jamaica, I think.
I'll see him presently.
Yes, Mr. Rochester.
Mason, West Indies. Is that what she said?
You feel ill, sir?
Oh, Jane. Jane. I've got a blow. Jane. If all the people in that drawing room came in a body and spat at me, what would you do, Jane?
I'd turn them out of the room, sir, if I could.
But if I were to go into them and they dropped off and left me one by one, what then? Would you go with them?
I rather think not, sir. I should have more pleasure in staying with you.
To comfort me?
Yes, sir. To comfort you as well as I could. Much later that night, I wakened suddenly.
Jane! Get up! Get up, I need you. Have you a sponge in your room?
Yes, sir.
You won't turn sick, Jane, at the sight of blood. Here, give me your hand. Let me see. Warm and steady. You'll do, Jane. Come along.
I followed Mr. Rochester to the floor above. We entered a large room. And beyond that, there was an open door. And from inside came a low sound. Almost like a dog growling. In a chair was a form of a man, huddled and still. I saw that it was a stranger, Mason, the gentleman who had called earlier. His sleeve and his shirt on one side was soaked with blood.
She's done for me.
Quiet, Mason.
Done for me.
Nonsense. You've lost a little blood, that's all. Now then, Jane, hold this basin.
Oh, she went at me with her teeth.
Will you be silent?
She sucked the blood. She said she'd drain my heart.
I warned you, Mason.
I thought I could have done her some good.
You thought, Mason. Get up. You must be out of the house before morning.
Let her be taken care of. Let her be treated as tenderly as may be.
I do my best, Mason. And have done my best. And will do it, never fear. Yet, would to God there was an end to all this. You're listening, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mercury Theater's radio production of the great English classic, Jane Eyre.
Mr. Rochester stayed on at Thornfield Hall. The talk continued about his coming marriage to Miss Ingram. Yet never had he called me more frequently to his presence. Never had he been kinder to me. And alas, never had I loved him so well. It was a midsummer eve. I went down into the orchard. I heard a nightingale singing in the woods far away.
Jane? Good evening, Jane. Thornfield is a pleasant place in summer, is it not?
Yes, sir.
You'd be sorry to leave.
Oh, yes.
Pity, it's always the way in this life. No sooner have you got settled in a pleasant resting place than a voice calls to you to rise and move on.
Must I move on, sir? Must I leave Thornfield?
I believe you must, Jane. I'm sorry, Jane, but I believe indeed you must.
You're going to be married, sir.
Look at me, Jane. You're not turning your head to look after more nightingales, are you? Adele must go to school, and you, Miss Eyre, will get a new station.
Yes, sir. I will advertise immediately.
I've heard of a place that I think will suit, a place in Connaught Island.
It's a long way off, sir.
A long way off from what, Jane?
Oh, from England, from Thornfield, and
Well?
from you, sir.
Oh, it is to be sure, it is. A long way off. We've been good friends, Jane, have we not? Come, we'll sit here in peace tonight. Though we should never more sit here together. You know, sometimes I have a queer feeling with regard to you, Jane. Especially when you're near to me, as now. It's as if I had a string somewhere under my left ribs, tightly and inextricably knotted to a similar string situated on the corresponding corner of your little frame. And if that boisterous channel come broad between us, I'm afraid that cord of communion will be snapped. And then I've a nervous notion I should take to bleeding inwardly. As for you, you'd forget me. Now, Jane, I think you'd better stay.
Do you think I can stay to become nothing to you? Do you think because I'm poor, obscure, plain, and little, that I'm soulless and heartless? I have as much soul as you, and full as much heart.
Jane, be still. I offer you my hand, my heart, and a share of all my possessions.
Don't mock me.
I ask you to pass through life at my side to be my wife. It's you only I intend to marry. Come, Jane. Come here.
Your bride stands between us.
My bride is here. You strange, you almost unearthly thing. I love you as my own flesh. Come to me, Jane. Come to me entirely now. God pardon me. And men, meddle not with me. I have her and will hold her.
Well assured that so many as are coupled together, otherwise than God's word doth allow, are not joined together by God, neither is their matrimony lawful. Edward Rochester, wilt thou have this woman for thy wedded wife?
This marriage cannot go on. I declare the existence of an impediment.
Proceed to the service.
Mr. Rochester has a wedded wife, now living at Thornfield Hall. I saw her there last April. I am her brother.
What this man here says is true. Bigamy is an ugly word, yet that is what I meant to be. A bigamist. I dare say you've heard gossip about the mysterious lunatic kept under watch and ward. I now inform you that she is my wife, Bertha Mason, whom I married 15 years ago in Spanish Town, Jamaica. Bertha Mason is insane. You may see for yourself, if you wish, what sort of being I was cheated into marrying. And judge whether or not I had a right to break the compact and seek happiness with this girl I love. Well, I failed. Take the coach back to Thornfield. Not be wanted today. To the right about every one of you. Away with your congratulations. Who wants them? They're 15 years too late.
Next morning at dawn, I made my possessions into a parcel and stole from my room. For the last time, I passed Mr. Rochester's door, started down the dark stairs.
Jane? Jane? You mean to go one way in the world and let me go another?
I do.
You will not stay, Jane. You will not be my comforter, my rescuer. My deep love, my tragic grief. They're nothing to you.
God bless you, my dear master. God keep you from harm and wrong.
Jane. Jane. Jane!
A year and a half went by. I wrote to Mrs. Fairfax and begged for news. 3 months wore away. Day after day the post arrived and brought nothing for me. I packed my things and took the stagecoach for the north. 36 hours later, I was at Milford.
Come a long way today, Mum. We don't get many travelers here these days.
I thought perhaps you could tell me. Is Mr. Rochester living at Thornfield Hall now?
I say, Mum, don't you know? Thornfield Hall was burned down. Not a stone standing. The fire broke out in the dead of night.
The dead of night? Was it known how it started?
They guessed, Mum, they guessed. There was a woman. Would you believe it? A lunatic.
But Mr. Rochester, was he at home when the fire broke out?
Yes, indeed he were. He went up to the tower to get his mad wife out of her cell. She was on the roof. We heard him call her name. We saw him approach her. And then, Mum, She yelled and gave a spring, and the next minute she lay smashed on the pavement.
Dead?
Yes, dead as the stones on which her brain and blood were scattered.
Oh. But is he alive?
Yes, Mr. Rochester is alive, but many think he'd better be dead.
Why? Where is he? Is he in England?
Aye, he's in England. He can't get out of England. I fancy he's a fixture now. He's stone blind. Yes, he's stone blind, is Mr. Rochester.
I found him in a small manor house nearby. A neglected handful of fire burned low in the grate. And leaning over it with his head supported against the high, old-fashioned mantelpiece stood Mr. Rochester.
Is that you, Mrs. Fairfax? Down, pilot. What's the matter? Down, sir. It is you, Mrs. Fairfax, is it not?
Mrs. Fairfax is in the kitchen.
Who is this? Answer me. Speak again.
Your dog knows me. John and Mrs. Fairfax.
Her very fingers. Her small, slight fingers. If so, there must be more of her. Is it Jane? This is her shape. This is her size.
And this is her voice. And her heart, too.
Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre.
I've now been married 10 years. I know what it is to live entirely for and with what I love best on earth. Edward Rochester continued blind the first 2 years of our marriage. Then one morning, as I was writing a letter for him to his dictation, he came and bent over me.
Jane. Jane, have you a glittering ornament around your neck?
Yes.
Jane, are you wearing a pale blue dress?
Yes. Later, when our firstborn was put into his arms, he could see that the boy had inherited his own eyes as they once were, laughing, brilliant, and black.
Orson Welles will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's production of the Mercury Summer Theater. Now, Mr. Welles.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you one of the most fascinating stories that it's ever been the privilege of the Mercury Theater to broadcast. One of the very tallest of all the tall stories ever told. It's a yarn of high adventure on the high seas. It's called The Passenger to Bali. Till then, till next week then, at this same time, same station, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, and for everybody in the Mercury Theater, I remain as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Casablanca was one of the most famous films ever made, and the show The Adventures of Rocky Jordan was an attempt to capitalize on its success. It started out as A Man Named Jordan from 45 to 47, set in Istanbul, but was changed to the new name and format featuring Jordan and his Cafe Tambourine in Cairo, Egypt, which ran from 1948 to 1950 and starred Jack Moyles and later George Raft as Jordan, loosely based on the character Rick Blaine in Casablanca. He gets involved, willingly or unwillingly, in various plots and mysteries and crimes among the locals, and he's called upon to solve them using his wits and his talents. This particular episode, The Man from Damascus, starts when a disfigured man in bandages asks Rocky for help in locating a dangerous fugitive that he would like to exact revenge on. This one was broadcast on June 12, 1949 at 9:30 p.m. on a Sunday, geared obviously towards adult listeners. Next up is The Theater of Romance. Romance was a genre that was aimed at mature audiences and usually ran in the early to mid-evenings. This romantic drama show ran from 1944 to 1948 and featured love stories based on novels and classic movies. This episode, Pride and Prejudice, based on the famous 1813 Jane Austen novel, was broadcast at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, June 13th, 1944. It starred Doris Dalton and Myron McCormick. After that, we have the great suspense and mystery show, The Whistler, a thrilling show that was primarily aimed at adult audiences and ran on Mondays at 9 o'clock p.m. Extremely successful. It ran from 42 all the way to 1955 on CBS and was also broadcast over Armed Forces Radio. This episode, Jealousy, is about a woman who's convinced that her husband wants to kill her so he can be with another woman. So she decides to be proactive about it. Next is another show aimed at mature audiences, and the horror genre show, Quiet Please. Willis Cooper created it, and he's also known for creating the other horror program, Lights Out, and Ernest Chappell was the announcer and the lead actor. It started on June 8, 1947, and ran until June 25, 1949. This episode, one of the most famous of Quiet Please, is The Thing on the Fourble Board, which was broadcast on August 9, 1948. If you haven't heard this episode, you're going to love this. I'm unable to find the time slots for the show, but due to it being a horror/fantasy program, it's most likely that it ran at a later time slot, either on weeknights or weekends. Lastly, in our typical broadcast day from the golden age of radio, we have the famous show Suspense, one of the most successful of all radio dramas, running from 1940 all the way to 1962, and broadcasting over 940 episodes. It went through various directors, producers, writers, and hosts over its 22-year run, and it starred dozens of famous Hollywood movie and radio stars. Some of its episodes are still considered to be the very best examples of radio from the Golden Age, in terms of acting, writing, sound effects, and production, such as Sorry, Wrong Number, The Hitchhiker, and Drive-In. This particular episode, The House in Cypress Canyon, was broadcast on Thursday, December 5th, 1946, at 9 o'clock p.m., being geared towards more mature listening audiences. It starred Robert Taylor and Kathy Lewis as a married couple who move into a rental house only to find horrible things happening there after the very first night, like strange noises and blood oozing out from under a closet door that they can't open. The next night, Ellen, the wife, attacks her husband, James, like a savage animal, apparently while sleepwalking, and the milkman is discovered dead with his throat torn out. A truly haunting and frightening story, and one that would have kept even the adults listening to it jumping at shadows after hearing it on their way to bed. All right, let's dive into these shows from a typical broadcast day during the golden age of radio. I hope you enjoy.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Man from Damascus.
Damascus, capital of Syria. Population 300,000 or so. They say it's the oldest city in the world that people still live in. I wouldn't know. But I do know there's a street in Damascus named the street called Straight. And I also know I once met a man from Damascus, and he was as twisted as they come. But back to a hot Wednesday afternoon. Chris was at the bar serving up some arak. I was standing at the front of the cafe looking out into the Cairo streets. That's when an old man dressed in a boy's postal uniform and riding a bicycle stopped in front of the Tambourine. When he came in, he was carrying a wet envelope in his hand.
I have for the Mr. Jordan one special delivery letter. The Mr. Jordan signed his name on this line.
Mr. Jordan would?
Thank the Mr. Jordan.
Yeah. Here you are, Pop. Buy yourself an ice cube.
Mutashakir. Mutashakir, then.
It was a white envelope with some dirty finger smudges and a Cairo postmark. There was no return address. I looked at it for a moment, then tore it open. The first thing I saw, flat and crisp, was a pack of Egyptian pound notes. And I did a quick tabulation. 1,000 Egyptian pounds, 5,000 American dollars. And clipped to the money was a short note. Partial payment for services to be rendered, 1,000 pounds. I'm waiting for you at 16 Sharia El Nazar. 7 o'clock this evening will be fine. And it was signed, The Man from Damascus. Well, I don't take easily to somebody's bidding. If someone wants to see me, he comes to me. So I put the money in the safe, but figured that wasn't the end of The Man from Damascus. Exactly 7 o'clock that evening, I knew I had figured right.
Rocky?
What is it, Chris?
Fellow to see you.
Where?
He's in your office. I tried to stop him, but he
Oh,
was
that's
right on.
all right. I'm sort of expecting him.
Mean-looking guy. Want me to come with you?
No, I'll handle it. Take over the till, will you?
Sure, Rocky.
Hello, Jordan.
Make yourself at home.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Pretty good booze.
Too rich for your taste, buddy. Put it down.
Yeah, all right. You know, it's funny. Figured you differently. Everybody in town says you're a right guy.
Maybe you've been talking to the wrong people. What do you want? You have been talking to the wrong people. I'm not for sale.
That 1,000 pounds is just a start, pal. There's more where that come from.
And there always is.
Ah, come on, big shot. Button up your shirt. It's 7 o'clock. You got appointment.
I can't make it.
Ah, that's a big mistake.
Your money's in the safe. You can have it back.
That is not my instructions.
Oh, so you're just the leg man.
Something like that. You and me were working for the same man.
All right, buddy, you're through talking. There's the door.
Get away from the door, Jordan, or I'll pin you to the wall. 7-inch blade, Jordan. Damascus steel. Got it?
I got it. All right, put the knife away. You'll cut your hand. I'll come with you if your boss wants to see me that badly. I wasn't going to argue with a 7-inch double-edged blade, especially the way that monkey was waving it in the air. Well, we left the tambourine, climbed into his car, and drove through the Cairo streets, out one of the city gates. We ended up in front of a place called the House of Sand. Should have been called the Pile of Scrap, because that's what it looked like. But the knife man said it was a hotel. 2 minutes later, my pal knocked on the door of room 12.
Who is there? Jordan. He's come for the rest of the dough.
You're taking a lot for granted, Buster.
Quiet, you.
All right, you may let him come in.
Go on in, Jordan, and meet your new boss.
I walked inside. My pal with the knife shut the door behind me and stayed outside. Then I saw him. A man from Damascus. He was tall and big, but I couldn't tell what he looked like. His whole face was wrapped in bandages. And he reminded me of those pictures I once saw of the Invisible Man.
Hello, Mr. Jordan. Nice of you to come. Sit down.
I'll take it standing.
Well, it's good to meet again. Is it not, Mr. Jordan?
Again?
You do not remember? But you should. Damascus, 1939. Well, maybe it's my new appearance. I had a face then.
What do you got now?
Let's talk about Damascus.
All right.
You wish a drink?
No, I just gave it up.
Mr. Jordan, you wronged me in Damascus.
I did?
Yes, you wronged me most severely. So severely that I've never forgotten. And I said to myself that someday I would come for you. Well, I am here.
Welcome to Cairo.
Jordan, I'm not just talking for pleasure.
You sure you got the right guy?
And do not try to tell me you do not remember. You are the right man and you know it. But you are fortunate, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, how's that figure?
I'm going to give you a chance to erase our difference. And make a little money besides. You see, there's someone in Cairo that I want even more than you.
So how do I figure?
You are going to bring him to me. His name is Alex Zarko.
Zarko, huh? It's a pretty big order.
I know, but I think you can do it.
The police have had a dragnet out for 2 weeks trying to track him down.
And I want to get to him before they do. I think you can bring him to me. You know Cairo better than any man I know of. You know where men like Zarko would hide and how to get to him.
Sorry, friend, you've got the wrong guy.
Jordan, listen to me. I would find him myself if I could. I just do not know Cairo. And I cannot go wandering around like this. I'm giving you a chance to square a dirty deal and make a little money on the side. I will double that 1,000 pounds and call off our little difference.
What have you got against Zarko?
He took something from me.
What?
My face.
Oh.
I want to find him, Jordan. I must. Do not know what it is to feel that you can never walk the streets again without a covering and the thing you once called a face. Well, what about it, Mr. Jordan?
No deal. You got a private vendetta with Zarko. Keep it that way. Yeah, there's your £1,000 back. Buy yourself another boy. I walked out of the house of sand, and the knife man was gone. I found a taxi and headed back for the tambourine. Alec Zarko. Yeah, an all-around no-good guy. The Egyptian police wanted him on an attempted assassination, espionage work, with an assorted killing or two thrown in. The police had all the roads covered, the trains and the flights out of the city. They figured they had him bottled up pretty well. It was just a matter of time before they bundled him. Well, back at the tambourine, I drew myself a beer, found a back table, and did some thinking about the man in the bandages in the city of Damascus.
What's up, Rock?
Oh, nothing, Chris, just thinking. Say, did you ever hear me talk about Damascus?
Damascus?
Yeah, spent 9 months there once working for an oil company.
No, I don't remember you saying anything about it. Why?
Oh, nothing. Just trying to bring back a little memory. Drop it, it doesn't matter.
Sure, Rock. I'll get back to the...
Excuse me, gentlemen. You are Mr. Jordan?
That's right.
May I talk with you, please? It will take but a moment.
All right, Chris, I'll talk to you later.
Sure, Rocky.
Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I did not wish to trouble you, but I found that I had no other course. My name is Sandra Marr, and I'm from Damascus in Syria.
You're traveling, and Cairo's on the grand tour.
This is not a trip for pleasure. I'm looking for someone.
If his name is Alex Zarko, you got lots of company.
No, his name is not Alex Zarko. It is Paul Marr, and he is my husband.
Paul Marr? I don't know anyone by that name.
You may not know him by his name, Mr. Jordan, but I'm positive that you have met him.
How do you figure that?
Paul said he had some business in Cairo. He left Damascus 4 days ago with a man whose name I do not know. But he was the same man who left the tambourine with you earlier tonight. It is my belief that he took you to see Paul.
Oh, I get it.
I tried, but I was not able to follow you through the streets of Cairo, so I've waited outside your cafe till you returned. I must see Paul. Would you take me to him?
Nope.
Would you tell me then where he is? Mr. Jordan, Paul's business, as he calls it, it is trouble. Some terrible sort of trouble, I know.
Oh, you're right there.
He's a fine man, Mr. Jordan. A wonderful man, but things have not gone well since his face... He's in trouble, and I've got to help him.
He's got a revenge on lady with a guy named Zarko and me. There's nothing fine about that.
Revenge? Paul? Oh, no, it must be something else. He's not that kind of man.
Well, then you don't know him very well.
It is true we have not been married for long.
Uh-huh. Look, why don't you just go back to Damascus and forget it? You're in for trouble here. Something's going to happen.
Where is Paul, Mr. Jordan?
A place called the House of Sand. Out of the city, through the gate of the Bar El Nasser. Taxi will take you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I shall not forget the help you've given me.
She walked out of the tambourine, and I hoped that that'd be the last I'd see of her, and the man from Damascus, and Alex Zarko. How vain can your hopes be sometimes? Well, we rolled the last on-the-cuff customer out of the tam about 1:15 in the morning. Chris threw the lock on the front door, and I doused the lights.
I'll just scoot out the back way, Rocky.
Oh, all right, Chris. All right.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Rocky, look out!
Find the garbage cans, quick.
Vengeance, Jordan! Vengeance!
Rocky.
You hear me, Jordan?
Quiet, Chris.
Well, if you do and you are not dead, then I will come for you again.
You are listening to The Man from Damascus, an adventure with Rocky Jordan. Remember that 5 o'clock Sunday afternoon is the new time for Rocky Jordan, so join us each Sunday at 5. And plan to tune in 30 minutes earlier to hear Call the Police at 4:30. So you will have a full hour of excitement and action. And now we take you back to Cairo for another adventure with Rocky Jordan, the man from Damascus.
Well, after the man from Damascus threw those slugs at me, I took out after him, chasing him through the darkened streets. But it's easy to lose someone in the winding Cairo streets, and that's just what I did. I got back to the Cafe Tambourine about 45 minutes later, and Chris wasn't there alone. Captain Sam Sabaya, Cairo police, was there, too, waiting for me.
Well, Jordan, so you've returned.
Oh, hiya, Sam. What brings you here this time of night?
I phoned him, Rock. I told him. I thought you'd be better.
All right, Chris. See you tomorrow.
Sure. Good night, Captain.
Good night. Well, Jordan, I'm waiting.
Waiting? For what, Sam?
For you to tell me what this is all about.
There's nothing to say.
Jordan, the man who shot at you from the alley called out vengeance. This much Chris told me. Therefore, I can assume that this man is after you for some hurt he believes you have inflicted upon him.
It's close.
What is it that you have done to him, Jordan?
Beats me, Sam.
Jordan, how can you expect me to believe...
Tell you, Sam, I don't know.
Then I shall let that pass. Jordan, who is this man who shot at you?
I'm afraid that's my business. I'll just handle it my own way.
Jordan!
Oh, stop worrying about it. You got your hands full with Alex Zarko.
Oh, fear not. We will capture Alex Zarko. Tell me, has Zarko something to do with this shooting?
If you mean, did he throw those slugs at me? No.
I meant exactly what I said. Does Zarko have anything to do with the shooting?
Maybe.
Oh, Jordan, you are most exasperating.
Oh, just a little trick I picked up in my travels.
Very well, very well. I cannot force you to speak. However, I wish to warn you that if someone else is injured, some innocent party drawn into this private conflict of yours, I shall hold you responsible.
Oh, thanks, Sam. That's swell of you. No one will get hurt, believe me. Except maybe that friend of mine.
For your sake, I hope you are right. I would not wish to use my office, Jordan, to have you expelled from Cairo.
I started out bright and early the next morning to see if I could find the man from Damascus. Stop number 1 was the House of Sand, room 12. I pounded on the door, no answer. I rattled the doorknob, and the door came open. I went in. I could see why no one had bothered to throw the lock. The room was empty. Paul Marr, the man from Damascus, had done a quick checkout. I moved down to the front desk to see if I could get a forwarding address. Sitting in a rocking chair, rolling back and forth, was a wrinkled relic left over from the days of the pharaohs. A chortling sound was coming from her throat, and then I saw why. She was reading a U.S. comic book called The Phantom Menace. Lady, you got a customer.
Oh, young man, you are observing an old lady being devoured by pleasure.
Well, I'm certainly glad you're having fun, but could you give me a minute?
Oh, the Phantom Menace has captured Brig Braun, thrust him in wire, and is dipping him head first into a barrel of pickle brine 100 times.
Very
I am being consumed with joy.
Well, if you can grab hold of yourself for a minute, you can earn a £1 note.
My laughter has suddenly left me.
Oh, fine. Look, I'm trying to get a forwarding address on number 12.
That would be a short, fat man with a bald spot. A seller of fly paper.
That'd be a big man with bandages on his face. The seller of death.
Death comes higher than fly paper. Could you make it £2?
I could.
Alas, now that I find a fortune at my fingertips, I cannot claim it.
What does that mean?
I do not know where your friend has gone. And indeed, you are not the only one who is seeking him. A young lady came this morning. She said she was his wife.
Where'd she go?
I gave her room 10. She said she would wait to see if her husband returned. If you wish to see her, I can call her.
No. What time did number 12 leave?
6 this morning.
How?
By taxi. I called one.
Do you know the driver?
Do I know him? A kelp, a no good evil dog.
Has he got a name?
Ali Amart. Residence 303 Sharia Shaman. It is worth £2 just to mention his name.
Here. Keep it. And thanks. Go on back to your reading.
I shall once again bathe in ecstasy.
And she did. I left her sitting there, wetting the pages, looked up Holly Amar. It cost me £2 more to open him up. Then all he could say was that he left Mar off at an all-night dive called the Harem. So that was my next stop. A couple of 100 pounds of fat was pushing a wet rag over the counter in slow motion. A red-headed Englishman, deep in his cups, was throwing darts at a picture of a dame short of clothes. What I was looking at was a guy at the end of the bar tilling a bottle of beer. It was the knife man who had first taken me to see Paul Marr. I moved his way, but he saw me and lit out for the back door. I took out after him fast, like the super chief on a downgrade. He took me through the backyard, over a fence, across an empty lot. But I put a stop to the marathon with a flying tackle, and we rolled into a mud hole. He reached for his knife, but I kneed him, and the fight started to go out of him. All right, where is he? You know that Damascus friend of yours, Paul Marr.
How did you know his name?
That doesn't matter. What I want now is his address.
Do not worry, Jordan. He will come to you.
Well, I can't wait. Now give.
My throne, your knee.
The address?
I cannot tell.
You'll try a face full of mud, then.
All right, I tell. 1042 Shariah Fakar. A small hotel by the name of Little Nile.
Okay. I'm going to put you on ice at the Tambourine. Chris will take care of you till I have a chance to talk to your boss alone. The Little Nile was a termite trap on Sharia Fakar, and Marr was holed up second floor back. I stood in front of his door a few minutes later, listening, trying to catch any sounds from inside. I didn't hear a thing. I tried the doorknob easily. The door was locked. So I took a deep breath, kicked at it, and all the rotten wood gave way. First thing I saw in the darkened room was the figure sitting in a chair across the room facing the door. The second thing I saw were the bandages around his face, so I knew it was Paul Marr. And the third thing I saw was the Italian-made gun in his hand, pointing toward me.
What has kept you so long, Jordan?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were waiting.
I would not advance toward me any more steps, Jordan. That is wise. Well, you have come. I had assumed that if I did not kill you last night, you would come to me. It saved me parading my conspicuous appearance through the Cairo streets. So you have found me. But unfortunately, I have the gun.
You're not going to kill me here, Marr. Sabaya knows you're after me. You'll never get out of the city with those bandages.
You may be right, Jordan. Perhaps I will not kill you. My original proposition still holds. Bring Alex Zarko to me, and our little difference shall be forgotten.
I've forgotten it already.
Jordan, I want Zarko. I want him more than I want you or anything else. Bring
Marr.
him to...
Sandra's in town.
Sandra?
Your wife. She's in Cairo looking for you. She's at the House of Sand right now, waiting for you to come back.
No.
I saw her. She came to me to ask about you. You know, she thinks a lot of you. She doesn't believe you're the kind of a guy to have a vendetta on. She doesn't believe you could kill me or Zarko, regardless of what he did to your face.
Stop it, Jordan. Do not unnerve me. And do not attempt to change the subject. I want Zarko even more than you. I will let you go if you help me. Here, I shall show you my good faith by throwing my gun into the corner.
It was a mistake, Marr. You know I can't help you. I told you once already, and that still goes. I'm not butting into a private feud.
But I am, Jordan.
Sam. Well, get around, don't you?
I know you well enough, Jordan, to realize that you would not allow someone to shoot at you and then forget it. So when you would not tell me who had done it, I knew, too, that if I followed you long enough, you would lead me to him. You always do.
Look, Sam, this is a private thing between Marr and
I
myself.
have told you once, Jordan, violence is not a private matter. I will not allow killing if I can help it. And I will not allow you, Jordan, or Mr. Marr to interfere with the police capture of Alex Zarko.
Then you haven't got him yet, huh?
No, but I shall have him in time. Mr. Marr shall not. Mr. Marr, you will please remove the bandages from your face.
What?
I said that you will please remove your bandages.
Better do it. Sam's not kidding.
Very well. Very well, then I shall remove my bandages. I shall step into the light, gentlemen, so that you may see all. So that you may see what was once a face.
I watched Paul Marr unwind the bandages, uncovering first what once was a chin, then the battered skin around the cheeks, the nose, over the forehead. Then I noticed his stare, a peculiar, hard kind of stare. Then I saw where it came from, a left eye that couldn't blink.
There you have it. Now you can see why I feel as I do about Alex Zarko.
I am most sorry I had to subject you to this, Mr. Marr, but I still cannot allow a personal revenge to interfere with my execution of the law. It is customary in Cairo in affairs of this nature to use the following procedure. There is a train leaving Cairo for Alexandria in 1 hour and 5 minutes. You will please be on the train.
Sam.
And you, Jordan, shall remain in my custody until Mr. Marr has left the city.
And what about Alex Zarko?
He is and shall remain my problem. You have then 1 hour, Mr. Marr. I will meet you at the Cairo station to make certain you have boarded the train. Now you may put the bandages back on your face.
Well, Sam and I left Paul Marr at the hotel and headed for police headquarters. We didn't talk much about Paul. There wasn't anything to say. I was still trying to figure out in my mind what I could possibly have done to him in Damascus, but nothing came. And seeing him, or what was left of him, stirred no memory. At headquarters, Sam had a few things to do, so did I. I put in a call to the House of Sand and asked for Sandra Marr.
Yes, this is Sandra Marr.
Miss Marr, this is Rocky Jordan.
Oh, how did you know I was here?
Never mind that. There's something I want to tell you.
About Paul?
Sort of. Throw your clothes in a suitcase and go back to Damascus.
Oh, I thought you had some good news for me. I thought you understood I will go no place without Paul.
Well, you're not going to find him in Cairo. The police are moving him out.
Police? What have the police to do with Paul?
Paul will tell you if he wants to. Now, go on. You got a better chance of seeing him again in Damascus.
But, Mr. Jordan...
And see if you can keep him out of trouble, huh? Good luck. Well, that was that. All that remained was to see Paul Marr climb on the train for Alexandria and hope he could straighten himself out. And hope, too, that he and his wife Sandra would get together. Well, a little while later, I drove to the train station with Sam, still in police custody. There weren't many people there in the hot of the afternoon, but standing near the end of the platform, next to a large sign of the Flying Red Horse that accented his white bandages, was the man we were looking for, Paul Marr. Sam and I walked up to him, and he glared at us through the slits in his wrappings.
Well, Mr. Marr, you will be leaving Cairo in a few moments. If after a year has passed you wish to return to our city, write me a letter explaining your reasons, and I shall see what can be done to make Cairo available to you once more.
Marr nodded, climbed on the train, and it headed out of the city. Sam and I turned and started back to his car. That's when it hit me. I took off in double time.
Jordan, where are you going?
For a train ride. I think you better come along. I chased down the platform and caught the train. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Sam climb onto the train farther down the line. Then I started through the cars, going from one to another, looking for the man in bandages. I traveled through 4 cars before I finally spotted him. When he saw me, I guess he figured what I had on my mind, because he took off fast, going the other way, but I kept right after him. The train had picked up speed, lurching us from side to side. Then going around a bend, the momentum pinned him momentarily against a seat, and I was on him. His fist started working, and so did mine. We had ourselves a fine little fight there, rolling around the floor of the moving train, till Sam Sabaya caught up with us and pulled a gun. That put a quick stop to the fight.
Jordan, you will please explain what the meaning of this is.
Sure. Glad to, Sam. Have him take off his bandages.
But, Jordan, I
Have him take off the bandages, and I think you will.
Very well. You will please remove the bandages, Mr. Marr.
Take them off, buddy, or I'll take them off for you. Yeah. That's the stuff. Now, just a little more. Let Sam see who you really are. Well, there you are, Sam. Not Paul Marr at all, but the guy you've been looking for weeks. The guy who's been trying to escape your dragnet and get out of the city. Meet Alex Zarko. Well, the thing came apart at the seams. It was all an elaborate plan of Zarko's. The police had him trapped in the city. He needed a way out. So he got his knife man to dig up Paul Marr in Damascus and bring him to town. Then he had Marr, all wrapped up in bandages, create a fuss, like his revenge against me, which was strictly a phony. Nothing too serious, just enough to get himself run out of Cairo. Then Zarko takes his place, wraps himself in the bandages, and starts to leave, almost with a police escort. It would have worked fine, except for one thing. Marr's disfigured face and his left eye that couldn't blink. Zarko couldn't control his, and standing on the platform of the train station, he blinked his eye once. And that was once too often. Well, all that remained was Paul Marr, his face, and Sandra. And later, in Sabaya's office, we got to talking about that.
Jordan, where do you suppose Paul Marr is now?
The House of Sand. I told him Sandra was there waiting for him.
You realize, of course, that I must send some men to apprehend him.
Here.
Why do you suppose he allowed himself to aid Alec Zarko?
Put yourself in his place. Face like his and a lot of desperation. He was working a business deal, getting money any way he could, figuring he'd use the dough in a plastic surgery job. Make him look like a human being again.
Yes, quite so. You understand Ma will have a jail sentence to serve for aiding a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And it may be possible for me to confiscate the money Zarko gave you.
Sure, if you worked on it, you could possibly take the dough from him. That is, if you don't forget that he's got it.
Are you suggesting, Jordan, that I deliberately allow myself to forget that a financial arrangement existed between Ma and Zarko?
That's right, Sam.
Jordan, I have always suspected you are an unscrupulous man.
Sure I am. Remember the time I tried to sell that Monte Carlo swindler a half interest in the tombs of Memlooks?
Remember? No, I guess I've forgotten. Perhaps I am getting old. My memory is not what it used to be.
Thanks, Sam. See you soon.
It's CBS again at the same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Rocky Jordan, starring Jack Moyles in the title role, is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music by Richard Arant. Tonight's story by Adrian Jandot and Larry Roman. Life with Luigi will be heard tonight at 8 over most of these stations. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia brings you romance. Tonight, the famous novel, stage, and screenplay, Pride and Prejudice. And here is Sidney Smith to set the stage for tonight's tale of romance.
Good evening, and welcome to Romance. Once again, we are ready to guide you through the pages of one of the world's greatest love stories. Tonight, we bring you Doris Dalton as Elizabeth, who is too proud for love, and Myron McCormick as Darcy, who is too prejudiced for romance, with Ethel Owen as Mrs. Bennet and Alfred Shirley as Mr. Bennet in Jean Holloway's adaptation of Jane Austen's famous novel, Pride and Prejudice. Pride and Prejudice is a story based on a certain belief widely subscribed to by mothers at the turn of the 18th century.
It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife.
The lady you just heard speaking is Mrs. Bennet, wife of Mr. Bennet of the estate known as Longbourn in England, and mother of 5 daughters.
Jane, Elizabeth, Kitty, Lydia, and Mary.
Finding a single man in possession of a good fortune for 5 girls was enough to try the patience of a far more patient lady than Mrs. Bennet. We're going to tell you the story of her second eldest daughter, Elizabeth, but you'll find that all the girls figure in it. Elizabeth Bennet was a beautiful girl, proud, oh my yes, and prejudiced, oh very strongly, against a certain Mr. Darcy. This is why. Elizabeth was at a ball given by a new man in the community, a Mr. Bingley, who appeared quite interested in Elizabeth's elder sister, Jane. Well, at the ball, Elizabeth was sitting out a dance alone when she overheard...
Why are you standing over here by yourself, Darcy? Come on, let me see you dance a few sets.
Thank you, no. You're dancing with the only pretty girl in the room.
Jane Bennet? Yes, she is beautiful, I'll not deny that. But there's her sister Elizabeth sitting over there to the right, who's very beautiful herself. Let me present you to her.
Sorry, old man. She may look all right to you, but she doesn't tempt me. And I'm not in a good enough humor to feel like putting up with young ladies who have no partner.
You can easily see why Elizabeth Bennet became more than a little prejudiced against Mr. Darcy. The next time they came together was an informal party at a friend's. Elizabeth was just crossing the room when...
Elizabeth, my dear, how charming you look this evening. Mr. Darcy, you must permit me to introduce this young lady to you as a most desirable dancing partner.
Thank you, Sir William. Miss Bennet?
You needn't worry, Mr. Darcy. I haven't the slightest intention of dancing. I'm sorry, Sir William. I wasn't moving in this direction in the hope of a partner. I'm a little tired this evening.
Well, surely you won't refuse me.
I suppose I must be the first that ever has, Mr. Darcy. But I'm rather critical of my dancing partner, just as you are. And now, please excuse me.
Miss Bennet, don't you know that it takes two people to fully appreciate a moonlit evening? You shouldn't be sitting here by yourself.
What amazing conceit you have, Mr. Darcy, to think that you could add anything to a moonlit evening.
You don't like me, do you, Miss Bennet?
That's an understatement, Mr. Darcy.
I'm very sorry. For there's something that seems to draw me to you. The room was suddenly empty when you walked out of it. Or perhaps it was my heart. Why do you dislike me?
Oh, Mr. Darcy, I couldn't begin to tell you.
Well, then, I certainly won't force myself upon you any longer. Good evening, Miss Bennet.
Good evening, Mr. Darcy.
Well, Darcy, why are you walking up and down so late out here? It's almost 3 a.m.
Why are you walking up and down so late, Bingley?
I'm, Darcy, don't you think Miss Jane Bennet is a truly remarkable girl?
Yes. But I haven't been keeping myself awake over that. I've been thinking what a remarkable girl Miss Elizabeth Bennet is.
Oh, I thought you detested her.
I did. But I seem to have become a little mixed up in my emotions.
It's so late, Elizabeth. We really should go to bed.
I know, but the moonlight's so bright.
Elizabeth, don't you think Mr. Bingley is very handsome?
Very.
And extremely clever.
Extremely.
And delightfully charming.
Delightfully.
Elizabeth, you aren't really listening to me at all. What are you thinking about?
How much I dislike Mr. Darcy.
Now, while Jane and Bingley were busy dreaming about one another, and while Darcy was dreaming about Elizabeth, and Elizabeth was thinking about how much she disliked him, Mrs. Bennet was busy settling the lives of 3 of them.
Mrs. Bennet, will you please come to bed? You make me so nervous charging up and down the room that I can't close my eyes.
Well, Mr. Bennet, if you don't care anything about the future of your daughters, I do. I've got to get them married and settled. Good heavens, I have 5 on my hands, and practically no one I know has more than 2 to worry about.
Mrs. Bennet, why not leave that in the hands of Providence for tonight? There's really very small chance of you getting them married at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Jane, of course, will marry Mr. Bingley. Now, Elizabeth, I think Elizabeth must marry Mr. Collins.
Mr. Collins, that unpleasant cousin of mine.
Mr. Collins told me Monday when he arrived for his visit that he wishes to marry and take a wife back with him. I think that may as well be Elizabeth.
Elizabeth isn't in love with Mr. Collins.
Mr. Bennet, I can't wait around for her to fall in love. No, sir, Mr. Collins shall have your permission to speak to her tomorrow, and she will accept it.
All right. May I go to sleep now, Mrs. Bennet?
Yes, Mr. Bennet, you may.
Miss Elizabeth, permit me to tell you that I have your mother's permission for this address. Before my feelings run away with me on this subject, perhaps it would be advisable for me to state my reasons for marrying.
Marrying? Oh, Mr. Collins, please don't say any
Miss
more.
Elizabeth, please, do not interrupt.
Oh.
First, I think that every clergyman in easy circumstances should set an example in matrimony to his parish. Secondly, I think...
Mr. Collins, please don't say any more. I thank you for the compliment you're paying me, but I must decline it.
I am prepared to be refused at first. I shall not let it upset me. I shall ask you again.
It's no use, Mr. Collins. You see, I'm not in love with you.
Oh. You may find much in me to love, Miss Bennet. I have some very sterling qualities. My patroness and esteemed friend, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, will be most disappointed. I've already informed her of my intentions towards you. She is most anxious to see me settled, and to see her own daughter settled with Mr. Darcy.
Mr. Darcy?
They have been engaged since they were born. Lady Catherine and Mr. Darcy's mother made all the arrangements.
I wish her great joy.
You look unhappy about something. Have you become well acquainted with Mr. Darcy?
No, I haven't. And I'm sure I never will. He's the most impossible, vain, egotistical, unpleasant, ill-mannered man it's ever been my bad fortune to meet.
I'm sorry I didn't mention Mr. Darcy sooner, Miss Elizabeth. I would have known then why there is no hope for me.
Mr. Bennet, you will kindly speak to your daughter Elizabeth immediately.
What has she done, Mrs. Bennet?
I've just refused Mr. Collins.
I am not speaking to Elizabeth at the moment, Mr. Bennet, but I expect you to inform her that you insist upon her marrying him.
Well, Elizabeth, an unhappy alternative seems to be before you. From this day you must be a stranger to one of your parents. Your mother will never speak to you again if you do not marry Mr. Collins, and I will never speak to you again if you do.
Mr. Bennet, this is the grossest insubordination.
Yes, Mrs. Bennet.
Elizabeth, do you want to be an old maid?
I'd just as soon as marry someone I didn't love.
As far back as I can remember, there has never been an old maid in either your father's family or mine. I'm going to be upset, and you don't really want to upset me, do you, Elizabeth?
No, Mother, but I don't want to marry Mr. Collins either. And of the two, having you stop speaking to me would be the lesser disappointment.
I am hurt deeply, Elizabeth. Deeply and gravely.
I'm very sorry, Mother. Please excuse me.
Oh, dear oh me, oh dear oh me. Girls nowadays are certainly not as obedient as they used to be.
Maybe just as well, Mrs. Bennet. Now I shall be glad to have the library to myself, if you don't mind.
At least Jane is not defying me. Jane will marry Mr. Bingley, and then I will only have 4 girls to worry about.
Miss Bennet! Oh, Miss Bennet.
Mr. Darcy.
We seem to be walking in the same direction.
I can change my direction. I'm just out for a little pleasant air. I've had a wearing day.
I'll change my direction. I wouldn't think of spoiling your walk.
Just as you wish, Mr. Darcy.
This seems to be as good a time as any to say goodbye, I suppose.
Goodbye? I thought you and Mr. Bingley were going to be here all winter.
We had a change of plans. My sister has not been well, and I'm taking her to Italy. Bingley's coming along with us. He and Gladys have... Well, there's been an understanding between them for some time. You follow me, don't you?
Perfectly, Mr. Darcy.
I think they'll be getting married in the spring as soon as we can work it out. When 2 people are in love, there's no point in waiting.
Of course not. Especially if one of the people seems to be falling in love with someone else.
You do follow me. You see, Miss Bennet, you have a designing mother. And my sister's happiness is at stake.
It doesn't matter to you, of course, that my sister Jane's happiness is at stake, too.
I shall be very sorry if this causes her pain. But after all, she and Bingley have not been acquainted very long, and there has certainly been nothing serious between them.
Mr. Darcy, I've met some thoroughly despicable people in my day, but no one that can hold a candle to you.
And I've met some shrews in my day, Miss Bennet, but never a more bad-tempered one than you.
What right have you to interfere in other people's lives? Why should you persuade Mr. Bingley to leave when he and Jane think so much of one another?
If he thought so much of Jane, he would refuse to leave.
Who knows what lies you've told him to persuade him to go?
I never lie, Miss Bennet. And if I thought your sister and Bingley could be happy, I would do everything in my power to keep them together.
Why don't you just mind your own business?
Because I'm not going to see a friend of mine taken in by a scheming woman. Your mother and sister have set out to trick Bingley into marriage by fair means or foul, and they're not going to get away with it.
That's a contemptible lie.
Is it? Your mother talks too much, Miss Bennet. Much too much for someone after such an elusive thing as a proposal of marriage. She's been telling everyone in the neighborhood that Miss Jane and Bingley were as good as engaged. Well, now that she's made that little bed, she and Jane will have to lie in it. Alone. And now, good day, Miss Bennet. Good day and goodbye. I'm sorry we were never able to get along because I think you're a fine and beautiful woman. Whatever I think of the designs of your mother and sister.
Do you think I care what you think of me?
No, I entertain no such hopes, Miss Bennet. If I ever had any little conceits, you've long since destroyed them. Undoubtedly, that will give you great personal satisfaction.
Goodbye, Mr. Darcy. I hope you'll be very happy in Italy.
If it's any consolation to you, I won't. You see, I haven't escaped entirely unscathed in this fray. I have a few wounds to lick myself. Goodbye, Miss Bennet.
No!
Mrs. Bennet, will you kindly stop that infernal noise?
Oh, my poor Jane, my poor broken-hearted baby. How could any man be so
cruel and black-hearted. How could any man go off without a word of farewell after all the attentions he showed us?
Please. You're keeping everyone in the house away.
How can you be so callous, Elizabeth Bennet? Don't you care that your sister has a broken heart?
Of course I do, but I think it'd be so much better for her and for you and all the rest of us if you'd go to sleep.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Oh, when I think of how that man has treated her, going off without even saying goodbye.
He sent a note to you and thanked you for all your courtesies towards him.
A note? Oh! When I think how I felt when that note came.
Oh, eternal perdition.
Mother, please stop crying about me. I'm all right.
My baby, my poor broken-hearted baby.
Mother, I don't want to hear any more of this. It's humiliating and very upsetting. I would appreciate it if you never mentioned Mr. Bingley's name to me again. Come on, Elizabeth. Let's go back to our room. Good night, Father. Mother.
Good night, girls.
Good night.
No, Mr. Bennet. Now I've got to start from scratch again. I've got 5 daughters and not one husband in sight. I declare I could just cry. I'm that disappointed.
Elizabeth, please don't hum that song.
Oh, sorry, dear. I didn't mean to be annoying.
That's one of Mr. Bingley's favorite songs. He sang it to me at the ball. Elizabeth, I'm afraid I love him very much. I ought to be too proud to admit that. But tonight I don't seem to have any pride. Tonight all I can think is how lovely life was for a few weeks. How lovely it might have been.
Oh, Jane.
You don't know what it's like, Elizabeth. You've never been in love. It hurts so much you want to die, and yet you know you won't die. That you'll go on living with the hurt. And when the hurt finally goes, you'll be completely empty.
Empty. The room was suddenly empty when you walked out. Or perhaps it was my heart.
What are you talking about?
Someone said that to me once.
Never told me. Someone you loved?
Someone I might have loved.
I know who, Elizabeth, I guess. I'm sorry I said that. It was selfish of me. You know far more about how love can hurt than I. I at least had a few weeks of happiness.
I did not say I was in love. I only said I might have been, if I didn't despise him so.
Don't be too proud, Elizabeth. Pride is such a lonely thing when you choose it in place of love.
Pride is all I have, all I've been offered, and all I want. Good night, Jane. I'm very sleepy.
Good night, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, my dear, that nice Mr. Darcy is in the parlor. He's come to call on you.
Mr. Darcy? To call on me?
That's right. Hurry along, dear. Oh, wait a minute. Let me straighten your hair. Now, run along now. Run along.
Well, Mr. Darcy, this is a surprise.
Good afternoon, Miss Bennet.
You're looking thin, and not a bit well. Didn't Italy agree with you?
Not too much, no. Miss Bennet, there is something I must tell you. It's not at all easy. Since you've gone to much pains to let me see how distasteful I am to you. But I love you, and I have to tell you.
Have you lost your mind?
No. Only my heart.
You ruined my sister's life, and then you have the nerve to stand there and tell me that you love me.
I do love you with all my heart. And with all my heart, I wished you loved me, too. Elizabeth, will you marry me? I offer you a name of some honor through many generations, security and comfort, and my great devotion.
You surely cannot think that I will accept you. Even you could not have that much conceit.
I hoped you might accept me. Let us put it that way.
Mr. Darcy, I've never asked for your good opinion or your love, and I'm amazed that you've chosen to bestow them on me. There have been a lot of tears shed in this house in the past few months, and you have been the cause of all of them. I assure you that I would marry anyone in the world before I'd marry you.
Forgive me for boring you, Miss Bennet, and for taking up your time. Don't think that you can make me ashamed of my love. Because it is above reproach and the best that's in me to offer a woman. But I am ashamed of the object of my love. I thought I was kneeling at your feet when I asked you to marry me. Now I see I was stooping a little. Thank you for refusing me. Forgive me for taking up so much of your time and accept my best wishes for your health and happiness.
Mother, what is it? Mother.
What's wrong, my dear?
It's Lydia. She's run off with a soldier. Look at this note. Oh, my baby, my poor baby, married without her mother there. God bless her. Oh, Mr. Bennet, he will marry her, won't he? No soldier would be so low as to run off with a young lady and not marry her, would he?
What do you think, Mrs. Bennet?
Oh, Mr. Bennet. Oh, Elizabeth, now what am I to do? This will ruin us all. We'll never get any husband.
You have all the law allows, my dear.
Aren't you going to get your horsewhip and go after that man, Mr. Bennet?
Yes, madam, I am as soon as I can get dressed. Someone should have warned me what marriage can lead to. I might have avoided all this 30 years ago.
No, Mr. Bennet!
Madam, be silent. If Lydia isn't married now, she will be very soon. I'll see to that.
I, Lydia, take thee, Robert, to have and to hold.
Father, I want to talk to you.
Yes, Elizabeth?
When you went up to London and got Lydia married, just how did you manage it?
Oh, there was nothing to it, my dear.
Lydia says you gave them £1,000. Where did you get the £1,000, Father?
From Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth.
Mr. Darcy?
Yes, he came to see me. He'd heard about Lydia, and he said the only way to straighten things out was to give them some money to get them started.
You shouldn't have accepted any money like that from Mr. Darcy. He's not a friend of ours, Father.
Not a friend. He's a friend in need. And if that isn't a friend, I don't know what is. It's only a loan. I'll pay it back, Elizabeth. And I couldn't have Lydia up there by herself trying to work to save up enough money so the two of them could make a go of it.
If only it wasn't Mr. Darcy.
It's a shame that you can't find anything good about Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth. And it's a shame that you resent it when you come face to face with something that's so kind and good you can't deny it. Are you in love with Mr. Darcy, daughter?
Why does everyone keep asking me if I'm in love with that man?
Maybe because you have so many symptoms.
It takes more than symptoms to make a case of anything with him. And no matter what he does for this family, I'm not going to be in love with him.
All right, Elizabeth, all right.
Miss Bennet, I am Lady Catherine de Breau.
This is quite an honor, Lady Catherine, having you call on me.
Yes, it is. I've come to talk to you about my nephew, Mr. Darcy. I wish to know once and for all, are you engaged to him?
I am not.
And will you promise me never to enter into such an engagement?
I will not.
Oh, you are then resolved to have him.
As to that, Lady Catherine, I really haven't made up my mind.
Miss Bennet, I am leaving, and I am seriously displeased.
Good day, Lady Catherine.
Good day, Miss Bennet.
Elizabeth! Oh, Elizabeth, darling. Mr. Bingley and I have something to tell you. We wanted you to be the first to know.
Mr. Bingley, how do you do? I didn't dream you were in this part of the country.
Well, I only returned this morning. Will you tell her, Jane, or shall I?
You don't have to tell me anything. It's written all over your faces. I congratulate you both.
Well, I think I wouldn't even have known that Jane cared if it hadn't been for Darcy. I still get shaky.
Mr. Darcy?
Of course. He spent all those months in Italy telling me about Jane. I only left, because I couldn't believe she cared. I wanted to try and get over her. But Darcy kept after me week in, week out, saying, "Where's your courage? At least go back and ask her."
We owe Mr. Darcy a great deal, Elizabeth.
Yes, so it would seem.
He's down at the gypsy camp right now, listening to their music. Why don't you go down and see him?
Yes. Yes, I must. Oh, I've been such a fool. I wonder if he'll ever forgive me. Mr. Darcy.
Miss Bennet.
It's seems I owe you some apologies and some gratitude.
Please don't speak of them. It isn't gratitude that I want from you, Elizabeth. My Aunt Catherine tells me that she came to see you, and that you refused to promise not to marry me.
It was shameless of me, I'm afraid. But you see, I hoped you might ask me again. And I didn't want to be bound by promises.
And if I did ask you again, what would my answer be this time?
Surely I don't have to tell you that.
You've told me so many unpleasant things. It would be nice to hear something more to my liking.
Why then, Mr. Darcy, if you did ask me again, I'd say thank you so much. I'll try very hard to make you happy. And I'd say I've loved you from the first moment. But I found it very difficult to say so. And I'd say I'm yours now, whether you want me or not. Completely and forever.
My darling. My darling. I've waited so long.
I know. We got all messed up in a porridge of prejudice and pride. But it'll be beautiful now, my darling.
It had to end this way. We were for each other from the beginning of time. And will always be until the end of time.
I love you, Mr. Darcy. Very, very dear.
Mrs. Bennet, I'm very sleepy. What are you crying about now?
Oh, Lydia's married, and Jane and Elizabeth soon will be. And we have only 2 daughters left. Oh, Mr. Bennet, we're going to be so lonely all alone. They'll be married, too, before we're turned around, and I've lost my babies.
Madam, you baffle me completely.
That's because you've never been a mother, Mr. Bennet. That's because you've never been a mother.
Praise God, I never shall.
Amen to that, Mr. Bennet.
Amen indeed, madam. And now, please, may I get some sleep?
Yes, Mr. Bennet, you may. Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Bennet is very tired, and I don't want to keep him awake. So we'll just tell you that everyone lived happily ever after, as was the custom in those days, with no further prejudices and just the right amount of pride. This is Sidney Smith, ringing down the curtain on tonight's performance of Romance, a program produced each week by Columbia to bring you the great romantic plays and love stories of all time. Romance is produced and directed by Mark Sloan. Tonight's play, Pride and Prejudice, was adapted for romance by Jean Holloway. The cast included Doris Dalton as Elizabeth, Myron McCormick as Darcy, Ethel Owen as Mrs. Bennet, and Alfred Shirley as Mr. Bennet. Also heard were Joan Tetzel, Eleanor Audley, Charles Webster, Burford Hampton, and John Moore. Music was conducted by Ben Ludlow. Next week, at this same hour, over many of these stations, we shall bring you another Romance. Our play will be a well-known comedy, The Boomerang, by Winchell Smith. Till then, till curtain time, next week, this is Sidney Smith saying good night and wishing you love, happiness, and romance.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I don't know what it is. It's a figure. I can't tell whether it's a man or a woman. It comes through the door and walks with outstretched arms toward my bed, reaching for me.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so I tell you the weird tale of jealousy. At the edge of the cliff overlooking the sea sits a gray stone mansion, weather-beaten by the storms of several decades. To this mansion, Gilbert Durant brought his bride, Lucia. That was 4 years ago. Gilbert and Lucia were quite happy until last year, when Lucia's half-sister, Beverly, came to live with them. And gradually, something began to happen. At first, Lucia realized that Gilbert's ardor was beginning to cool. He became more absorbed in his writing. Then she felt the cold clamminess of the stone structure almost creep about her and clutch her. Fear grew in her mind, a fear that nearly took her breath. It is evening now, and Lucia, having excused herself at dinner, tosses on her bed in a fretful sleep.
No. No. Don't. Get away from me. Ah! No.
What's wrong?
Benton, come in.
What's wrong? Why were you screaming?
Benton, I must have been dreaming. It was horrible.
I know, white as a ghost. You're shaking like a leaf.
Yes, I know. Oh, Mrs. Benton, I can't stand it. It's driving me mad. That makes the 4th or 5th time I've dreamed the same thing. The same thing in every detail.
I've never heard you scream before.
It always comes a little closer to me. Tonight, it almost reached me.
It? What do you mean?
I don't know what it is. It's a figure. A human figure. But I can't tell whether it's a man or a woman. It comes through that door and walks slowly across the room with its arms outstretched, reaching for me.
Are you sure you were dreaming?
Oh, now that I think of it, it isn't like a dream, an ordinary dream. Its reality seems to carry over even after I'm awake.
Oh, that's what's made you so ill.
This dream, if it is a dream, means something? Is that what you think? It's a premonition?
Perhaps.
What time is it?
9 o'clock.
Where's Gilbert?
Your husband went horseback riding over an hour ago. Your sister went with him.
Beverly? Why didn't he ask me to go?
Well, you know you haven't been feeling very well lately.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Well, if you're feeling better, I'll go back to my room.
Oh, yes, I'll be all right. Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
Beverly. Gilbert and Beverly.
Lucia lies for a while, staring wild-eyed at the patch of moonlight on the bedroom door. And finally she drops off to sleep. Then as the clock strikes 10:30, the door opens slowly, silently. A figure steps into the room and moves noiselessly through the moonlight to Lucia's bed and stands staring at her. Suddenly Lucia opens her eyes.
Gilbert, don't.
Lucia, what's wrong with you?
What are you doing in my room?
I just wanted to know how you felt.
How long have you been standing there?
Oh, just a few seconds.
Oh, I was dreaming, I guess. And when I woke up, you startled me.
Why were you yelling, don't?
I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea.
I talked to Dr. Hanby about you today. Told him you were run down, and he suggested I get a tonic for you. I'll drop in at the drugstore on my way home tomorrow evening.
A tonic?
Yes.
What is it?
Oh, I don't remember. Something in strychnine.
Strychnine?
Yes, he said it would give you an appetite.
Where have you been, Gil?
Oh, I've been riding. Nice moonlight night. Very pleasant.
Did Beverly enjoy it?
Yes, she's an excellent rider. I've decided to buy that filly from Thompson. Going over there tomorrow afternoon.
Beverly going with you?
Yes, she's a good judge of horseflesh. Why?
Nothing. I just asked.
Well, good night, Lucia. See you at breakfast?
Yes. Good night.
Lucia waits till she hears her husband turn out his light, then slips quickly to her door and quietly down the stairs to the library. With every beat of her pulse, she hears Gil's words.
Something in strychnine. Something in strychnine.
She snaps on the light and steps to the shelf holding the encyclopedia. She runs her fingers down the long line of books, LMNO, P to R. And then she stops and stares in terror. The S to T is missing. Lucia glances wildly about the room, and then she sees it. There on the desk, the missing volume, and open. She rushes to the desk and stares down at the open page.
Good Lord! It's true! It's true!
I'll tell you what, Beverly, I'll leave the deal entirely up to you.
Up to me? Oh, Gil, that's not fair.
Why not?
Well, suppose she turns out to be a lemon.
I don't think she will, because you're going to have the job of training her.
Oh, you certainly flatter me.
Not in the least. Oh. Good morning, Lucia.
I just realized what time it was. We'll be leaving in a few minutes.
Yes, it's 9 this very minute. I better step on it. More coffee, Beverly?
No, thanks. How do you feel, Lucia?
Why, better, much better.
You better eat something.
No, I can't.
At least some coffee.
Yes, I'll have some coffee.
I've got to run. See you later, Lucia.
Yes, Gil?
And I'll see you this afternoon at 2, Beverly.
Yes, I'll meet you in town at 2. Oh, Gil, don't forget Lucia's medicine.
I won't. Goodbye, Lucia.
Are you meeting Gil in town, Beverly?
Yes, he wants me to decide on that filly he's interested in.
Where did you learn so much about horses?
Well, it seems to be natural. Why don't you get interested in horses, Lucia?
Why should I?
What are you interested in?
Well, I'm interested in a few things. My husband in particular.
You don't act interested in anything.
Really?
If you'll take my advice, you'll snap out of this coma and get some pep.
Does Gil like women with pep?
No man cares about a woman who sits around and mopes. I think you're a hypochondriac.
Do you?
You should do something about it.
I intend to. I intend to do something about it.
I'm glad to hear it. Get out and do things. Play games, golf, tennis, swim, and ride. Maybe this medicine will fix you up.
You know all about it, do you? What is it?
Oh, I don't know. It's a tonic, a builder-upper.
I wish I could believe that.
At least you can try it. It won't hurt you.
No? I wonder. Oh, come in, Doctor.
Yeah, Lucia. What'd you call me out here? What's wrong?
I just couldn't make it into town.
Oh, it can't be as bad as that.
Did Gilbert talk to you about me yesterday?
Oh, I saw Gil for a few moments at the club during lunch. Said you were run down.
Did you give him a prescription for me?
I never do that until I've examined the patient.
You didn't give him a prescription.
Well, no.
What did you suggest for me?
Oh, I don't know. Just mentioned a few tonics he might get for you. Spoke of beef iron and wine, and sherry and egg, and I don't remember what else.
Then you mentioned nothing specifically.
Don't think so.
I see.
What seems to be wrong with you, Lucia?
I don't know exactly. Something has been happening to me that... Well, frankly, I'm afraid I'm losing my mind.
Oh, come now. We all feel that way at times.
I'm serious. Things happen to me in the night.
What sort of things?
First, I thought they were just nightmares. But when you have a nightmare, you wake up and the fear's gone. You realize the truth. This vision that comes to me haunts me through the waking hours as well.
Vision?
Something, I think it's a person, comes through my bedroom door. Approaches my bed with outstretched arms as though it intends to strangle me. Each time it comes a little closer. My fear is that eventually it will get to me before I wake up.
You always dream the same dream?
If it is a dream, yes.
Who is the person?
I don't know.
And you don't think it's really a dream?
No. I think it's a premonition.
Well, have you any basis for such a fear in real life? Is there someone or something that you're afraid of?
Doctor, I'm convinced that they're not dreams. And I'm not asleep.
Oh, nonsense.
I'm positive they're not mere dreams.
Well, I think it's all due to your rundown condition. You probably don't sleep as soundly as you should, and so you transfer sounds in the night to dreams, nightmares.
That's exactly what I mean. If I'm only half asleep, I may be transferring actual movements and sounds into dreams. In other words, if someone slams the door in the night, I may half hear it and attribute it to a dream.
Yeah, go on.
And perhaps I'm not dreaming.
I think you'd better come into town and have a thorough physical.
You mean a checkup by a psychiatrist?
Well, I may have someone to help me. It's the usual thing, you know.
Oh. Oh, Dr. Henry. I'm so frightened.
Oh, now. Everything's going to be all right.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I'm going to die. Someone is trying to kill me.
You're not going to die. That's ridiculous.
I'll call you and make an appointment.
Very well. In the meantime, try not to think about it. Keep your mind on something on the brighter side.
Yes, I'll try.
Yes, try, Lucia. Try hard to keep your mind on something brighter. But you can't, can you? That awful gnawing of jealousy and fear occupy every moment. Gil and Beverly, Gil and Beverly. How could they do such a thing? Then, as the afternoon fades and dusk sets in, there is a knock at Lucia's door.
Are you asleep, Lucia?
No, I'm not asleep.
How are you feeling?
I seem to have developed a headache.
Have you eaten anything today?
No, I didn't care for anything.
Well, this will help them. Better take a dose now. I'll measure it for you.
What is it?
Why, it's the tonic.
Did Dr. Hanby prescribe it?
Oh, yes. Yes, he did.
Where's Beverly?
Down in the library.
Did you buy the horse?
Yes, Beverly thought she was a fine animal.
I didn't know Beverly knew so much about horses.
She's a horsewoman after my own heart.
Is she?
Rides like the wind, too.
She had intended to go home tomorrow. She's staying on?
She's got to. I wouldn't think of her leaving now.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, she's going to train the horse.
And what else?
Why, nothing else. Here, take this. It's a little bitter, but you'll get used to it.
Gil!
Go ahead. It won't hurt you.
I don't want it.
And why not?
It has poison in it.
I suppose it does have a little, yes, but only enough to act as a tonic.
I don't want it. I won't take it. I won't.
Are you going to act like a child? Take it and quit arguing.
I won't.
This is ridiculous. I tried to do anything for you, and you act like a spoiled kid.
I can't take it.
You're impossible, Lucia.
I'm afraid.
You need this medicine, but you're too confoundedly stubborn. You'd rather sit around and mope all day. Very well, there it is. You can take it or not. It's just trying to help you pull out of this. Good night.
No, wait, Gil. I'll take it. I'll take it.
I don't care whether you do or not.
There, I've taken it. Terribly bitter.
And take another dose around 11.
Gil, where's Mrs. Benson?
Why, I told her she could have the night off. But she might like to spend the evening in town.
You let her off?
Yes, she's been sticking pretty close lately.
Oh, yes. Yes, she has. Good night.
Good night, Lucia.
What's wrong, Gil? You look upset.
I am. Lucia didn't want to take it.
No? Why not?
She's afraid of medicine.
What are you going to do?
She finally took a dose of it. If I know her at all, she'll never take another drop.
She's got to take it, Gil. Got to figure out a way to make her take it.
It can't be disguised. It's too bitter.
Try something else.
I'll try and coax her into it again.
Isn't there something that tastes more pleasant, or something that you could put in milk or orange juice?
I don't know. I'll find something.
Of course you will. You've got to.
I think Mrs. Benson is the cause of her dislike for medicine. She's keeping her upset. I'm going to let Mrs. Benson go for 2 or 3 days. And maybe something can be accomplished. I'll speak to her now. Well, Benson, what are you doing standing here in the dark?
I was just going upstairs to see if Mr. Durant wanted anything before I went out.
I see. Oh, by the way, I'm staying home for a couple of days, and I thought that since you've been staying so close to the job, you'd welcome a few days' leave.
Leave? Why, yes, but Mrs. Durant may prefer that I stay.
I think you'd better get a little rest yourself. You needn't come back till Friday.
But I don't need a rest.
You come back Friday.
Very well, sir. I'll run up and see her before I go.
Come in. Oh, Benson. I thought you'd gone into town for the evening.
I'm leaving in a few minutes, but I had to see you.
I'm glad you came up. I've got to talk to someone. I know now they're not dreams. They are premonitions. And I know who's trying to kill me.
Who?
My husband and Beverly.
I know.
You know?
I just heard them talking low in the library. They were talking about the medicine. He said you were too stubborn and probably wouldn't take another dose. And she said He'd have to find some way to make you take it.
Then it is poison. They want me out of the way. I got angry because I refused to take it.
Oh, yes, and there's something else. He just told me that he would not be going into town for several days, and told me not to come back here till Friday. Good Lord. I'll go on into town as planned, but I'll slip back toward midnight and come up the back way.
And I won't take a thing they give me.
I'll be back at midnight.
Thank you, Benson. Good night.
Good night, ma'am.
A few minutes before 12, Mrs. Benson returns to the mansion. No lights are burning, so she makes her way quietly through the back entrance, slips up the stairs, and taps lightly on Lucia's bedroom door.
Mrs. Durant! Mrs. Durant!
Then she turns the knob, opens the door, and snaps on the light.
Mrs. Durant, are you here?
Then Benson steps quickly toward the bed. The bed is empty, but a horrible sight meets her eyes.
Blood. Blood all over the bed. They've done it. They've murdered her. Give me the police department.
All right, Mrs. Benson. What happened this evening?
Well, earlier in the evening, Mr. Durant told me I could have the night off, since I'd been staying close to Mrs. Durant for some time.
Mm-hmm.
And then later, he said he decided to let me off until Friday. But I didn't want to go, and he insisted.
Is there anyone else in the house?
Yes, Mrs. Durant's half-sister, Beverly.
Did you leave the house?
Yes, but I went up and told Mrs. Durant I'd be back about midnight.
If you had till Friday, why did you come back at midnight?
Because we were both frightened.
Of what?
Well, Mrs. Durant had been having premonitions that someone was trying to kill her.
Who was trying to kill her?
She didn't know, but she was terribly frightened.
Is that all?
No. Her husband tried to get her to take some medicine he had brought home. She refused, and he got angry.
How do you know he was angry?
I heard him talking about it to Beverly. They were in the library. And he told Beverly that Lucia was very stubborn. And Beverly said that he'd have to think of some other way.
Did Mrs. Durant suspect her husband and Beverly of trying to do away with her?
Yes, she did. She was convinced that Mr. Durant and Beverly were in love and wanted her out of the way.
So you came back tonight because you anticipated that something was going to happen?
Yes. The house was dark, so I came up the back stairs, knocked on her door, and when I got no answer, I came in, turned on the lights, saw she was gone, and then I saw the bed all covered with blood. She wouldn't take the poison, so they did it another way. That's what they planned in the library.
Where are they now? Any idea?
Well, they didn't expect me back tonight, so they've probably gone to dispose of the body, intending to come back here and clean the place up later.
I see. Anybody else know about Mrs. Durant's fears?
Yes. She talked to Dr. Hanby. I called him right after phoning the police and told him about it. He knows.
Dr. Hanby, Captain Rick.
What in the world is the meaning of this?
From all indications, Mrs. Durant has been murdered and the body disposed of. Doctor, I understand Mrs. Durant told you that she was afraid that something was going to happen to her, that she was going to die.
Who told you that?
Mrs. Benson here.
I see. Well, she did call me in this morning. She'd been having strange dreams. Premonitions, she called them. I called them hallucinations.
Who did she think it was?
Well, she couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman, but someone was always approaching her bed with outstretched arms, trying to choke her.
Do you think it was more than a dream?
Well, she was a sort of hypochondriac. I asked her to come into town where I could give her a thorough examination. I didn't take her story too seriously, but, well, this certainly puts a different slant on the entire picture.
Yes, we haven't found the body. I have men out searching now. We'll find it.
Well, here's Mr. Durant and his sister-in-law. They found him about a half-mile down the beach.
How are you, Durant?
What in the world goes on here? Oh, what's wrong, Doctor?
Take a look at that bed.
Good Lord, what's happened? Lucia, where is she?
We thought you could enlighten us on that point.
What do you mean? Is she dead? Where is she?
Gil.
Beverly.
Give her some water. She'll be all right in a minute.
But what's happened?
We think your wife has been murdered.
Murdered? What are you doing here, Mrs. Benson? I thought you were gone till Friday.
Why did you tell her to go until Friday?
Why, I thought she needed a rest. She's been having long hours. Where is Lucia?
Where have you and your sister-in-law been?
Why, I slept upstairs and saw Lucia was asleep, so we decided to take a little ride down the beach. It was still early.
Didn't take anything with you?
Certainly not.
What do you mean by that? What would we take?
I don't know. I just asked. Did you two try to get Lucia to take some medicine?
No.
Wait a minute, Beverly. That won't do any good. Yes, we did. She was run down and needed a tonic, but she refused to take medicine.
Why did she refuse?
I don't know.
Maybe she was afraid of being poisoned.
That's ridiculous. Why should I want to poison her? I loved Lucia.
How long has your sister-in-law Beverly been here with you?
Why, I don't know. It's quite some time.
Just a minute. Are you inferring that Gil and
I'm not inferring anything. I'm merely asking questions.
Well, whoever suggested such a thing is lying. Why, Gil and Lucia...
Just a moment, Beverly. Mrs. Benson, what have you been saying? What did you tell them?
I told them the truth.
You think I planned to kill Lucia? Is that it?
Yes, you and this woman.
Why, that's ridiculous.
You tried to get her to take some medicine. She knew you were in love with her sister, and you were trying to poison her.
When did she come to that conclusion?
She had premonitions.
That means nothing.
And besides, I heard you talking, you and Beverly, planning the whole thing.
What?
She's out of her mind.
I heard you, I tell you. When you realized Lucia wouldn't take the medicine, Beverly said you'd have to think of some other way.
Some other way to what?
To get rid of her. What else?
This is the most amazing thing I ever heard of. Dr. Hanby, you know better than this. Do you think I had a reason back of wanting to know about various medicines?
No, I didn't. Not at the time, but now...
Now what?
Well, I'm sorry to say it all adds up to something suspicious. Seems more than just coincidental.
Do you think I killed Lucia?
Well, look about you. Look at the room. What else am I to think?
What was the tonic you tried to give your wife?
It had strychnine in it.
That right, Durant?
Why, yes. It was one of the things Dr. Hanby mentioned. It was iron, quinine, and strychnine.
Did you mention that, Doctor?
Well, I suppose I did. It's a commonly known tonic.
Did you add anything else to it, Durant?
Certainly not.
How about it, Sergeant? What's the report?
Why, the bottle contained iron, quinine, and strychnine, and a heavy content of arsenic.
Arsenic? But it isn't possible. I put nothing in it. Where would I get arsenic?
Well, it was in there just the same.
Good Lord, Doctor, it isn't true. You know it isn't.
I hate to say it, Gil, but the evidence looks bad for you.
Benson knows what all this is about. She's lying. She knows Gil wouldn't do such a thing. She's back of it all.
Why?
I don't know, but believe me, I'll find out if I have...
That'll do. Under the circumstances, I think you'd all better come down to headquarters so we can keep you separated. Come on. And no more talking.
48 hours pass. Hours of relentless grilling, endless questioning. Finally, Gil and Beverly are released on a writ of habeas corpus. Now weeks have gone by, and Lucia's body has not been discovered, and so the district attorney is forced to make a public announcement that in spite of the apparent evidence, no murder charges can be preferred against Gil and Beverly due to lack of corpus delicti, the failure to produce Lucia's body. Now Beverly and Gil are in the library.
Beverly, I want you to know how wonderful I think you've been, the way you've stuck right beside me through this thing. I know it's been a trial for you, and, well, you're one girl in a million.
Thanks, Gil, but it isn't over yet. They won't stop their search for Lucia's body, and if they find it, we haven't a chance.
I know, but what can we do about it?
Well, why couldn't we leave the country?
Together?
Not necessarily. They'd be sure to follow us. We could go separately in different ways, and...
And meet someplace later on? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what I mean.
That seems a bit mad. That would equal an out-and-out confession.
But, Gil, if they find Lucia's body, we haven't a chance. It's too strong against us.
We never could come back, Beverly.
Oh, what of it? I don't want to die, Gil, and I don't want anything to happen to you.
Beverly, I don't know what to say.
I'm frightened, Gil. I can't stay here with such horrible fear hanging over me. I'll go mad. If you don't go, then I will. I'll leave tonight.
Please, Beverly, I need you more than ever now. Please don't go.
Don't worry, Gilbert. She won't leave you.
Lucia.
Good Lord.
I won't let her leave you. I'll see that you both go together. And stay together for a long, long time.
Lucia, what does this mean? We thought you were dead.
Disappointed, are you?
Where have you been?
What happened to you?
Coming to that. You thought I was dead. Well, I'm not. I'm live enough to pull this trigger. I've been behind those drapes, and I heard every word you said.
Now I know you're in love with each other. Now I know you wanted to do away with me.
In love? With Beverly?
From the day she came here. She took you away from me.
I did not.
We never thought of such a thing, never.
It never entered my mind.
Why do you lie about it? You do love her. Why don't you admit it?
I love Beverly?
Yes.
You certainly have a vicious mind, Lucia. For the first time I see you for what you really are. I never even thought of such a thing. But now that you mention it, I realize the truth. Yes, I do love Beverly.
Gil, don't.
Why shouldn't I? And it's Lucia's fault. She's the cause of it. A suspicious-minded devil. She let her imagination run away with her. She built this thing up, and now it's boomeranged on her. Oh, what a mess you've made of things, Lucia.
You mean you and Beverly, you didn't plan?
Certainly not. You must have been out of your mind.
Oh, Gil. Gil. I thought... I was sure. Oh, Gil.
I'm sorry, Lucia, but that's the way it is. And you've no one to blame but your own miserable self.
No one to blame but her own miserable, jealous, suspicious-minded self. Lucia planned the whole thing from the beginning. She thought they were in love, thought they were planning to kill her. Lucia never had a dream, never had a premonition. She planted that in the housekeeper's mind and in the doctor's. She put the rat poison in the tonic. She put the bedroom in disorder, cut herself with smeared blood on the bed, and then disappeared. But when she read that they couldn't bring a murder charge without the body, she came back to kill Gil and Beverly herself. You see, Lucia didn't know about that little article in the law called Corpus Delicti.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written by and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, 9:15...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the eerie tale of Back from Beyond. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called The Thing on the Fourble Board.
Me, I'm a roughneck. Well, I was a roughneck, 20 years ago. A little too old, too slow now. Besides, I got $1 now. I don't have to be a roughneck, you see. Married, got a nice home. Had to meet my wife. Hey, Mike. Her name's Maxine, but she likes to be called Mike. Mike! I guess she's busy out in the kitchen someplace. Besides, she doesn't hear very well. Shame, too. She's so pretty and everything. Well, you'll meet her. Sit down. I was saying I was a roughneck. Well, no, that doesn't mean exactly what you think it means. A roughneck is an oil field worker, specifically a guy in a drilling crew. Call them roughnecks like you call a section hand on the railroad a gandy dancer, a garage hand a grease monkey. Same time you work around a drilling crew for a while, you're going to be a roughneck in every sense of the word, boy. A derrick floor or a Fourble board's no place for a guy with a bow tie. Because when you have to fool around with drilling holes that go farther down the ground than it is from the top of Pike's Peak down to sea level... Yeah, sure they do. The time I was a roughneck, we'd got this one well down to 7,313 feet. That was a record. But last May, Pure Oil brought one in out in the Natrona Valley in Wyoming at 14,309 feet. That, friend, is almost 3 miles. Quite a hole, that, huh? Sure, I don't think there's an oil man in the world that don't wonder one time or another what's down there, besides rock and oil and gas. Oil that's made out of trees that died 20 million years ago. Oil that's made out of dinosaur bones, oil that's maybe made out of the flesh and blood of men, maybe, that beat each other to death with a stone axe, ate saber-toothed tiger for lunch. Yeah, you get to wondering. You look at the cores that come up from way down there, and sometimes the little shells, trilobites mostly, that was alive when Manhattan Island, where New York is, was under half a mile of ice. We found something once, me and Billy Grunwald, and something found us. I'll tell you about it. We were down to around 5,400 feet. We'd set casing. We began to get water, so we had to stop drilling and cement off. Well, you see, when water begins to seep in the hole, you pull your drill pipe, then you let down a cementing shoe inside the casing, and you plug up the bottom of the hole, casing and all, with quick-hardening, waterproof cement. Then when it's hard, you drill through the cement, go on down, and the cement outside the casing at the bottom keeps the water out. Well, we had the drill pipe all pulled and racked. The cement was setting, see? So we was shut down, waiting for it to harden. We'd been coring just before. Well, you see, a core drill is hollow, and as the bit digs down, it stuffs the drillings up inside it, so when you pull it out, you got a sample of the kind of stuff you're going through. And a geologist can tell a lot from that. So there's nobody around the rig except me that night. The rest of the crew's going into town. I was toasting some pork chops over the forge for my supper. I heard a car pulling up. Look out, it's Billy Grunwald, the geologist, and I give him a hello. Hi, Billy. Come and have a pork chop.
Hi, Porky. Where's everybody?
They all went to town. I'm the whole crew.
I had 3 blowouts between here and Oxnard.
Yeah, I wondered where you was. Ted said you'd be in here about 3.
Yeah, I would have been, except for my tough luck. Oh, I'm dead.
Yeah, hungry?
Starved.
Yeah, I got 7 pork chops. And bread. And some coffee, kind of.
Swell. Hey, I got a bottle in the car.
We're going to have a banquet.
Hey, where's that core? That's what I came up here to look at.
Yeah, back there on the bench. Look at it after supper.
Hey.
What?
Didn't you say you were all alone here?
I
thought I heard somebody talking.
I don't see anybody. Keep an eye on that pork chop. You won't have any supper.
Yeah, I'm watching it.
Here, let me put the coffee on. Like so.
When'd you finish cementing?
This morning. Last tower only made about 10 feet of hole, so Ted shut down before we get flooded out of house and home.
Funny about that water.
How?
Oughtn't to be any at that level, according to my figuring.
Well, there is.
Is it salt?
Sure, right out of the bottom of the ocean.
That's funny. Well, maybe I'll be able to tell something from the core. Yeah, I hope so. Well, last core I looked at, I'd have sworn we were getting into shale.
Ain't seen none yet from the cuttings.
That's funny.
Here, your pork chop's done. There, take some bread.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, man.
Good, huh? Yeah, put on another. I had 2 already before you come.
Yeah, much obliged. Yeah, you never can tell what's down there. You get it all mapped and plotted out, all the strata. And all you know is what comes out of the hole.
Yeah, I'd like to go down there sometime if I was little enough.
Never get you down a hole.
Yeah, you'd fit. You're skinny.
I'll stay up here and look at the cores, Bud. Where is that one?
Behind you. Over there.
Oh. Well, I'll have a look at it.
Well, why don't you wait till you finish your supper?
I'm just going to look at it. Put on another pork chop for me.
Okay.
Well, I wish those screech owls would...
What's the matter?
Wait a minute, Porky.
Well, why do you...
Listen.
What's eating you?
You know, I'd have sworn there's somebody up there on that Fourble board.
You're crazy. There's nobody up there.
Leaning against those stands of drill pipe.
They're just rack crooked. One of them slipped. Come on back and eat your pork chop.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Only
what you so jittery about, Billy? Come on, eat your sandwich. Here.
Yeah, well, thanks, Porky. I don't know. I'm just naturally that way, I guess. I'm always scared of the dark. Doggone it, I hate to be a baby, but I can't help it.
Scared of the dark? Honest?
Stupid, ain't it?
Oh, I don't know. Everybody's scared of something. Me. Spiders scare the tar out of me. Black widows. Oh. I know how you feel, Billy.
there another light over here?
Yeah. Here.
Ah. Oh. That's better. Hey, listen, Porky. Go out to the car and look in the left-hand door pocket and bring back that bottle, will you? That's what I need.
Okay, kid. Okay. So I picked up a flashlight. I turned around and went outside. I found the car. And I got the bottle. And the floor of the derrick was all lit up, and when I saw a beam of light suddenly flash up toward the Fourble board, I laughed. Billy Grunwald and his ideas. Sure, I looked up. There wasn't a darn thing up there, except the drill pipe racked against the fingerboard. Oh, this, Fourble board. Well, you've seen oil derricks, or pictures of them? You know that little platform that runs around the outside of the derrick about halfway up? Well, that's the Fourble board. Well, you see, drill pipe comes in lengths, and you handle them with several lengths screwed together so as to save time getting them in and out of the hole. 2 lengths is a double, 3 is a triple, 4 is a Fourble. When you pull the pipe, you heist it up inside the derrick with a traveling block, which moves up and down from the crown block at the top of the derrick. And then when a Fourble of pipe is pulled out, it's held in the rotary table. You break the joint with tongs, like a great big Stilton wrench, you see. Snub a cable that's fastened to the handle over the cathead on the drawworks, and that breaks the joint. Then you hold the tongs on the pipe, give the rotary table a few turns to unscrew it. You heist away with the traveling block and swing it over against the fingerboard, lean it against the derrick. The guy up on the Fourble board takes off the traveling block. You do it all over again till you got all the pipe out, you see? Well, there wasn't anybody up on the Fourble board except a screech owl, and it flew away. So Billy turned his light off, and I come on inside. And just as I come up the steps, he let out a yell.
Yay!
What's the matter? What's the matter, Billy?
Hey, come here. Look here.
Well, what's it?
Look, Porky.
Where did you find that?
Now, listen, Porky, I give you my word. That was embedded in the core.
Why, it couldn't be.
I tell you it was. Look where I dug it out. Hey, you know what? That rock there comes from a mile underground. And it's been a mile underground for 1,000,000 years. And look at this.
And I did look. And what he was holding was a gold ring. And it was all carved and filigreed just like jewelry. And there wasn't any kidding about it. It was real. No, wait a minute. Hang on, I ain't done. I poked at the core of rock that looked like a kind of petrified salami or something. And then it was my turn to pretty near jump out of my pants. Because right alongside the place where Billy dug out the ring, there was a mud-covered, but very unmistakable finger. I picked it up, and it was cold, and it was heavy, and it was solid rock. At least it felt like solid rock. And I looked at Billy, and Billy looked at me. He started to rub the mud off this here stone finger. And as he rubbed it, it begun to disappear. No, he could still feel it, he said, but when the mud was gone, neither one of us could see it. And he dropped it to the derrick floor. It went clunk, and we couldn't find it any place. So you know what we done? Well, we took that bottle and we took and finished it, Billy and me. We finished it in one slug apiece, and it was a full pint of bathtub gin. It tasted just like so much well water to me. And then we sat down on the derrick floor and we looked at each other. We didn't say a word. My eyes got heavier and heavier. The last thing I remember was I heard some kind of noise that seemed to be coming up from down on a Fourble board 80 feet above us. I shut my eyes a minute. I guess I went to sleep. And I had awful dreams. Black widow, spiders crawling all over me with gold rings on their legs. Things I could hear, but I couldn't see, up on the Fourble board. Billy Grunwald climbing up the ladder outside the derrick in the moonlight. faces looking at me, and I couldn't figure out who they were. Then I was waked up by a horrible scream, a crash alongside me that shook the whole derrick. I opened my eyes to see Billy Grunwald lying on the floor 2 feet away with a broken neck. With a broken neck and his left hand. Well, he put the gold ring on the little finger of his left hand, and the way his arms were spread out, his left little finger and the ring were gone. Well, friend, I got out of there. I run down to where Billy had left his car, and I got in. I stepped on the starter. And I couldn't get it to go, and then I remembered after I'm pretty near run down the battery that Billy had taken the key. I wasn't going up there and go through a dead man's clothes to get it. So I sat there in the car and shivered all by myself till daylight. And then Ted and the crew came. Afterwards, a state cop, and everybody in the world was asking me questions.
Did you and Billy have a fight, Porky?
I told you we didn't, Ted.
But you had been drinking.
We only had that little pint, Ted.
Oh, what was he doing up on the Fourble board?
Did you threaten him, and did he run up there to get away from you?
Listen, cop, don't be a chump. Billy Grunwald and I were good friends.
Then why'd you push him off the Fourble board?
I didn't, I tell you. I wasn't up there.
Oh, what did he go up there for?
I don't know. I was asleep.
How do you know he was up there?
I didn't say he was. You said so. Besides, how would he break his neck if he didn't fall from way up there?
Well, look, officer. I think it was just another accident. I mean, we haven't got anything on Porky, and personally, I don't believe he did it.
Well, it's mighty mysterious.
So it is. But we got work to do. Now, how about it? That cement's hard down there. I want to start drilling again, and I'm short-handed. Will you let Porky stay here till I run in my pipe again, and, well, then you can take him and ask him questions till you're blue in the face.
Well,
okay. Let's get rolling. You got steam up, Happy?
I'm all set.
All right. Porky, you go from the Fourble board.
What? Not me, Ted.
Oh, don't be such a boob. There's nobody up there to shove you overboard. You can put a safety line around you if you want to. And besides, you're getting paid to do what you're told. I've lost too much time already. Come on, get going.
So, okay, I go up on the Fourble board. And you can bet I took a good gander around before I did anything else. Now I couldn't see a thing. So I signaled to the driller to let down the traveling block, and he did. Came sailing down from up above. I was just reaching for it to pick up the first Fourble drill pipe. Gave a big jerk, and the cable broke. It dropped and nearly pulled me off the Fourble board. And it landed right on top of Ted. And if you have any idea what a guy looks like after 2 tons of metal land on him from 80 feet up, yeah, you keep your ideas to yourself. That was enough. 2 accidents in a row. The whole crew quit. They wasn't going to wait for a third. And it was Ted's money that was paying off. There wasn't any more, and as far as I know, the abandoned derrick is still there. And that was 20 years ago. Oh, I forgot to tell you something. That traveling block was right in front of my face when it broke loose. It was hanging by steel cable, 3/4-inch steel cable. And I saw that cable break right before my eyes. Looked just like a piece of string when you snap it between your fingers. I could almost see the fingers. You know what? There was something up there on the Fourble board with me. And so a couple of days later I came back. I don't know if there's anything in the world as desolate, as dismal, as dead-looking as an abandoned oil well rig. There it stands like a skeleton off on a deserted side road and the bare yellow hills surrounding it, and it's the deadest thing you ever saw. I sat in my car for a long time looking at it. Everything was just the way we'd left it. I looked in at the floor. The smashed traveling block was there alongside the rotary table. There was a little mutter of steam from the boiler. That was all. Then I heard a tinkle of something as it hit the ground alongside me. I looked around. There wasn't a soul in sight. But at my feet was the gold ring that Billy Grunwald and I had found in the core of rock that came from a mile underground and from 1,000,000 years ago in time. And I heard a little sound. The sound of a kid crying. And there wasn't any kid up there. And I heard it again, and it came from above my head, and I took out my revolver. I loaded it carefully. I started up the ladder to the Fourble board. No, there wasn't anything up there, nothing I could see. There was a voice crying. The voice of a little kid. Then there was a movement behind the rack of drill pipes, and I saw the pipe move, and I yelled, "Come out of there, whoever you are! Come out or I'll start shooting!" And the stand of pipe shivered, and I thought, what can it be that can handle that heavy pipe like jack straws? And then there was a crash. The whole stand of pipe fell over, and I just got out of the way in time. And I was alone on the Fourble board with the thing. But I couldn't see it. I felt the platform tremble under my feet again as something moved toward me. I fired 2 or 3 shots. And nothing happened. I started backwards. I knew it was following me because I could hear it meowing like a cat. My feet tripped over something. I saw it was a big can of red lead that somebody had left up there. Without thinking, I picked it up and I threw it at the sound, and it splashed. And there it was. And I wish the face of a little girl, frightened, crying with hunger and terror. Hands like a human being, and a finger missing from the left hand. And a body. I'll tell you about that. I told you how I'm scared of spiders. But I knew where it came from. It had come from the bowels of the earth, come riding up on the drill pipe as we yanked it out of the well. Come to an alien world, and was lost. It stood there dripping with red paint, blood red from head to foot like some horrible dream. And it put its hand on my arm. Its hand was stone. Living, moving stone. And it looked into my eyes and mewed like a lost kitten. "20 years ago, I discovered many things about it, what it used for food, that it was deaf, that it was invisible and couldn't see people when it was invisible, that if you sprayed it with mud or paint or grease paint, makeup, then it could see people. And believe me, I didn't want to see its body. I can see that in my nightmares. But its face, I can't help wanting to see that pathetic little girl face. I'm afraid maybe I've fallen. But it's very beautiful. And when it's well made up, it's... But making it up, rubbing grease paint on a stone face that looks at you and smiles, and it makes sounds like a lost kitten yet. I can disguise the body in long dresses. She can't hear very well, and when she's hungry, I have to stay out of her way. I found out what she likes to eat, remember? No, sit still. Sit still, do. Sit still or I'll have to shoot you. I want you to meet my wife. Or rather, my wife wants to meet you. Mike. Mike. There she is. Come on in, dear.
The title of tonight's Quiet Please story is The Thing on the Fourble Board. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper and featured Ernest Chappell.
And Dan Sutter played Billy Grunwald. Pat O'Malley was Ted. And Cecil Roy was also a member of the cast. As usual, music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Sound by our good friend Albert April. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Well, I'm reasonably sure that all the characters in tonight's stories were completely fictional. At least I, for one, hope so. Next week, the story is called Presto Changeo, I'm sure.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
And now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Robert Taylor in The House in Cypress Canyon, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment as Roma Wines bring you Robert Taylor, star of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Undercurrent, in a remarkable tale of suspense.
Merry Christmas, Jerry. How's the real estate business?
Kind of early with your greeting, aren't you, Sam?
Well, I got to get them in sometime. I may not see you again until next Christmas.
If this real estate racket gets any crazy, I'll be dead by next Christmas. I'm glad you could get up here, though, Sam.
What's on your mind, Jerry?
You'll probably shoot me when you hear it, Sam, because I'm probably nuts. But doggone it, you're a detective and you're my pal, and I just had to tell somebody.
Well, you sound like it's serious.
That's just it. I don't know what it is, Sam, but... Now, listen, you know we're agents for a group of houses up in Cypress Canyon. Mm-hmm. Those places that were started before the war, never got finished.
Oh, yeah.
All I got in were the foundations, just concrete and a couple of beams. Well, they've been finished now. In fact, I'm putting up the for rent on the last of them today.
What do you want? Police protection from the mob?
Listen, Sam, this house that I'm talking about, it's got a number now, 2256. But before, when the men went back to work on it about 3 months ago, well, they just started when the foreman on the job brought me a shoebox that he'd found up on a beam. And this box had a manuscript in it, a story kind of, all written out.
Yeah.
Well, he gave me the thing. I read it. I didn't think much about it. I put it in my desk. But the other day, and I happened to drive by there, I saw the number on the house and what the house looked like. I thought of this manuscript. Well, I don't like it, that's all. There's something funny about it.
What's funny about it?
Well, mind you, this thing was found in an unfinished house in Cypress Canyon. House that was only just started building.
All right.
Well, listen, Sam, I want to read it to you if you got the time, and you'll see what I mean.
All right, shoot.
Well, here's how it begins. To whom it may concern, my reasons for setting down on paper what follows here will be abundantly
clear to anyone into whose possession it may fall. First, let me say that I'm a very ordinary person. My name is James A. Woods. I'm 35 years old. By profession, a chemical engineer. My wife, Ellen, was a school teacher when I met and married her in Indiana 7 years ago. There's nothing in the past life of either one of us to suggest remotely any cause or reason for the dreadful thing that has invaded our lives. Our married life has been in no way different from that of millions of other average, reasonably happy, and congenial families. 3 months ago, I was ordered by my firm to take charge of a rather minor project in Los Angeles, Hollywood to be exact. The order was a sudden one. There'd been no time to secure accommodations, and conditions being what they are, the inevitable result was that until day before yesterday, we'd been living in the cramped quarters of one of those characteristic California motels. Needless to say, most of our spare time had been devoted to a search for something more permanent and comfortable, but the fruits of these efforts had been, financially and in every other way, a geometrical progression of discouragement. Until last Saturday afternoon, only 4 days before Christmas. We were driving into town on our way to a movie when Ellen saw it.
Jim, look.
What?
That sign in front of that real estate office.
Oh, yeah.
But don't you see what it says? For rent, furnished, 2-bedroom house, close in, immediate occupancy.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Aren't you going to stop?
Oh, Ellen, you know what a sign like that. It'd mean right out in plain sight in front of a real estate office.
Oh, yeah, but Jim...
Either they want $600 a month...
We'll never know until we ask.
And if it's any good at all, there are probably 50 people fighting for it right back there now.
Well, honey, there's no harm in trying now, is there?
You really want to go back?
Oh, it's probably foolish, but what can we lose?
Kaye.
Oh, darling, come on, cheer up. How do you know? Maybe our luck's changed. Maybe fate's going to give us a nice new house for a Christmas present.
We're sorry to bother you, but we just happened to see that for rent sign outside.
Oh,
and,
yeah, I hung it outside just this minute.
Is the house available?
Why, sure it is.
Let me introduce myself. My name is James A. Woods, and this is my wife, Ellen.
How to do? Wow. Looks like it's fixing to rain.
Yes, so it does, doesn't it? Well, it was one of those things. The real estate agent had just been authorized to rent the place by mail that morning, and he'd hardly had time to look at it himself and put up his sign when we drove up. It was just an ordinary little California house about halfway up Cypress Canyon, number 2256. Just an ordinary, undistinguished little house. The agent didn't know much about it. Construction on it had been stopped by the war, and it had just been completed and furnished lately. Been vacant while somebody's estate was being settled, and now it was owned by a bank in Sacramento. Of course, we didn't
Got
care
this
about
key in
all
the
that.
mail along with the authorization to rent. Only one there is. Of course, you can have duplicates made. Seems to stick a little. No, there it is.
Doesn't sound as though that door had ever been opened.
Well, a little oil on the hinges will fix that all right.
Oh, sure.
Now, here's your living room. Furniture's a little dusty, of course. You gotta expect that. It's good furniture, though, you see? Benson Brothers.
Yes,
Now, over here's a little den. Paneled, you see? Radio, fireplace. Really a very attractive little room, particularly for a man.
Yeah.
Now, the bedroom's off the living room here. Everything's all on one floor, you understand? It's quite nice, I think.
Yes.
You can see you get the morning sun here. There's a view of the canyon through these front windows. You got cross ventilation.
That's about all there was to it. It wasn't the best place in the world. It was small and badly built, but what would you have done? We took it with as little inspection as that. It was the Saturday before Christmas. And the very same evening, we were struggling up the steps from the road with suitcases and boxes and armloads of clothes and all the endless bric-a-brac that people collect and never know they have until they move. Ellen began unpacking, and I began moving things around and taking the worst of the pictures off the wall, doing all the little things that everybody does when they move into a new place and try to give it something of their own
Don't be
personality.
such a sourpuss. You know, it's a roof over our heads for Christmas. That's more than we ever thought we'd get, isn't it? Now, what in the world are we going to do with those two pictures?
Why don't we just leave them where they are?
Jim, we can't. They're too awful.
Well, all right, put them in the closet then.
I can't. Both the closets are jammed full.
No, I mean the other one in the little alcove off the den. At least there's a door there. I suppose it's a closet. I don't know.
If that isn't a commentary on the housing problem, huh? A woman moving into a house without even knowing where all the closets are. Take the pictures down, will you, honey? Bring them in here.
Okay.
Guess you'll have to help me with this door. I can't get it open.
Let me see it. Well, of course you can't, silly. It's locked. Where are those keys we found on the desk?
Here they are.
No, not this one. Sure, this one won't work. No. Feels like an awful solid door for a closet.
Oh, and that's one solid door in the house.
No, this one won't do it either. Well, we'll just have to get a locksmith up here on Monday. I'll put the pictures behind the desk, okay?
Yeah, all right. Jim, if you could just help me move this armchair, huh?
Oh, Ellen, will you let it go until tomorrow? You know what time it is?
Oh, but, honey, I'd like to get the place looking just a
Yeah,
little
but it's
bit...
almost midnight. In fact, it's exactly...
What was that?
Tomcat, I guess, out in the brush somewhere.
Sounded near. Oh, hope that doesn't go on all night.
Well, there's much we can do about it. Come on, Ellen, I'm dead tired.
All right, Jim, all right.
Where'd you put the toothpaste, honey?
It's right in the medicine cabinet.
Oh, yeah.
Jim, we ought to get some firewood tomorrow. You know, a fire in that living room would make all the difference in the world.
Can't. Sunday.
Well, Monday then. Jim, I think red curtains are what we need, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
You know, just at least for the living room. Anyway, the ones in there now have just got to come down.
Yeah, I suppose they do.
What do you think of red?
Well, I guess it's all...
Jim.
It's some tomcat.
Jim, sounded in the house.
Oh, now, how could it be in the house, Ellen? We've been over every inch of the house.
Except that closet.
Now, how could a cat or anything else be in a closet that's been locked up for over a year?
I don't know.
It's probably under the house. A wildcat or mountain lion or something. I hear they have them in California.
Jim, I don't like
Well,
it.
neither do I like it, but there's nothing we can do about it tonight.
Well, maybe we ought to call somebody, the police or some
don't
neighbors.
be silly, Ellen. You act like a kid. Come on, let's go to bed, huh?
All right, I suppose it is silly. Jimmy, did you lock the door?
Yeah. Can I turn out the lights now?
Yeah. All right.
Good night, Ellen. Sleep tight.
Good night, Jim.
I don't know what time it was, perhaps an hour, or perhaps only a half hour later. My mind was in that hazy borderland between sleep and a dream that's still part of consciousness. Then I was awake. Ellen, are you all right?
Yes.
Did you have a nightmare or something?
No. I heard it, too.
Well, that didn't sound like any cat.
Put on the light.
Yeah.
It seemed to be out there, Jim, in the house somewhere.
I'm going to look into this.
Jim, you be careful.
Come on. Where's my shotgun?
In the den, I think. Jim.
What?
There's something wet
What? Wet?
running from under the closet door. Sticky.
Hey, Ellen, don't touch it.
I had to. Jim, it's blood.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Robert Taylor in The House in Cypress Canyon. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Robert Taylor as James A. Woods, with Kathy Lewis as his wife Ellen, in The House in Cypress Canyon. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It cannot be too difficult to understand from the foregoing why I've taken the pains to set down in writing the events related here. To find in one's newly rented house a closet which cannot be opened is in itself certainly no great cause for alarm. But to be awakened in the stillness of the night by unearthly cries within that house, to find oozing from under that closet door something that is unquestionably blood, that's another matter. Perhaps others might have been braver than we. Suffice it only to say that we got out of the house in something very close to a panic, and only returned when we had the moral support of two stalwart Los Angeles policemen.
You just moved in here, you say?
That's right, officer. You can see we're still unpacking.
And the place has been empty right along before that?
Yeah, I don't know much about that part of it. You could check all that with the real estate agent, though.
Well, where is this closet?
Oh, it's right in here, officer. And the blood is...
Where? Where's the blood?
Jim?
Officer, I swear to you, there was blood on the floor less than an hour ago. I saw it.
Uh-huh.
It was running out from under that door. We heard that noise, and we got up, and then we saw it. The door was locked.
Locked, huh?
Oh, no,
Well, it seems to be all right now.
Hey, you folks aren't trying to be funny, are you?
Isn't there anything in it?
No, ma'am, there is not.
Look, officer, we're reputable people. You can call my firm. They'll tell you all about me.
There's nothing wrong with this closet. Walls are solid. No trapdoors.
If you think I'm lying...
I didn't say that, mister. Oh, you probably did hear some sort of a noise, and you got a little panicky, and...
What about the blood? It got on my hand.
It isn't there now, is it?
Yes,
Where?
I feel it.
Now, you folks just take it easy. You know, you're liable to hear all kinds of noises up in these canyons at night. You're from the east, you say?
Yeah. I'm sorry, officer.
Ah, that's all right. That's all right. If you have any real trouble, call on us anytime.
All right.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Hey, you ought to have this door fixed. That's enough to scare you.
Yeah, we're going to have it fixed. We didn't say much about it after that. There wasn't much that could be said. The next day, I went down to a lot and bought a little Christmas tree and some trimmings, and we tried to pretend we were cheerful, but there was an uneasiness between us that had never been there before. Ellen seemed tired and listless. Several times during the day, I noticed her washing her hands with a brush, scrubbing the one that had touched the blood. That night, we each took a sleeping pill and went to bed. It was sometime after midnight when I was suddenly wide awake and staring into the darkness. In some way, I knew at once and instinctively what had awakened me. Ellen was not in her bed nor in the room. The nameless thing I feared gripped at my heart until I could scarcely breathe. I opened the bedroom door and started through the house, putting on every light that I could find. There was not much to search, but I searched thoroughly. The living room, the kitchen, bathroom, den, even the garage. And all the time, the dread of looking where I knew at last I must look. For I think I knew from the very first time where I'd find her. It must have been a full minute that I stood before that closet door. Then I opened it. She stood there rigid, her arms at her sides, the fingers extended like claws. Her hair was over her face, her eyes stared out of it. Her lips were drawn back in a grin like an animal at bay. For a moment, I was frozen with the horror of it. I stretched out my hand. Very deliberately, she turned her head and sunk her teeth until they met into the flesh of my forearm. I'd raised my hand to strike at her, but already she'd relaxed her hold and gone utterly limp. She would have fallen unless I'd caught her. I carried her into the bedroom and laid her on the bed. Strangely, at that moment, my only thought was how I might revive her. Until I saw that it was not a faint, but a sleep that she'd fallen into. A sleep as deep and heavy as though she'd been drugged. And so I left her. But for me, that night, there was no sleep.
Jim?
Yes, Ellen?
What are you doing up so early?
Oh, I got a little restless. I'd make some coffee.
Oh. Oh. I had the most wonderful sleep. And I feel so rested.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. Jim.
What?
What's the matter with your arm?
Oh, I just heard it.
Why, honey, it's terribly swollen. Let me see it.
No, it's all right, Ellen.
Oh, it isn't all right. You've got to see Dr. Wesley right away.
Sure, I will.
No,
I
now
will.
you promised me, Jim, that you'll go the first thing this morning. How'd it happen?
Oh, there was a dog.
A dog?
Yeah, I heard him trying to chew through the screen door. I went out to chase him away, and he bit me.
Well, you mean there was all that racket and I didn't even wake up?
No, Ellen, you didn't even wake up. It was clear to me that Ellen knew nothing of what had transpired the night before. I went to my office that morning and made a pretense of going over routine business, if only to restore my mind to some semblance of calm by the sight and sound of common, familiar things. Pain in my arm had become a persistent, dull throbbing. I made a late appointment with Dr. Wesley. He treated my arm with something of an arched eyebrow, and he said,
"Well, I've never seen anything quite like it before. That is such a rapid onset of infection."
It was dark when I left his office. I hadn't realized it was so late. Driving home, my car seemed sluggish until I saw the needle on the dashboard and realized that I was pushing it to the utmost of its speed. That I was racing home to prevent something before it was too late, before the darkness had conspired against me. For somehow I already knew with certainty that it was the darkness and the night that I had to fear. The curves of the canyon seemed endless. And then the cold fear leaped up inside me. My house, too, was dark. I went slowly up the stone steps from the road, looking, praying for some sign of light or light. There was none. The house was empty. Ellen was gone. I looked with the same self-torturing thoroughness, and in that closet first of all, knowing as I did so that it was hopeless. And so, alone in that empty house, I waited, powerless and helpless now, deadened in thought and will, empty as the house itself, save only for the overwhelming sense of a terrible foreboding. For some time in the early hours of the morning, I snapped on the radio, shortwave. Why? Surely a minor question now. I only know that I did. And then I heard it.
Car 58, car 58, go to Laurel Canyon, the 4000 block. A report that a man has been injured or attacked. Condition thought to be critical. Ambulance will follow. That is all.
I was there almost before the police, edging my way through the little crowd, staring down at the man lying there in his white uniform under the streetlight.
Yeah, the milkman, poor guy.
I heard him scream, but when I got here, he was just like this. His
All
living
right,
on a
stand back, stand back. Please, please stand back.
Well, you again.
I heard it on the radio. I lived just down the road.
Yeah, I remember.
What happened?
Well, take a look. Maybe you can tell us.
He was dead. And he was lying on his back. And his throat had been torn out, as though by the fangs of some wild animal. It is now Christmas Eve, or rather Christmas morning, for it's a little after midnight. I've been waiting here in the stillness of this empty house for nearly 24 hours, waiting for the end. Already once tonight I've heard that dreadful wailing cry somewhere in the hills. I've nailed up the closet door, but that I know is childish, useless. My arm is horribly swollen and turning black, but that's nothing. It's another end that I foresee, as surely as other men foresee the rising of the sun. I hear the cry again. It's nearer now. I shall leave these notes in a sealed envelope and put it in a shoebox, in the hope that someone will give credence to these dark and terrible events, if indeed such nameless horrors can ever yield to mortal understanding. As for myself, I feel no longer any fear or even sorrow, only a desire that the end and the thing that I must do may come soon. And it will be soon, I know. Yes, for there is someone at the door.
Someone at the door. What do you make of it, Sam?
It's quite a yarn. But what of it?
That's what I thought. Now, listen, that's not quite all of it. Clip to it's a newspaper clipping. Listen. Hollywood, December the 26th. Police reported what was apparently a case of murder and suicide in Cypress Canyon sometime in the early hours of the morning. The victims were James A. Woods, a chemical engineer, and his wife, Ellen. Preliminary investigation indicates that Mrs. Woods was killed by the blast of a shotgun in the hands of her husband, who then turned the weapon upon himself. That she fought desperately for her life, however, was evidenced by the disorder of the room and the severe lacerations inflicted upon her husband about the neck and arms. This is the second tragedy to be reported in Cypress Canyon within 24 hours, the other being the unexplained death of Frank Polanski, a milkman.
Well, no such murders or whatever they were ever occurred, if that's what's worrying you. The clipping, well, you have those things printed up, you know.
No, it's not that, Sam. That story was found in an unfinished house in Cypress Canyon. No number, no nothing, just a framework. Now that house is finished. When I drove by it today, well, that's what stopped me, Sam, because it all fits. Now that it's finished, it is the house in the story, the same construction, the same vines and creepers on the lawn, even the same number.
So what, a guy who knows roughly what this house is going to be like writes a yarn and loses it or something?
Did he know the place was going to be listed for rental today, the Saturday before Christmas?
Oh, Jerry, coincidence. 2 bits you find the guy next door is a ghost story writer or something, and he's been wondering for a year what happened to that thing he wrote.
Okay, coincidence. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you, Sam.
Don't be silly. I liked it. It's a good yarn. That the for rent sign you were talking about?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to put it up outside now.
Well, so long, Jerry, and Merry Christmas again.
Yeah, well, thanks, Sam. I guess I was kind of silly, all right.
Listen, when a guy named, whatever it is, Woods, with a wife named Ellen comes in to rent that place from you, then you can start worrying.
Yeah. Well, so long, Sam.
So long, Jerry.
Come in.
Oh, we're sorry to bother you, but we just happened to see that for rent sign outside.
Well, yeah, I hung it out just this minute.
Is the house available?
Oh, sure it is. Let me introduce myself. My name is James A. Woods, and this is my wife, Ellen.
How do? Wow. Looks like it's fixing to...
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, selected for your pleasure from the world's greatest reserves of fine wines. Tonight's show marks the third birthday of Suspense on the air, and this is Ken Niles asking our star of the evening, Robert Taylor, to help us celebrate.
Why didn't you tell me before, Ken? If I'd only known, I'd have baked a cake.
Well, Bob, all Suspense parties are surprise parties. As an old hand on Suspense, you know that in our plays, the tables are usually turned on the star. So tonight, although it's our birthday, we're going to give you a present. Here it is, a gift basket of Grand Estate California wines from Roma, America's greatest vintner, to our distinguished anniversary guest, Robert Taylor.
Thanks, Ken. You turn a nice table. And now, Ken, who's all set to star on Suspense next Thursday?
It's that very wonderful actress and wonderful girl, Miss Susan Peters. Susan will appear as a young lady in straitened circumstances who finds herself mistaken for a very rich young lady and who is forced into continuing the deception with murder as a result.
I'll certainly make it a point to listen. And before I go, I'd like to thank this really great company of actors who have played with me tonight, and particularly Kathy Lewis, who played Ellen.
Thank you, Bob.
Tonight's original Suspense play was written by Robert L. Richards. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Miss Susan Peters as star of Suspense.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And that takes care of Radio the Golden Age. I hope you enjoyed it. A typical slice of a typical broadcast radio day during the golden age of radio. Now, if you liked what you heard, please mention it in the comments below. Also hit the like button, as that does help our videos reach a wider audience on YouTube. And if you're not subscribed, please hit the subscribe button so you can be notified when new videos come out. Now, I do have an idea to do an actual full broadcast day, which would be 18 hours in 2 parts on 2 videos. But I'm not really sure how much interest there would be in that, because it would involve a lot of news, a lot of talk shows, a lot of, unfortunately, soap operas, and a lot of other kind of shows that I don't normally do videos on. But if that is something that you would like to see, again, mention it in the comments, and maybe I'll put it out there. I'm Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio, and I want to thank you very much for watching. I'll see you on the next one.